In a subway station, a young man stands still, carefully observing a girl. She carries a guitar on her back and seems focused on her phone, naturally sliding her fingers across the screen. He, unable to help himself, thinks that she is there again, occupying the same nearby seat, while he watches her out of the corner of his eye. He remembers that they have run into each other several times in the subway. It's almost an unspoken routine. She always goes home late, and today is no exception. Once again, they find themselves on the last train of the night. As he watches her, the young man discreetly averts his gaze and starts imagining things about her. Because of the instrument she carries, he assumes she studies music or maybe is part of a band. The idea intrigues him, though he can't be sure. Then, suddenly, the girl looks directly at him. Their eyes meet, and the eye contact completely unsettles him. The young man feels a knot in his stomach, aware that he had gotten lost in his thoughts and had been watching her for quite some time without realizing it. He reflects in silence. Although they have run into each other multiple times, he is convinced that only he is aware of these repeated encounters. To him, these coincidences are nothing more than that, mere happenstance, not something dictated by fate. However, what he doesn't know is that the girl has a different perception. Trying to distract himself from his thoughts, the young man decides that he won't be able to concentrate on reading as he had planned. He takes out his headphones and looks for some music. Among the options, he wonders if he should listen to that new song. Finally, he chooses the melancholic Dark Planet by Long Afternoon. As he presses play, he considers the song's introduction to be unbeatable. No matter how many times he has heard it before, it always moves him with the same intensity. The first verse is no exception. It is simply magnificent, capable of transporting him to another world. He admits to himself that it is a masterpiece, one of those songs that touch the soul, though unfortunately, almost no one seems to know it. This thought fills him with a certain melancholy, wishing with all his heart to share this feeling with someone who understands its greatness. Suddenly, he wonders why the sound seems so low. He adjusts his headphones a bit and questions whether they are damaged. Even so, he decides to gradually increase the volume, turning it up more and more until reaching the maximum. That's when, unexpectedly, the girl next to him calls out to him. Her voice surprises him, as he hadn't noticed how close she was. She leans slightly toward him, and with a tone that mixes patience and reproach, asks him to lower the volume because she can hear the song clearly from where she is. Confused, the boy checks his phone and, to his embarrassment, realizes that his headphones weren't plugged in. He freezes for a moment, feeling the heat of shame on his face as the girl watches him. Before he can say anything, she breaks the silence and asks if he really likes that song. Her question catches him off guard, and he hesitates to respond. However, before he can find the right words, she surprises him even more. She confesses that she also loves that song. The boy is left speechless. Surprise and joy take over him, and little by little, a spark of excitement lights up his face. His eyes begin to shine as he feels that he has finally found someone who shares his passion. With enthusiasm and a nervous smile, he quickly stands up. He tells the girl that he is a big fan of the composer and also enjoys other works by the artist. For the first time in a long while, he feels that the notes of that song have found an echo in someone else, and that fills him with happiness. The girl responds that she likes it too, which encourages the young man, who excitedly comments that he has never met anyone who enjoys that band, Long Afternoon. He also mentions that he considers the artist's songs to be very good, regretting that he is an independent musician with few fans. The girl nods and explains that indeed he doesn't have many followers because his songs don't fit current trends and aren't promoted or communicated enough. The young man reflects on this and agrees, but adds that he believes if the artist did concerts, the audience would record videos, share them on social media, and that would help more people discover him. Then he curiously mentions that the singer's Instagram profile only features a drawn character, a yukin, as if he wants to maintain an aura of mystery around his identity. That's when the girl, intrigued, asks if he thinks the singer should reveal his face. The young man, somewhat thoughtful, replies that it's not necessary. As a fan, he would love to know what the artist looks like, but he also admires that the musician focuses solely on creating the music he loves rather than getting distracted by other things. He thinks that this touch of mystery makes him unique and confesses that he appreciates Long Afternoon just the way he is now. The girl smiles softly, as if she finds his opinion interesting, and suddenly asks if they have met before. The young man is taken aback for a few seconds, unsure how to respond. Finally, somewhat nervous, he murmurs that he's not sure, though in his mind, he decides to pretend he has never seen her before. He thinks that if he acts otherwise, she might realize that he has actually been paying close attention to her. Noticing his reaction, she walks toward the train entrance and, with an amused look, questions whether what he said is true. Saying that she thought she had seen him before, she mentions that she noticed how he always stares at her and asks directly if that isn't true. Upon hearing those words, the young man feels a wave of emotions overwhelm him, almost as if he had been struck by an unexpected blow. He is left speechless for a moment, processing. After that moment, he reflects on whether she really knew that he had always been silently watching her every time they crossed paths on the train, and that they had even taken the same train day after day. The thought overwhelms him and fills him with unease. Somewhere else, more precisely at his workplace, the young man, unable to contain himself, shouts, letting out the accumulated tension. He feels condemned, as if everything he has done so far has come to light. At that moment, his boss appears, having heard the shout, and casually asks if someone had a rating attack or if something out of the ordinary happened. However, he does not respond directly to his boss and instead looks for her to vent. Desperately, he asks what he should do and what would happen if he were taken as a stalker. His boss, upon hearing his words, furrows her brow in confusion and asks him seriously what he is talking about. The young man, trying to explain himself, recounts in detail what happened on the train, his thoughts, and his fear of having scared the girl. Oyuju, the boss and owner of the cafe where he works, listens attentively to the story. With a calm tone, she tells him that there is nothing to worry about and that, in fact, the mere fact that the girl mentioned having noticed him could mean that she was already aware of his existence. Despite his boss's words of encouragement, the young man confesses his concern that he might have intimidated her in some way. He wonders if she considers him a stalker, but reasons out loud that if that were the case, she would probably have avoided taking the same station long ago. His boss nods, supporting his reasoning, and adds that if he is truly worried, the best thing to do would be to talk to the girl directly the next time they meet. According to her, only then will he know exactly how she feels and clear up any misunderstandings. Oyuju even jokes that maybe a romance could come out of this situation. However, the young man quickly dismisses the idea, considering it nonsense. But his boss insists, asking with a mischievous smile why it wouldn't be possible, especially considering how many times he has seen her. He admits that it is true, but also clarifies that he does not have those kinds of feelings for her. Moreover, he believes he is not in a position to fall in love with anyone, as he is busy with graduation and needs to prepare for work and earn money to pay rent. He confesses that he was simply curious because he had seen her so often and always wondered why she returned home so late and what she did for a living. His boss, upon hearing this, asks if that isn't how all relationships start. The boy comments that he doesn't know. He adds that he would be satisfied if they could just be friends, since that way they could talk about something they both enjoy. That's when Oyuju comments that this is precisely how relationships begin, which annoys the boy, who responds that it's not true. But his boss changes the subject and mentions that it's time to work since they have a pending order. After work, while heading home, the young man wonders if he will meet the girl again on the last train. He considers apologizing to her for always watching her, since he wants to clarify things so she doesn't think he is a weird stranger. However, he also wants to have an intense conversation about long afternoon, as it is difficult to find someone with the same taste. So he decides to stop for a moment and hopes that she thinks the same as he does. At the station, the young man encounters a drunk worker occupying the seat where he always sits. He wonders why that man is sleeping there and feels somewhat annoyed. He assumes that now he won't be able to sit on the bench near her to start a casual conversation. Just at that moment, she looks at him. At the same time, he moves away, assuming that it won't be possible to talk to her today, and decides that he might as well study a little since it seems odd to force a conversation. He doesn't want to approach her because he fears causing misunderstandings, so he tells himself that today he will pass by without saying anything. But the girl asks him if he really plans to wait for the train standing up. That catches his attention, so he looks at her. She tells him that the train is still a while away and asks if he really intends to stand the whole time. He replies that there are no more seats, but she lightly taps the empty space on the seat next to her and tells him that there is a free spot right there. She invites him to feel free to sit for a while, at least until the last train arrives. The boy is left speechless and reflects on what she said, remembering someone and how, back then, they also approached him in a similar way. He thinks for a moment and concludes that this person is already part of his past, while now he is living in the present. Finally, he decides to sit for a while and leave when the train arrives, taking a seat next to the girl. Although he tries to keep some distance from her, the girl quickly asks if he usually takes the train at that time and if he often gets home late. He responds that he works the evening shift at a cafe and that although his boss allows him to leave early, he sometimes finishes late. His answer leaves the girl thoughtful, as she begins to deduce more things about the young man just from knowing that he works part-time. Then she comments that he is probably still a university student, to which he confirms that he is in his 4th year. She is surprised and assumes that he must be preparing his job applications, something he also corroborates. She adds that it must be difficult to work late and study at the same time. Intrigued, he asks if she also comes home late from work. However, she jokes that no, she simply likes talking to guys with peculiar tastes before going home. This left the young man startled, but then it became clear that it wasn't a joke. She explained that it was about people with unique and somewhat hardcore preferences, and mentioned that she dealt with some clients like that before heading home. Then, the young man began to imagine what the girl's job could be. He wondered what all of that meant and if it was something he was completely unaware of. Seeing him confused, she gave a slight smile and then clarified that she was referring to a music studio with rehearsal and recording rooms. She revealed that many bands formed by office workers usually book the studio late at night. Being the studio director, she often works late and sometimes stays up all night. The boy, somewhat nervous, managed to understand the part about the music studio. However, the woman asked if he had just thought of something strange. He replied that he hadn't, although his attitude betrayed that he had. Teasing him a bit more, she questioned whether he wasn't thinking something weird just because she had mentioned the word hardcore. Although the young man denied it, his embarrassment gave him away. He then reflected that she was completely playing with him, steering the conversation wherever she wanted. He thought it must have been easy for her to manipulate him. Finally, she asked how he had discovered long afternoon, arguing that with his job and studies, he must have little time to explore new music. The young man replied that finding such an unknown artist had been more of a coincidence than exploration. He recalled that one day he was bedridden with the flu and spent a lot of time resting. He explained that, living alone, there was no one to take care of him, so he just stayed in bed, with the entire house silent, which made him feel even lonelier. He considered playing some music, so he searched for something at random. That was when he stumbled upon the song "Dark Planet" by Long Afternoon. He confessed that, at first, he just thought the melody was good. However, the more he listened to it, the more details caught his attention until he became completely enamored with the song, especially the lyrics, which seemed to elevate everything to another level. The girl watched him attentively until he asked what her favorite Long Afternoon song was, even though he knew the band didn't have too many songs. She quickly turned around and replied that she liked Dark Planet and Tidal Flow. The young man burst with excitement upon hearing her answer since he also loved Tidal Flow. He described how he found it fantastic, especially the part where the rhythm changes after the chorus. Still excited, he commented that Long Afternoon was brilliant in the use of electronic instruments, something the girl confirmed with a slight smile. Just at that moment, the train was arriving, and the young man mentioned that it had gotten very late. That was when the girl stood up and told him that what he had just said about the music would surely make Long Afternoon very happy. That comment left him completely flushed. Then, he thought that he would like to talk a little more with her. He didn't want to go on a date or become closer. He just wanted to keep talking about the things they liked. Finally, he introduced himself as Lee Yo-eun, and somewhat nervous, asked if she could tell him her name. She looked at him for a few seconds and, in a calm voice, responded that her name was Shin Hae-in. After saying that, she mentioned that now that he knew her name, he had better greet her the next time they met. If he didn't, she would ignore him forever. That encouraged him, and he responded that he would. Already at home, Hae-in stepped out of the bathroom, drying her hair. Sitting on the bed, she began to reflect on Lee Yo-eun, recalling a moment when they were on the train together. On that occasion, there was a drunk man next to Lee Yo-eun, and on the floor was a wallet. She wondered whose it was and thought that she couldn't just leave it there. However, the boy picked it up and immediately placed it in the drunk man's pocket. Upon witnessing that action, Hae-in reflected that he could have simply left the wallet near the man, but instead, he chose to put it directly into his pocket. Even that could have caused him trouble, as he might have been mistaken for a pickpocket. However, she considered that a good person like him doesn't think too much before showing kindness. She lay down on the bed and thought that she already knew he was kind, but she hadn't expected him to be a fan of Long Afternoon. More specifically, she hadn't expected him to be the passionate fan type. Then, turning over, she wondered if he would still like them if he knew that she was Long Afternoon, or if it would be like that one time, remembering a situation that happened when she was a student. After that brief moment, she reflected that she was once again thinking about something she didn't want to remember. She decided not to give it importance and told herself that people love Long Afternoon for the music. However, she restrained herself, reminding herself that she must not reveal that she is Long Afternoon. She thought that it didn't matter if Woojin stole the spotlight, as long as she kept making good music. She would be fine just being Shin Hae-in, being herself, and continuing to do what she loves. The next day, in a music studio, Shin Hae-in looks at a picture and wonders if she should try it to upload it to Instagram. At that moment, some people come out and she asks if they are vacating room A, which they confirm. Immediately, one of the guys asks if he can make a reservation for next Monday at the same time. Hae-in checks if it is room A and confirms that the reservation can be made. However, the guy adds something else and asks if she could give him her number or Instagram username, as he has wanted to talk to her for a while. At first, Hae-in is left speechless and apologizes. This surprises the guy, and she leaves the place, saying it was embarrassing. Her friend confirms the situation, also reminding her that he had already warned her it wouldn't work. On the other hand, Hae-in gets ready to clean the room. While doing this, someone enters. It's her uncle who has arrived early. He comments that the rehearsal was simple. He is Shin Hyung-sung, Hae-in's uncle and the studio manager. Quickly, he asks why she rejected the young man earlier, as he thought he was totally her type. Upon hearing this, she asks if he saw it and accuses him of watching her secretly. Her uncle denies spying on her and assures her it was just an accident. Regardless, he insists on knowing why she didn't give him her number and asks if it was because she didn't. She responds that she doesn't like talking on the phone because she can't see the other person's face in a message or a call. But then she adds the most important part, that band is not her style, which leads her uncle to ask if that was the reason. However, he then brings up a more relevant issue he needs to inform her about. The 10 p.m. recording reservation was canceled. Before leaving, he tells her that after cleaning that room, she can go home, assuring her that he will take care of the rest. That's when she looks at the clock and notices it's 8 p.m. This excites her, as she will be able to work on new songs at home. However, before she leaves, her uncle enters and gives her something as a gift. She takes it and thanks him, asking what it is. Her uncle explains that today is Valentine's Day, and as a thoughtful uncle, he bought it on his way. He suggests she eat it with coffee while working on her songs, mentioning that people used to go crazy for it. Hae-in, seeing what it is, calls her uncle and asks if she can play the guitar a little before leaving. Without asking many questions, he tells her to do whatever she wants. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Lee Yo-eun tells his boss that he is leaving, and she responds for him to be careful. Then, she encourages him to have a romantic trip home. On his way to the subway, the young man collapses into a chair and comments that the day was chaotic. He starts studying and reflects that he could improve his language grades during the holidays, but there he is, struggling with them. That's when he notices someone. It's Hae-in. He greets her and she responds in the same way, but quickly notices something. She wonders if what he is holding is a gift. However, as if reading his thoughts, she explains that it is a Valentine's Day gift she was given. He understands, but then reflects that she must be very popular as she is attractive and stylish. He considers that she must have many cool people around her and must receive gifts all the time. Then he tells himself he shouldn't worry about it since they don't know each other well enough to have an opinion about it. At that moment, Hae-in asks if studying is very hard, something he confirms. Upon hearing this, she offers him something to eat and suggests recharging energy, as sweets are good when thinking is needed. He asks why she is giving him that and if someone else had given it to her. She replies that she doesn't like sweets, and if she takes it home, she will end up throwing it away, asking him to accept it. Yeon refuses to take it, considering it too much and believing she is giving away something another guy gave her. However, she is confused, and the young man confirms his suspicion, arguing that on this day, it's common for guys to give things to girls. This leaves them both in total silence for a few seconds. Then she clarifies that the gift is from her uncle. Additionally, she questions him, asking if he really thinks she would give away something another guy gave her, and adds that now she is disappointed. This leaves Yo-eun red with embarrassment, starting to laugh nervously. Then he takes the bag and asks if they are candies or chocolates. She thinks he is a fool, but then comments that she hasn't tried them, so she's not sure. However, she knows they are handmade caramel and has heard they are popular these days. Either way, she affirms that they are sweets and asks him to eat them when he takes a break after studying since he won't be able to think without sugar. As he takes the package, he thinks that he has never seen anything like it before. Then he suggests that Hae-in take some, stating that they were a gift from her uncle and that, at the very least, she nods and tells him that he has to tell her what he thinks about the candy tomorrow, or he might leave her disappointed. So she ends up accepting one, opening her mouth and closing her eyes. Seeing this, he asks if she wants him to put it in her mouth, and she responds yes, explaining that she was tuning the guitar and because of that, her hands are greasy. It's better not to use them for now, so she asks him to place the candy on her tongue so she can suck on it. He replies that she could take it home and eat it there, but Hae-in urges him to put it in her mouth. So gently, the boy brings the candy to her lips. However, she reacts strangely, leaving him worried. She responds that the candy is simply too cloying. He asks if that's true, and she confirms it while asking him to try one. That's when he eats one, and his reaction is the same as hers. He complains that it's too sweet. She laughs a little and states that the flavor is so overwhelming that it even gives a headache. She comments that they definitely should eat it with coffee or bitter tea, otherwise it won't balance out. Yeo-eun agrees and adds that the combination would be a good idea. Then, he asks her if she wants another one, to which she declines for now. The next day, at Lee Yo-eun's house, he is asleep until his alarm starts ringing. Upon waking up, he complains that it feels like he only slept for 30 minutes, even though it's already morning. He wonders what he should have for breakfast today, and then notices the caramels. He considers that he still has some left, and even though he remembers how overwhelmingly sweet they were, he decides to eat one. The extreme sweetness wakes up his drowsy brain, and he reflects that she was right. It worked well to activate him. Now he is completely awake and ready to start the day. Just at that moment, his phone vibrates. When he looks at what it is, he is surprised. Long Afternoon has posted something new. Already at the cafe, Lee Yo-eun is working at full speed, taking orders one after another with a big smile. His boss, seeing him, comments that he is very cheerful and asks if something good happened. He replies that yes, his favorite musician updated his Instagram, which leaves his boss somewhat confused. But the boy comments that he finally posted something after years, and considering his trajectory so far, he will surely release a new song soon. That makes him cry, and he wonders what kind of song it will be this time, confessing that just imagining it excites him to the point where he can't sleep. His boss, hearing all this, feels somewhat disappointed, as she assumed it was something romantic that had happened. He questions this, and she responds that she was referring to the girl he met on the last train of the night, thinking he had made progress with her. Yeo-eun, hearing this, asks about the topic and says it's not like he dislikes her or anything. His boss, seeing that they meet frequently, thinks they could at least get closer, but he replies that he hasn't even seen her in the last few days. However, he then comments that now that he thinks about it, they have gotten a little closer recently as he knows her name and she knows his, and she even gave him candy on Valentine's Day. His boss, hearing this, gets so excited that sparkles start to appear around her. Then she questions how he found out her name, whether she said it or if he asked, eager to know how everything happened. The young man explains that he was the one who said his name first and then asked hers. However, his boss imagines an entire drama scene, being amazed by it. Then she questions what happened next and if he invited her to dinner as thanks for the gift, or perhaps for a drink. Yeo-eun replies that was all, and nothing else happened. That leaves his boss disappointed, who comments that it was boring, mentioning that if he had gone further, it could have become a story she could use as an anecdote. Yeo-eun comments that his personal life cannot be her anecdote, but she questions what the problem is and if he wants to hear some spicy story about her, something the young man denies. At that moment, a customer appears requesting to order something, asking for a cappuccino to go. Yeo-eun replies that it's fine and that he will call him by his number when it's ready. After turning around, the young man reflects that he feels like he has seen that person somewhere else and wonders who he is. His boss asks if something is wrong, and the boy reveals that the customer who just ordered seems familiar. Upon hearing this, she goes to see who he is, realizing that it is Sung Hyun-jae, an independent singer. The young man is surprised and wonders what he is doing there. His boss replies that she doesn't know, but assumes he might like their coffee since he is a regular customer. Yeo-eun is even more surprised and questions since when he has been frequenting the cafe. His boss replies that it's been a while, and at first she didn't know who he was, but one evening he told her. That caused a big commotion at the beginning, similar to what he is causing now. The boy looks at him again and thinks that now he understands why he seemed familiar since he is a public figure. He is the sexiest musician these days and a regular customer at the cafe. He thinks that's cool. After receiving his coffee, he leaves. Upon getting into the car, he sees something on his phone that catches his attention. He is listening to Long Afternoon. He thinks they write interesting songs and also perceives that their style is unique, whether intentionally or not. He likes their mysterious image. Thinking a little more, he decides to send a direct message, as it would be great to arrange a meeting and even make a collaboration possible. On the other hand, on his way home, Yo-eun wonders if he will meet Hae-in today and hopes to see her. He knew she must have also seen the Long Afternoon Instagram update and is eager to talk about all the hints hidden in that image. However, looking at the horizon, he tells himself that openly talking about what he loves is the best feeling in the world. Already at the station, he observes the place where they always meet. He doesn't see her, reflecting that there is still no sign of her. He hasn't seen her since Valentine's Day and wonders if she is very busy or if her schedule has changed. Or maybe he made a mistake somehow, and now she is avoiding him, thinking she must have hated his reaction to the gift that day. Those intrusive thoughts make him somewhat sad, and he murmurs that he had high hopes in vain. But to his surprise, she appears behind him, asking what has him so disappointed. Yeon quickly turns around and greets her cheerfully. He says that it has been a while and thought he wouldn't see her today either. However, she asks again why he is disappointed, and with a teasing smile, asks if it's because he couldn't see her. He confesses that it's something like that, but then he notices that there's something different about her. Observing her closely, he assumes something, asking if she is drunk, which she confirms, questioning if it's that obvious, and stating that she had some time alone at a bar. She says that she recently finished something she was working on, so she just wanted to celebrate a little. The young man mentions that it's great and asks what she was working on. But Shin Hae-in says it's a secret, laughing a little. Yeo-eun, upon observing that, blushes, thinking that it surprised him since she is very cute when she smiles, and he considers that drunk Hae-in is the best. He can't stop thinking that she looks truly beautiful, and he tells himself to focus and change the subject. Then he asks if she saw the picture that Long Afternoon uploaded on their Instagram. But before he could say more, a voice announces that the train is arriving. That leaves him somewhat surprised since it's too soon. He thinks that he didn't get to say even half of the things he wanted to, and now they have to part ways. He believes that the train is too noisy, making it impossible for them to have a proper conversation. He wonders what he should do and considers that there was so much he wanted to talk to her about. But then he thinks that if he waits too long, the excitement will fade, and there will be nothing left to say, so he has to talk about what he wants. It is then that he calls her and asks if she wants to have a drink with him, leaving her speechless, to which she then asks if the invitation would be for now. Both remain silent for a few seconds until Yo-eun realizes what he is saying and concludes that wanting to talk more, he suggested going for a drink. He reflects that this makes him seem like a jerk who invites just anyone on the street, so he then apologizes to her and admits that what he said a moment ago was a mistake. But to his and my surprise, she accepted. Then she says that for some reason she doesn't want this to end there. She mentions that now they will go for a drink together, just a little more. That leaves him speechless and blushing. It is then that they both enter the train, remaining silent. The young man thinks that every time the subway shakes, his shoulder bumps against hers, and that excites him, considering that these small sensations make him feel like a high school boy going through puberty. He assumes it's because he is looking to have a drink with someone after a long time. It is then that she asks where he lives, and Yeon answers that he lives near Namdong Station. So she suggests drinking somewhere around there. He understands, but then comments that when they finish drinking, she will have to go home. Then he asks what will happen to her and how she plans to get home after drinking. She replies that she will take a taxi and that she can handle the situation since she is He becomes somewhat thoughtful, but then informs her that he will pay for the taxi fare. However, she replies that it will be fine since he is paying for the drinks anyway. She adds that if she gets drunk, he will have to take care of her. That makes him curious about what that would be like. So she asks him to come closer and whispers that when she gets drunk, she sleeps as nature intended. Upon hearing that, he is surprised and blushes with embarrassment. That makes her look at him in detail before immediately saying that she was joking. As they exit the station, Hae-in asks if this is the neighborhood where he lives, and the young man explains that yes, and that his studio is only a 5-minute walk away. That makes her thoughtful, as if she wants to go there. It is then that Yeon suggests that they go drink near the station since there is a draft beer place he has been to several times. The idea seems appealing to Hae-in, and she says she will follow him since she trusts him. However, upon arriving at the bar, he notices that the place is closed, which makes him even more nervous. He quickly comments that he didn't know the place had closed since he hadn't been there in a while. She asks him not to apologize since she knows it's not his fault. So the young man thinks about finding another place quickly, but doesn't know what to do. He hasn't been drinking recently, so he doesn't know the nearby places well. He wonders what would happen if they go to an uncomfortable place and doesn't want to ruin this little outing. Hae-in notices that he is a bit nervous and then mentions that she has a god idea, saying that it's already getting late and there aren't many god places. Then she states that the only place they can go, and that he also knows well, is his house, asking what he thinks about that. At first, he says that there is no way that will happen, but in the end, they end up there. Upon entering, she comments that it is quite clean for a studio, which makes the guy think that it is both his studio and his home. Moreover, he is glad he cleaned last week because otherwise, she would have seen a mess. It is then that she interrupts his thoughts and decides to ask a question. She wants to know if he, Yeon, has a girlfriend. He asks why she wants to know that, and Hae-in explains that she doesn't want to cause a misunderstanding since being alone there might seem strange if a woman enters a man's house when he has a girlfriend. That's why, if he has a girlfriend, she doesn't want to be mistaken for a lover. Yeon responds that he doesn't have a girlfriend and is single. She says that's for the best and that now she can drink in peace. But then he asks if he can drink without worries and if she is dating someone. To both of their surprise, she comments that she has someone. She reveals that his name is Liam, a foreigner who always has sharp words, is a god singer, and is really god. That makes Yeon question whether it's wrong for them to be drinking alone. But then she smiles and states that she was lying, that she was just joking, leaving him speechless. She explains that Liam is the lead vocalist of the band Oasis and thought he knew enough about music to understand the joke. He questions how he could have known that, and she apologizes for it. Yeon says she scared him, and that he was worried he might have accidentally hurt someone's feelings. She gives a slight sigh of understanding and proposes a toast to that, to the night where no one will get hurt. He does so while simultaneously asking if she really doesn't have a boyfriend, to which Hae-in confirms she does not. After a few drinks, Yeon completely loses control. He says he is speaking correctly, and that the new image their singer uploaded on Instagram is a clue. He explains that it's an image of Yukin, which has 4 elements, clearly meaning that the new song by Long Afternoon will be released in April. And one of the instruments is a ukulele, which might be a hint that she will use a ukulele or a guitar as musical accompaniment. Hae-in thinks that might be true, but she believes that was not the intended meaning behind the image. Yeon confesses that he was so happy to have found this clue and is thrilled that the song will be released in April, driving him crazy with excitement. Then he asks if she is just as excited, which takes her by surprise, but she confirms that she is and that she can't wait for it to happen. But then she reflects that she has already finished recording the song but wasn't planning to release it in April. She wonders if she should hurry and sign the distribution contract now. It is then that the young man perceives something and says that Hae-in's voice sounds like long afternoons, a slightly husky voice, as if there were a bit of mist and a soft tone that feels similar. That makes her blush slightly. But then she hears him say that long afternoon's voice is fresher. Hae-in understands that he really likes long afternoon, and she didn't expect him to talk about it all night. The young man asks if he bored her, but she replies that he didn't, that it's fun and she likes talking about it, since it's better than having strange feelings and talking seriously. He says that he doesn't get serious when he gets drunk, something she confirms also happens to her. It is at a moment like this that she asks him to feel free to keep talking while she gets up to sit on the young man's bed. She adds that she will lie down and listen to him and asks if that's okay. At first, he says he doesn't know because if she lies down like that, she will surely fall asleep while listening to him, and that would be like watching an ASMR YouTuber. But she asks if she can do it. And dazzling with beauty, she says she will listen to him talk until she falls asleep in his bed, leaving Yeon blushing and speechless. Both remain completely silent until the boy asks if that is the case. She responds with another question and says that if it's not okay, she will stay. He, more blushed than before, questions if she is joking and asks her not to provoke him like that again. However, she approaches him and says that whether it's a joke or not will depend on him. She adds that if the owner says they should leave, then it's a joke. But if he says they should stay, then it is not. So she asks Yeon what he should do and whether that would be a joke or not. He is left speechless for a few seconds, recalling all his moments with her. But then Hae-in interrupts him, saying that either way, she will stay. Yeon understands and responds that either way, he has the day off tomorrow, and there is still much to talk about. She gives a slight smile, expressing that she is happy with that, but then she starts unbuttoning her pants, causing the young man to spill his entire drink. He quickly asks what she is doing and why she is suddenly taking off her pants. Hae-in explains that she just unbuttoned them. Besides, she just drank beer and her stomach is full. That's why she unbuttoned her pants to relax. The young man seems to reflect on that but is still blushing. Then he asks if she would prefer to put on something else. The girl, upon hearing that, finds the idea pleasant. So Yeon gets up to look for a tracksuit he recently washed. He says it might be too big for her, but that it will be very comfortable. However, she feels somewhat disappointed because the beer is gone. The young man asks if there is no more, and she replies that she is drinking the last can. Upon hearing that, he asks if she wants to continue drinking, and if so, he will go out to buy more. Which, to no one's surprise, she confirms that she will. So Lee Yo-eun informs her that he is going to the corner store and will be back soon. He also asks her to change while he is away. He then wonders if she needs anything and asks if she wants a toothbrush or something similar that he can buy. Hae-in declines and reveals that she brought her own toothbrush, as she has almost everything she needs in her bag. However, she then asks if he could buy something for her. She explains that she just realized a moment ago that the date is approaching. She didn't bring anything with her and needs him to buy it. She assures that anything will be fine and that she will pay him later. So, already at the corner store, the young man blushes a little and starts looking for something. He assumes that when she said that, she meant feminine pads. He confesses to himself that he has never bought them before, so he doesn't know which one to choose. He reflects that he cannot go back to ask. That's when he sees something and it's nothing but balloons for adult parties. He blushes even more and wonders if it could be that when she referred to that, she meant the balloons. He hits his head while asking himself what he is thinking and if he is crazy. But then he stops and thinks that if he said he wasn't thinking about it now, he would be lying, as he considers Haein very attractive and an extremely kind person. That is why he should take things slowly and not ruin everything by rushing too much. He doesn't want to be rejected like last time when his feelings were too obvious to that person. Moreover, just seeing Haein for a second when taking the last train already makes him very happy. But he also reflects that if she takes the initiative today, he has no reason to refuse. He blushes even more at imagining such a situation. That excites him so much that he can't even stand up. After that brief moment, the young man returns to his apartment and announces to Haein that he is back. He starts looking for her, as he received no response, and then sees her lying on her bed. Already, he thinks that she mentioned recently having something on her mind, and it seems that she relaxed and fell asleep. He observes her more and approaches, calling her and asking her to wake up for a moment. He informs her that he will put a blanket on her since if she sleeps like that, she will get sick. But she quickly grabs him by the neck. That attitude takes him by surprise, and he asks what she is doing, asking her to wait a little. However, she starts laughing and says that he is handsome and completely her type. That leaves Lee Yo-eun in the clouds, but she quickly falls into a deep sleep, bidding him goodbye by saying he is very cool. He looks at her and wonders if she talks in her sleep. He also thinks that he almost fell over Haein, and that her thin fingers felt very soft on his neck. Moreover, that warm breath near his face almost made him lose his mind. Then he lies on the couch, and with some embarrassment, reflects that if she had hugged him at that moment, he wouldn't have been able to push her away. He confesses that despite being drunk, he cannot stop his feelings when he is being enticed. Thus, the next morning, Lee Yo-eun wakes up somewhat drowsy, complains that his neck hurts a lot, and thinks that it would have been better to sleep on the floor. But then he notices that Haein is not there and wonders where she went. He believes she went to the bathroom, but then sees a bag with a note on top. It was from Haein, and she said that he seemed to be sleeping deeply, so she didn't want to wake him up, and that's why she left first. She mentions that she will use what he bought and will pay for it later. Moreover, she informs him that the clothes she wore are already in the washing. Yeon understands that she left early, and looking at the bag, sees that she even picked up the beer he bought yesterday, which she could have left for him. He wonders if she took out the other trash, but then he sees the balloons from the store yesterday. That leaves him speechless, and he wonders why that is there. Taking it, he questions himself if he really bought that, recalling that night when he thought he wouldn't need it since today they only drank to talk. Moreover, he realizes that is not the right attitude with Haein. But then he cheers up, thinking that what if something happens, and that he has to be prepared for that moment, getting fully encouraged. In the present, he seems disappointed and wonders if she saw that, at the same time cursing himself. He adds that maybe she thinks he is a pervert. He assumes that now she thinks he only seduced her that night for a one-night stand, feeling completely embarrassed about it. Thus, on another day, the young man meets Haein. She, upon seeing him, cannot help but draw a slight smile. She greets him and tells him that she thinks there is something they need to talk about. So Yeon wonders what she should do and considers making something up to go unnoticed. She imagines saying that the balloon she saw was for a university project, as she needed it to write a marketing report. But she creates another story and says that she actually bought it as a charm, since there is a superstition that carrying it helps with exams. However, in the present, Yeon considers those excuses to be terrible. She concludes that it is ridiculous and that lying would be very pathetic and mean. She believes that the best option is to be honest about what she was thinking at that moment, even if it means being scolded. So she starts to speak, but Haein interrupts her and asks if she can say something first. He clearly gives her the floor, so she says that what she wants to say is not a big deal, but there is something she wants him to know beforehand and reveals that, for a while, she plans to keep some distance from him. That leaves the young man surprised, and he then asks why. She explains that she realized she feels no tension when she is with him, especially the last time she was drunk. But still, she thinks that maybe it is because when she was younger, she used to hang out with her uncle's bandmates, always talking about music. She concludes that she assumed she played around with him without much caution and, without realizing it, crossed a line. So, for now, she thinks she needs to put distance between them. Yeon remains silent for a few seconds and then asks if it is because of the balloons he bought. She looks at him and then starts laughing, saying that maybe that bothered him. She confesses that it caught her off guard, but she wasn't annoyed. Considering the party atmosphere that day, it wouldn't be surprising if he felt that way. Besides, they are both adults. But then she adds with some teasing that she didn't expect him to consider a one-night stand. That catches him off guard, and then he apologizes for it, explaining that he didn't suggest drinking for a one-night stand. Hae-in, mature as always, understands what happened and adds that, in any case, that's not what she meant by crossing the line. Since whatever happened, it was not a big deal. That leaves the young man confused, and he questions what she means then. Hae-in then shrugs and reveals that it's because he is too unbearable, saying this while hiding part of her face and blushing. Yeon, upon hearing that, asks what she means. The woman asks him to think about it, referring to the things he did that night. Recalling that he barged into someone's apartment uninvited because he wanted to drink, shamelessly borrowed clothes, and slept in the bed while the host had to sleep on the sofa. She concluded that everything she had done was detestable and unbearable. Yeon looked at her for a few seconds, then laughed and asked if she was referring to those things. Hae-in replied that she was so happy while drunk that she didn't realize what she was doing, but when she woke up, she really felt bad about it. That's why she ran away without even saying goodbye, apologizing for her behavior. Hearing all that, Yeon thought it was surprising since Hae-in had always been cool and confident, as if she didn't care what others thought of her. But now, seeing her regretful, embarrassed, and apologizing in that way, it seemed unexpected, and maybe because of that, he found that side of her very cute. That led him to turn away to try not to laugh, making her curious about his reaction. Then she said that, anyway, she wanted to keep some distance because of those rude things she had done, and that if she stayed close, she might do something similar again. Letting him know that she might not return to that station for a while. Hearing that, Yeon exclaimed that that wasn't right, moving even closer to Hae-in. She asked why it wasn't right. Yeon blushes but manages to find words he had never said before. He exclaims that Long Afternoon might release a new song soon and that he would like to talk about it, especially with her. Hae-in looks at him deeply and, with a hint of irony, mentions that if she stays close, she might do something stupid again. Besides, she reminds him that he already knows her drinking habits and that she might even do something worse. However, Yeon asks her not to worry about that, assuring her that he can handle any action she considers rude. He even adds that he can also accept her mischievous jokes and antics when she's drunk, begging her never to stay away from him. She is left speechless until the station announces that the next train is arriving. Hae-in, happy with what he said, asks if she can choose the snacks next time. This leaves Yeon somewhat confused, but she explains that when she returns home, they have to drink together again, and that's why she wants to be in charge of choosing the snacks. Yeon, radiant with happiness, exclaims yes, and that it sounds like a great idea. This also makes Hae-in happy. Then, she stands up and tells him to keep what he bought last time, as they might need it soon. Yeo-eun is confused about what she means, but he quickly remembers the balloons he bought, although he doesn't think that's it. With a look from the girl, she clarifies that she means the beer. Hae-in arrives home, and while taking off her coat, she thinks about how relieved she is that Yeon wasn't upset, as she feared he would hate her. However, she realizes that although he has forgiven her for her rudeness, her embarrassing actions will not disappear, leaving her blushing at the memory. She throws herself on the bed and hides her embarrassed face in the pillow while wondering why she acted that way, thinking she must have looked like a perverted monster. Then she reflects that if she hadn't fallen asleep that time, maybe something would have happened, imagining the whole scene. This makes her very embarrassed, and she quickly sits up, questioning what she is thinking and calling herself stupid. She concludes that she should take a shower and focus on composing herself. She grabs her phone and sees that she had sketched a melody earlier in the practice room, so she decides to work on it. But before reviewing the sketch, she notices she has a direct message. She wonders what it is about, and whether it is really his account and not a fake. Her surprise grows when she realizes that the message is from Sung Hyun-jae, who proposes a collaboration and asks her to let him know her thoughts on it. After that, in the recording studio, Hae-in is playing something. Then she pauses and remembers the message she received yesterday from Sung Hyun-jae. She confesses to herself that she ended up overthinking it and couldn't respond. She wonders what she should do since, considering Sung Hyun-jae's music style, collaborating sounds fun. That's when someone knocks on the studio door and she gives permission to enter, revealing her uncle, who asks if she is still practicing. Hae-in responds that she is about to finish and asks why. He replies that he is ordering dinner for that night and asks if she would like to eat some spicy tteokbokki. The girl, upon hearing what he is ordering, confesses that she hadn't planned on eating something spicy, but in the end, she totally agrees. So the food arrives, and her uncle comments that it is delicious, declaring that tteokbokki is perfect when he's stressed. He asks her to eat quickly before it gets cold, which she does. But while eating, she wonders what she should do and feels that it's rude to respond so late, so she needs to decide something quickly. Her uncle thinks she is not reacting because it's not spicy enough, wondering if he should have ordered the infernal spicy flavor. But she replies that it's not that, and explains the story about the collaboration. Her uncle, upon hearing that, expresses that it's a great opportunity. She responds that it is, but it was so sudden, and that's why she's a bit hesitant. The man asks if he made any irrational request, but she responds that it's not that. It's just that this person is truly a successful musician. And if they collaborate, eventually, she will feel like she's in the spotlight too. Upon hearing that, her uncle understands that she worries about having her face recognized, and she reveals that she does. This leaves the man silent, and he reflects that he would say it's an unnecessary concern and would ask her to move forward in her music career. But that's what he would like to say if it weren't for everything that happened when she was younger, the pain she suffered, the wounds she carries, and how they still hurt. Even now, he doesn't know if she is still suffering or not, but he knows that all of that is still there. Although on the other hand, he hopes that she can overcome that pain quickly and spread her wings. From a musician's perspective, she is a truly talented artist. So he asks why she doesn't suggest meeting him to chat, as that might be better. He adds that, as a fellow musician, he might understand her position and could also help her find a solution. He mentions that even if they don't collaborate, they could get closer thanks to this opportunity, leaving her deep in thought. Until her uncle asks to meet him to get his autograph, as they could use it for the studio's promotion. That seems to annoy her a little, as she considers it deceptive advertising. It's already the end of the day when Hae-in thinks that she spent the whole day looking for a solution to that issue when she was supposed to adjust the guitar line for the new song today. That's when she sees an advertisement featuring a woman and reflects on how the celebrities and rock stars she admires endure people's opinions and keep going, questioning how much courage it takes to overcome that pressure. She wishes she could share that bold spirit. But then her thoughts are interrupted when she sees Yo-eun making a funny face. This leaves her speechless for a few seconds, and then she asks what he is doing. Noticing her, he explains that there was a special employee program today and that he was reviewing the interview training he received there. Anyway, she questions what he was just doing, and he explains that it was an expression practice, meaning he was practicing a natural smile to make a good impression. Hae-in asks if she can take a look at the brochure, something he confirms, clarifying that it's nothing special. Upon taking a closer look, she asks if he has to pay attention to so many things just for an interview. He nods and says that there's even more to prepare. He also has to create a story that fits with the company and present himself according to trends, which is quite annoying. She thinks for a moment, then asks if he wants to try something. He questions what. She explains that now she is going to make him talk without avoiding the interviewer's gaze. He is a bit confused at first, but then questions how he is supposed to do that where they are. She responds that it's simple, and she will ask any question and he just has to answer. She clarifies that, of course, if he avoids her gaze, he is out, and she asks if he understood. The young man questions if she really wants to do that there, confessing that it's a bit embarrassing. But she asks what's wrong with that, and it's not like anyone else is around, something he confirms. So he asks to do it quickly, and she says she will start. But first, she looks at him and notices that he has a different gaze. She thinks that it has been a while since she last saw his serious face, but then she believes it is the first time she has seen him this serious. She thinks that this look is probably Yo-eun giving his best effort. She adds that when he enters the interview room, she is sure the world will see him with a very serious expression, conveying the feeling of giving everything he has to move forward. Then she imagines him in the interview room, wearing a semi-formal suit and with his hair slicked back, wanting to see him, blushing because of it. But then, he breaks that imagination by asking if she is not going to ask a question. Leaving her surprised, she then says that she was thinking about something for a moment and will now start asking. She starts with something simple, wanting to know when his last kiss was. Yo-eun is surprised and quickly gets into character, questioning what kind of company asks such a personal question. But Hae-in argues that they might throw some unexpected questions, so they must practice those situations. He responds that no one asks that kind of question and that this is not a drinking game, so she considers that boring and announces that he is disqualified. That seems to make him angry, informing her that he will report them to the employment ministry. That little scene amuses her, making her smile a little. So she says she will give him something for the interview. Showing him her pick, she says it is her lucky charm. Besides, she uses it on the guitar when she plays. She informs him that if he takes it, he will not make any mistakes because that pick contains the energy she puts into her practice. She asks him to take it to the interview to succeed. He looks at that small object, holding it tightly and thanking her for the gift, confirming that he will definitely take it to the interview. This makes Hae-in happy. On the other hand, somewhere else, Song Hyun-jae was working on something until he received a message. Seeing what it was, he was delighted, as it was long afternoon, replying that he would think better after the interview. He concludes that he is a unique person since he expressed the idea of talking face-to-face. And so, the day of the interview arrives. Hae-in stands in front of a large building. She mentions that they had agreed to meet in that building, but wonders on which floor his studio is. That's when Hyun-jae appears and asks if she is long afternoon. He introduces himself, saying he is pleased to meet her, and then asks if it was difficult for her to find the place. She confirms that it was, assuring that she wouldn't have arrived without Google Maps. The young man chuckles slightly and confesses that he was a bit worried because all the alleys in that area look very similar. Then he asks if she is alone, since when he sent her a direct message, he read that a member of her group would accompany her. She explains that she usually works alone and that the other members only help with recording and arrangements. Upon hearing this, he asks if she is like a one-person band. She confirms and reveals that it's because everyone else has solo careers, and their drummer is still in university. Hyunjae understands, reflecting on the fact that he has a band but is also a solo artist. He then asks her to follow him, saying they will talk inside. But before that, he asks how she would like him to address her. She responds that her name is Shin Hae-in and that he can call her whatever he prefers, so he decides on Hein. Already in some section of the building, the young man explains that the company's meeting room is under renovation, so they will talk in his studio. Additionally, they can record a demo of the song. Upon hearing this, she asks if the entire building belongs to him, but he denies it, informing her that he only rented a few offices. However, he adds that you never know, if the record label he is preparing goes well, he might buy the whole building. That impresses her, but not as much as he expected. Looking at her, he thinks her reaction was too normal and believed she would be immediately interested when he mentioned the record label. This means that she is either not interested in joining his label or does not trust that he can do it on his own. He thinks that's fine since he knew convincing her wouldn't be easy. But the truth is, Hae-in spent the whole night composing and is sleepy. She wants to finish this meeting so she can take a nap in the ensemble room. Already in the studio, he asks if she wants something to drink, offering coffee, soda, or beer. She declines and prefers to discuss the collaboration plan first. He chuckles a little and understands, as after all, they managed to make time in their busy schedules to meet. So he hands her the contract and asks her to review the terms of the agreement. If she has any questions, she is free to ask. Hae-in starts reading the contract and then asks a question, wanting to know if, in case the collaboration happens, she will have to do any live performances or publicity with her face revealed. Hyunji, looking at her carefully, responds that it all depends on her. She can remain a faceless artist as she is now, or gradually start revealing herself alongside him. However, before continuing, he wants to explain something to her. The reason he wants to collaborate with Long Afternoon is not because he thinks it will be a commercial success. Rather, he wanted to introduce this talented artist to the public, concluding that he did it purely out of sincere admiration. He asks her to keep that in mind. After that, he asks if they can listen to a demo, to which she agrees. However, she thought he would say that he wouldn't play live, but to her surprise, that wasn't the case. She wonders if this is hypocrisy just to close the deal or if he genuinely cares about her. After preparing everything, he informs her that they are about to start. As he presses play on the keyboard, a melody begins to play. After listening for a bit, she makes a face, asks him to wait a moment, and doesn't believe this is a real collaboration. She asks if she is only supposed to contribute vocals to a song he already finished. He confirms this and asks if the song is bad. However, she replies that the song is great, but since this is supposed to be a collaboration, it should have her style as well as Song Hyunjae's. She asks him to step aside for a second, overwhelming him for a moment as he gives her the space she needs. So Hae-in prepares herself and informs him that she will delete all the unnecessary tracks. Hearing this, he asks why she doesn't just mute them instead. But she responds that she doesn't know how to do that and will delete everything, scaring him. Then, Hae-in says that there is no turning back from her decision. The young man is in tears, having stayed up for 3 nights trying to find the perfect percussion. However, Hae-in doesn't care about that. In fact, she thinks the song he wrote is perfect, that there's nothing that needs improvement. If she alters it, she won't be able to make it her own. But then she remembers that there are people who like his song and his style. So if it's about long afternoon, she can't give up her style and begins playing something with great emotion. Song Hyunjae watches this and reflects that he already knew she was influenced by shoegaze and post-rock. But he didn't know she could arrange music like that. He realizes it's not about abandoning her style or making compromises. She takes the songs into her own territory and expresses. He thinks this will be fun and considers Long Afternoon, or rather, the girl Hae-in, an impressive artist. He has a feeling that a great song will come out of this. Then he interrupts her and asks if she wants him to bring some beer. Looking at him, she confirms that she does and says she will start writing the first verse and finish the arrangements by the end of the day. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yo-eun is on his computer, wondering if he can finish this task like this since he's afraid of losing points for such a weak argument. For now, he doesn't know, so he decides to take a break. Outside, he stretches and thinks that by mid-April, midterms will be over, and he'll have a bit more time. He should work on his personality and attend some job fairs. But he also thinks about something else. He wants to have a drink with Hae-in, blushing slightly. However, clearly, that would have to be on his agenda. Just at that moment, he receives a notification. When he hears it, he thinks he had put his phone on silent because if it rings in the library, he would be in trouble. Then when he sees what it is, he is left speechless. As the hours pass and night falls, already at the train station, Hae-in is listening to something until someone calls her. It was Yo-eun, who was sweaty and very excited, asking to hold a music gathering since Long Afternoon will be releasing new music. She is somewhat confused about this music gathering while at the same time looking at the young man's phone screen. Hae-in, upon hearing about a music gathering, asks what it is. Yo-eun explains that it's a party for listening to music, where people gather to discover new songs and share their impressions, just like with a movie. The girl seems impressed since she didn't know something like that existed, as she had never heard of it before. The young man tells her that when he was in high school, a friend asked him to accompany her to a listening party with the artist himself. He reveals that on that day, they listened to the new songs together, and then the artist himself spoke about how he interpreted the song and how he came to write the lyrics. That's why Yo-eun suggests that they should also hold a music gathering. Then he asks Hae-in if she saw what Long Afternoon posted on Instagram. He shows her the post on his phone and mentions that the song will be released on April 28th, so they should listen to it together at his house. The girl seems thoughtful about the idea and then asks if it wouldn't lose its meaning since Long Afternoon wouldn't be there. To her, it's important for the artist to be present to talk about the song. Yo-eun responds that she's right, but that they can still have fun on their own and have a few drinks. Hae-in looks at him with a slight smile and, getting closer, asks if that was what he was really hoping for, implying that he actually just wanted to drink with her. This catches him off guard, and he quickly denies it, replying that he just wanted to talk about Long Afternoon's new song together. But then, he blushes a little and confesses that, although he admits it, he needed an excuse. Hae-in looks at him closely before smiling dazzlingly. She then agrees to the gathering, but says she'll check if her schedule is free that day. So she looks at April 28 and realizes something, wondering if they will have to record the collaboration song that night. That's when she responds that she doesn't think the 28th will be possible, since they'll be recording in the studio until late at night. The young man feels a bit disappointed but understands the situation. However, Hae-in quickly says she can reschedule it and that there's still time. Yo-eun asks her not to, as she would have to worry too much, and that it was just an improvised suggestion he made out of excitement. Looking at him, she thinks that, even though he says that, it bothers her how he looks like a puppy that hasn't been taken for a walk. However, she can't help it, as she just agreed to that schedule with the band, so she can't postpone it any further. After thinking for a bit, Hae-in places a hand on his shoulder and says they can drink another time since he doesn't need an excuse to invite his friend for a drink, suggesting they go drinking together after she's done with midterms. That seems to cheer him up, and he responds that it's fine and that there will be other good days. Just then, the train starts arriving. A few days pass, and at Yeowon's university, the professor announces that the exam period is over and asks them to put down their pencils and hand in their answer sheets. The young man stretches a little, mentioning that he's finally finished. He reflects that midterms are finally over, and he only has to submit his assignments next week. Then he'll be free for a while, thinking that he almost died from so many exams. Just at that moment, as he was walking, a group of friends spotted him, and one of the guys asked if he had finished all his exams, inviting him to a review session later with their group. Yeowon responds that he'd love to, but he has work today. The guy, knowing that he works part-time, tries to convince him, saying it's just one day and that the entire club is gathering today. However, Yeowon is a responsible person and declines the invitation since he took a day off last week, so he has to go today. Besides, he knows that Long Afternoon's new song is coming out today. He reflects that, even though he and Hae-in can't meet, he has to enjoy the new song on his own and can't miss that excitement. So the young man says goodbye to the guy who invited him and wishes them a good time. The guy understands, but still comments that he should come by once in a while. Yeowon agrees, but then thinks that the song will be released at 4 p.m. and he will save it for after work so he can finally go home and listen to it properly. Until he gets home, sits on the couch, and puts on his headphones, eager to listen to the song and wondering what kind of music he will hear this time. But before that happens, his stomach growls with hunger and he realizes he hasn't had dinner yet. So he decides to order something for dinner since he just got paid, and for that reason, he'll order some chicken. After placing the order and requesting that the food be left at the door, he decides to take a shower. While in the bathroom, he remembers Hae-in and thinks it's strange since today should be a good day. But he wonders why he feels so lonely. Just at that moment, the doorbell rings insistently. The young man wonders what's going on since he had asked for the food to be left at the entrance and questions why they keep ringing. So he comes out of the bathroom, somewhat annoyed, and yells that he had written in the request for them to leave the food at the door. Opening it, a bit irritated, he finds a familiar face. It was Hae-in. Seeing her, he asks why she's there. She looks at him and replies that she thought they were going to have a music gathering. She responds that she arrived early because she wanted to have a good time and reveals that she bought some good alcohol. Then she asks if she's late. The young man responds that she's not and that he also just got home, inviting her inside. Then she apologizes and asks, while he's alone at home, if he always stays in his underwear. That's when he realizes how he's dressed, blushing and asking her to wait a moment while he puts on some clothes. Hae-in thinks that he must have been in the shower. As he gets dressed, he thinks that she really came to his house. He considers it a disaster since he hasn't tidied up anything and hasn't been able to take out the trash. Then she calls him, and as the young man turns around, he hears Hae-in asking if he could lend her a change of clothes like last time, since before starting to drink, she would love to take a shower first. Leaving the young man speechless. So, in the bathroom, the lovely lady cleans herself and freshens up. Meanwhile, Yeowon cleans a small table. But then he reflects on the fact that she remembered his address and thought that when she came before, she had forgotten. That leads him to assume that she will always remember him, questioning whether that means he can go to her apartment without warning. Since he believes that will happen, he considers cleaning the apartment every day because he doesn't want anything to smell weird. He even thinks that maybe he should buy an air freshener. That's when Hae-in calls Yeowon and tells him there are no towels in the bathroom, asking if he could bring her one. He responds that he will get one immediately, to which she nods, indicating she will wait. But in his nervousness, the young man gets confused and starts looking for a towel, as he seems to have forgotten where he keeps them. After finding one, he gives it to Hae-in, who thanks him before closing the door. The boy wonders where all this tension is coming from if he only gave her a towel. He sits on the floor and reflects that he needs to calm down, as in moments like this, it is necessary to stay composed. He starts imagining a blasphemous remix, and as he meditates on it, he believes he is about to have an epiphany. But then Hae-in appears, calling him and asking if the shirt he lent her isn't too big. This leaves the young man surprised and blushing at such beauty. For her part, the girl comments that it looks like the shirt will fall off if she moves a little and asks if he doesn't have a tighter one. Then, she strikes a pose and jokingly asks if she should keep wearing that shirt out of respect for his taste. Yo-woon turns as red as a tomato but plays along, saying he doesn't have any other clothes. However, Hae-in asks him not to lie and tells him she just needs another piece of clothes. The young man agrees. So, she puts on a sweatshirt and says this will do. She considers that it's a large size, but she can zip it up. She adds that he has very broad shoulders and notices that the clothes fit him very loosely, which she finds incredible. Changing the subject, Yo-woon asks how she finished work so quickly, as he thought he had heard that she would be working late into the night. She reflects on that and remembers that she was recording the singing. Immediately, she informs those outside that she will keep what she just sang and asks them to play the pre-chorus first. Then, she says that she just finished the verses and will use them as a mixing source, as well as recording them separately. Outside the booth, they inform her that the monitoring is done. There are a couple of young people present. Hwam Ki-hoo, the lead guitarist of Long Afternoon, comments that she is recording very quickly today and that she usually does takes until she is satisfied. He asks if this isn't her song, to which Lim Ji-won, the bassist of Long Afternoon, replies that it will be noticeable in the result, since she is doing it perfectly as always. After some time, Hae-in leaves the music studio and informs them that her part is finished. One of the guys gives his approval and congratulates her on a job well done. Then, he says they are done for today and suggests that maybe they could have a party. However, Hae-in interrupts him, rejecting the idea and informing them that she has work. That leaves the young man somewhat confused. She explains that they will have the party after the mixing is done and that the drums were recorded first. Additionally, she congratulates everyone and informs them that she will leave first, asking them to be careful when returning home. She leaves the place. Seeing that, Kim Hoon can't believe it, as he was waiting to invite her for a drink to celebrate the new song release. He wonders if she has a boyfriend. So in the present, Hae-in and Yo-woon are eating fried chicken. She says that she doesn't know when they will finish recording, so she always allows extra time. That's why she sometimes finishes earlier than expected. The young man understands that and admits that he finds it interesting. Just then, Hae-in suggests having a drink before listening to the new Long Afternoon song, and Yo-woon asks if what she has isn't an expensive whiskey. She replies that she is drinking it because she got a little, and she confesses that it is not that expensive. Then, she pours some for both herself. Yo-woon drinks it all in one go, which impresses Hae-in. It is then that he asks if she isn't going to drink. She responds that no, because she is worried about getting drunk too quick. Hearing that, he thinks that he doesn't believe she got drunk that fast the last time she drank whiskey. But Hae-in changes the subject and asks if they shouldn't start with the review first. The young man agrees since it is getting late and asks to play the music. The new song, Blue Kite. He asks if she is ready, to which she nods and suggests starting at the same time. So they press play and focus on the music. Hae-in reflects that this is the same song she has recorded and mixed hundreds of times. She thought that upon hearing it she would be bored, but now, listening to it, she recalls all the thoughts she had while composing it. Fixing some parts and trying out melodies, adding instruments, or even changing the lyrics. Countless thoughts run through her mind, considering that a part of her is in that song. Additionally, just knowing that someone in the world will listen to it makes her feel overwhelmed. It is then that she takes a sip of her drink and wonders if Yeowon is liking it. She imagines his reaction of approval and happiness while listening to the music, but also the possibility of disapproval and disappointment with the new song. However, in the end, she concludes that any reaction is fine as long as he listens to her songs. Obviously, she thinks it would be better if he liked it. It is then that she looks at him and notices that, in reality, he is on the verge of tears. Seeing that, Hain thinks it's ridiculous and wonders if he is about to cry. Then she calls him, and he, surprised, asks if she has finished listening. But she, somewhat worried, asks what he was thinking about. The young man replies that the song is very good and that the lyrics really moved him. Even more when it said, "Barely flies at the height of your eyes but does not show itself. With a fading I can cling to but cannot reach. Still today, I resemble you." That part of the lyrics shook him. Then he asks her what she thought of it. She thinks for a moment and responds that the acoustic guitar recording was truly beautiful. Yeowon laughs as he finds her evaluation too vague and asks her to tell him more about how she felt. Then she talks about the melody, but then wonders what she should do. She remembers that when she found out about things like the music gathering, she didn't want to attend because she thought she would fade away. But now, she wants to get drunk as if there were no tomorrow. She wants to talk and play. She confesses that her heart feels like it's about to explode. On the other hand, Yeowon looks at her and, slightly blushing, wonders what he can do. He thinks that maybe it's because he hasn't had a strong drink in a while, or maybe it's the music. But at this moment, the only thing he desires is to be able to hug Hain. He questions whether these are his true feelings. So the night continues, with plenty of drinks and food. At one point, Hain raises her glass and says, "That's when it all started." When the Beatles arrived at New York Airport on February 7, 1964, there was a genuine frenzy. The airport came to a standstill, marking the beginning of the British invasion. She adds that in any case, the Beatles had tons of female fans as idols of the time, so when a journalist approached them and asked them to sing for the audience, all four responded in unison, "Let them pay first." That makes them both start laughing. Yeon says it's funny and immediately points out that she must be a huge Beatles fan since she knows that story by heart. The girl replies that the Beatles were the first pop music her uncle played when she was a child. She was always listening to their songs, so it was a cultural shock for her to hear something so old. At first, she didn't like the sound quality and didn't understand the lyrics, so she thought that was the reason and refused to listen to them. But the more she listened, the more she realized how good and surprising they were. The voices of people who lived before she was born kept singing to her even in the present. That's why she wanted to dedicate herself to music. She wanted her voice to be heard even hundreds of years later, even after aliens invaded Earth. Hearing that, Yeon is intrigued. Hain responds that yes, the guild aliens will take over the planet. The boy asks what that is and if it's a prophecy, but his friend replies no, it's a fact since the human race descends from aliens. Yoon starts laughing and comments that she sounds like a child. However, a doubt arises in the young man, and he asks if she doesn't make music, as he would like to hear some of her songs. Hain thinks about it for a moment and before answering about her songs, lowers her gaze and reflects. Then she replies that she doesn't have any yet, and moreover, she doesn't have a favorite song. Her friend mentions that it's a shame because he's sure her songs would be good. That's when she changes the subject and mentions that, instead, she'll make him a special whiskey cocktail. Yoon responds that he can't drink anymore, that he thinks he has had too much that night, and adds that he loved Long Afternoon's new song, and that the story was interesting. Haeyeon asks if he is sleepy. He replies that he is a little since he stayed up late the night before due to his exams. That makes his friend think of something, and in a spontaneous act, she lies down on Yeon's legs while grabbing her phone. Seeing her, he asks what she's doing, and Hain responds that she's lying down and writing in her journal. She explains that she has an app called Letters to the Stars. In that app, every day you write a line about how you feel, and a star appears in the sky. She thinks it's something really beautiful. Yeon, blushing, asks if she's going to write today. She, also blushing, replies yes and adds that she will write that his thighs are just the right amount of soft and firm, so they're perfect as pillows. That sparks the young man's curiosity, and he asks what exactly that means. Hain responds that she's going to write that she'll sleep using him as a pillow. He laughs and replies that if that's the case, he'll also sleep using her. She looks at him with some curiosity and asks if that's true or if he's joking. Looking at her closely, he asks if she's not scared and if she thinks he's serious. But confident, Hain sighs and responds that she's not scared and that he's drunk. That's how she gets up and asks why they don't go to sleep since she's also a bit tired. At that moment, he says he's not drunk, confessing that he really wants to sleep in her arms that night. And with a gaze that pierces the soul, he asks if she will let him. Hain remains silent for a few seconds and responds with a question, wanting to know if he is brave enough to embrace her. He opens his arms and asks for a hug, assuring her that he won't stop her. That's how he dives headfirst into that opportunity, literally throwing himself and making both of them fall to the floor. Hain looks completely surprised and embarrassed. For his part, Yoon says he's holding himself back a lot, that he doesn't want to treat her badly, and that he doesn't want to do anything. Upon hearing that, she seems to understand, smiles with her eyes, and says she gets it, that she will really let him. That they can stay embraced that night. And it seems that happens, because after a few seconds like that, Hain calls him. But he responds that it's great. That leaves the girl curious, wondering if he really fell asleep while they were hugging. She remembers that he said he had been up late the previous night because of his exams, in addition to the fact that they drank whiskey together. That's when she, with great effort, starts moving him toward the bed. Once there, she looks at him for a moment and reflects on how, after drinking, he falls asleep, giving him small taps. Then, she starts taking off his sweatshirt and thinks that at least he said something, wondering if he would mind if she snuggled up with him. She throws the sweatshirt onto the couch and hugs. That makes her realize that she likes the smell of his soap, the scent of his fabric softener, and the slight smoky touch of the whiskey. She feels like he's driving her crazy, that she wants to smell his neck, that she desires to sense the scent of his bare skin. She concludes that she loves his scent. But she doesn't want him to know that she didn't tell him it was long, that she didn't reveal everything about herself, that she cowardly hid to observe his reaction and revel in it all. That leads her to reflect on something deeper. Maybe it's not Yeowoon who lacks the courage to embrace someone, but rather the person hiding their identity. Maybe it's her. That's how the next day, Yeowoon wakes up, confesses that he's going to have a headache, and wonders how much he drank last night. Moreover, he questions when he got to bed and remembers Haein talking about the Beatles the night before. He wonders what happened next and doesn't remember anything, so he hugs the blanket and thinks that he doesn't know what happened, but that he'll sleep a little longer, believing that Haein went home first. However, he feels something strange and wonders what it is and why the blanket is so stiff. He questions what's there, and upon touching the blanket, it seems very soft or something like that. That's when Haein starts emerging from there, saying good morning and laughing a little. That leaves the young man completely shocked. She, on the other hand, asks if he slept well and hopes he wasn't uncomfortable because of her. Yeoon, still confused, wonders what's going on, and if he really slept with her last night. He questions whether they were in the same bed and can't believe it. He thinks it can't be true and wonders if he made a mistake. Just at that moment, she asks if he wants ramen for breakfast. At a certain moment, Haein is drying her hair with a hairdryer, a gesture that does not go unnoticed by Yoon, who watches her in silence. Suddenly, he breaks the silence with a question that troubles him, wanting to know if he really spent the night with her. The doubt torments him, and unable to help himself, he questions himself. Did he get drunk again? Did he do something strange without remembering? His thoughts are interrupted when Haein, without warning, calls his name, startling him suddenly. He barely has time to react when she asks about his schedule for the day and if he has any important commitments. Yeon, still a little confused, calmly responds that he has nothing special planned beyond his workday. He explains that after work, he will spend the rest of the day at home going through some pending tasks. Upon hearing his response, Haein seems relieved. With a slight smile, she comments that it's good since he will be able to rest a little. She recalls that the day before, he looked extremely exhausted and is glad to know he will have some time to relax. Then she gets up and mentions that she will eat the ramen before going to work. Yoon watches her for a moment and asks why she doesn't stay at his place until it's time for work. He assures her that if she decides to stay, he wouldn't mind at all. However, after picking up the bowl, Haein turns to him with a curious expression and questions why she should stay. With a slightly playful tone, she asks if he wants her to spend more time with him. Faced with that unexpected question, Yeon becomes visibly nervous. He quickly shakes his head and responds that it's not that, but that she might be too tired to go home and then head out again. Haein, without giving it too much thought, tells him that she doesn't mind going home to relax a bit before going out again. Besides, she adds that she needs to change clothes. She adds that it's not that she likes his place, it's just that where he lives is closer to the studio where she works. That left the young man deep in thought, wondering if he should tell her that she can come to his place whenever she wants. However, he immediately dismissed that thought and questioned himself about what he was thinking and why Haein would go to his apartment without any reason. He reminded himself that there was nothing between them, trying to push the idea out of his mind. That's when she called him and immediately asked if he usually did any kind of exercise. That caught him by surprise, piquing his curiosity. Naturally, he responded that he worked out at home on his days off and that sometimes he went running in the morning as he had been part of an athletics club in the past. Haein nodded as if she had gotten the answer she expected. Intrigued, Yeon couldn't help but ask her why she was asking. Haein, without hesitation, explained that she simply felt that he was in good shape. Then, in a casual tone, she mentioned what had really led her to that conclusion, since she had hugged him last night. She confessed that she had thought he had broad shoulders, but it was when she hugged him that she could feel his solid body and the firmness of his arms. Yeon, suddenly nervous about that comment, quickly asked her if he had hugged her back. Haein, with a hint of amusement in her tone, looked at him curiously before asking if he didn't remember. Then, without giving him time to react, she lightly revealed that the night before, he had suddenly hugged her. With a teasing tone, she recounted how he had said that he was holding back to save his life. Yeon widened his eyes in surprise, trying to process what he had just heard. He murmured to himself, trying to convince himself that it couldn't be true and that she must be teasing him. But Haein firmly denied it, assuring him that it was completely true. She then asked again, with a tone between amusement and genuine curiosity, if he really didn't remember. Then, in a softer voice, she added something else. She said that when he suddenly hugged her so tightly, she thought she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. However, he ended up falling asleep before she did, so she just lay beside him and let herself be carried away by the tranquility of the moment. The boy apologized to her, thinking he must have been really drunk. But Haein replied that it was okay and that she had enjoyed the moment too. That left Yoon somewhat surprised. Then, the girl mentioned that it had been a long time since she had hugged someone so tightly. She revealed that she learned something new, that people's bodies are harder than she thought. She told him not to worry too much about it and assured him that everything was fine while getting up and collecting the dishes, as she would take care of washing them. At another moment, a couple of people are exercising when Yeun runs past them at full speed. While running, he reflects on how he has been studying a lot lately and has barely exercised, so he is probably out of shape. That's why he is only doing it for his health and fitness, not to impress Hain. Pushing himself to the limit, at one point he remembers Hain and thinks that if she likes it, of course that would be great. Stopping for a moment to catch his breath, he starts stretching and tells himself that it's fine, that he just needs to run one more lap before going home to work on his upper body. He plans to do 1,000 push-ups. Meanwhile, at Hain's workplace, she is focused on her drawing and in a good mood. Looking at the drawing, she confesses that the character resembles someone she knows and wonders if she might include it in her YingStar photo later. That's when Ham Ki-hoon appears, yelling for her, completely startling her and making her quickly hide her tablet. The man, noticing her reaction, asks why she is so surprised and if she was watching something inappropriate. She, making a gesture, responds that she doesn't watch those kinds of things and asks what he is doing there. The man replies that his team has the place reserved until 3. Hain confirms this upon noticing that it is reserved for that idiot. Unbothered, he lightens the conversation by saying that he and his brother-in-law got drunk the night before. Upon hearing this, the girl asks if they went out after she left. The young man nods and tells her that they stayed until dawn at a lamb skewer place where they drank expensive drinks and that he paid the bill. Hain seems happy for him and asks if they got close to Sung Hyun-jae. He answers affirmatively and adds that he also knows his band. Ki-hoon then reveals that before going home the night before, they had a small chat and that he wanted to ask her something. He asks if she would be willing to do a live clip as part of the collaboration. Upon hearing this, she is surprised. Ki-hoon explains that, in other words, it would be a live compilation film, something common, similar to a music video with multiple cameras. Additionally, they could cover her face in the editing, and he asks if she would be willing to try that. Hain stares at him, deep in thought, and begins to reflect. She knew things were going to escalate, but a music video is a big step. Even so, she thinks that if she can gather some courage, she could create that kind of content over and over again. She wonders if that person would have a new expression on their face. Finally, she responds that she will think about it and believes she could do it, as long as it doesn't involve showing her face. Later, Yoon confesses that his muscles hurt a lot from too much exercise and regrets having rushed his training. However, upon further reflection, he realizes that it was a full day. He had breakfast with Han, did quick exercises, and finished his task. Not to mention that he also listened to Long Afternoon's new song. When he arrives at work, he greets his boss, but someone else receives him. This makes him wonder where his boss is and if she went shopping. Upon seeing her, he greets her and heads to change. On the way, he says it's time to switch shifts, and if his boss shows up, he'll tell her he was first. However, the girl responds that the boss won't be able to work that night since she reported being sick an hour ago. This leaves the young man worried, wondering if she got hurt. The girl assures him that she didn't, that she just seems to have a severe cold. She explains that she started feeling chills when she got to work, then developed a very high fever, almost needing to go to the hospital. Yoon, still worried, reflects that he will have to call her later. Then he informs that it's now his turn to work and mentions how hard it must have been for her to be alone. The worker responds that that's why she will stay. She knows it will also be hard for him to work alone, so she will help him just for today. She introduces herself as Won Shin Young. She is 23 years old, and she is on vacation. This is how Shin Young starts working at full speed, delivering orders and attending to customers. Meanwhile, Yo Yoon calls his boss, and when she answers, he asks how she is doing. She, lying in a hospital bed, responds that it's nothing serious and that she's only there with intravenous fluids because she was overworked. However, she also thinks she drank too much last night while watching a drama, which makes Yo Yoon laugh. Then, his boss asks him what's going on with work, whether he thinks he can handle it on his own, and if he needs an assistant. The young man thinks for a moment, and looking at his coworker, he replies that Shin Young said she would stay to help him that afternoon. Hearing that, his boss asks if that means she's working 2 shifts in a row. The young man replies that yes, but he notes that she's just a student on vacation who does nothing during the day, so he considers it fine as long as she gets paid extra. His boss reflects that it must be exhausting, but has no problem with it. So she asks her to do everything she can and tells him to close early today since she will be at the hospital for more tests and then will leave. Yo Yoon understands and asks her to get some rest, thus ending the call. Right away, he thinks about how happy he is knowing that she's okay. Then he walks over to Shin Young and calls her. Upon hearing him, she asks what the boss said. He replies that the boss said she can work because she will pay her extra and also advised her not to overwork. Additionally, he asks her to work with him today, since there will be many customers in the afternoon, and it won't be easy. She, full of youthful energy, tells him not to worry because she is strong. Yo Yoon thanks her for her help and then thinks about how lucky he is, knowing that she is a smart person and won't be clumsy at work. Then he tells her that he will now take out the trash bins and receive some orders, to which she nods in understanding. But before he leaves, she comments that she has heard about him. She heard from the boss that he is in his 4th year of university, so she asks if he is older than her. She tells him not to hesitate to speak informally with her since she is 23 years old. He confirms that he will, and then asks if she can watch the counter for a minute since he has work to do. After taking out the trash, Yo Yoon thinks that Shin Young is a clingy person and that, despite having worked with her for just 1 day, she's already asking him to speak informally with her. He remembers that a certain person used to ask him how long he would stay with someone else, how often they met, or how frequently they saw each other. He wonders when he started measuring the continuity of a relationship and the distance between them. But then he returns to the present, setting that simple memory aside. So when he returns to the cafe, Shin Young informs him that they are in trouble. This leaves the young man confused at first, but the girl explains that they have an order for 15 drinks and sandwiches and that she needs help. Seeing the order, the young man is astonished and wonders if it's really for 15 people at this hour. Shin Young confirms and adds that everyone ordered different drinks, which is driving her crazy. Then, Yo Yoon asks her to prepare the drinks while he takes care of the sandwiches. The young man wonders why things got complicated at that moment, but still, he looks at Shin Young and reflects that he is glad she stayed. He was worried that she had only worked there for 2 months, but he concludes that she is very good at her job and responsible, so he can trust her. However, she says that the blender isn't working, which complicates the order even more. At the end of the day, Yo Yoon comments that it has been a tough shift and that the number of customers in the store has increased as the days get longer. For her part, Shin Young asks if she can leave first and offers to help him with the final touches. He replies that it's okay and mentions that the boss doesn't want to pay for a taxi, so he asks her to leave early. However, the girl replies that she doesn't need a taxi since she lives across from the building. This surprises the boy, and she bids him goodbye, saying they will see each other tomorrow. He does the same and asks her to get home safely. As she leaves, he watches her and then begins preparing to close, making sure he can handle the returns by himself. However, he stops and reflects on something important. He wonders how old Miss Haein is since he has never asked her age. He admits that he has no problem talking to her without knowing, but still, he feels curious. Already at the station, Hain answers that she is 39 years old. This leaves the boy completely silent and somewhat puzzled, until he asks if she is lying again, since the expression on her face when she answered clearly gave away a lie. However, she asks if he really didn't believe that she is 39. Yo-yoon responds that no, he's just surprised because if it's true, a long time has passed. That's when he asks again how old she really is and if it's a secret. Hain responds that it's not a secret and questions why he suddenly feels curious about it, also asking if he is investigating her to see if she's suspicious. He replies that it's not like that, but she insists on knowing why he is curious and adds that she doesn't know his age either, and that in reality, it doesn't matter. The young man looks at her for a few seconds before admitting that she is right, that it's not important, and that he was asking the wrong question. But Hain, seeing his expression, feels that something is not right and wonders if she was too harsh on him, as she only wanted to tease him a little. So she tells him that she will reveal her age, but first he must promise her something. From now on, when he calls her by her name, he must continue referring to her as Miss. This leaves the young man confused, and he then asks if she hid her age just so he would keep calling her that, as he thought it would be awkward. However, Hain explains that she likes being called that way because it makes her feel like she is treated as an adult. He, looking at her a little longer, jokingly asks if she likes that kind of role-playing. But she quickly responds that it is not like that. She confesses that she simply enjoys it when he calls her Miss Hain, and although she finds it a bit strange, she likes it. Yo-yoon, upon hearing that, tells her that from now on, he will call her that, as it is not that difficult. Immediately, he asks again how old she is, and if she is the same age as him. Then she replies that she is 21 years old. At that moment, it is revealed to us that Lee Yo-yoon is 25 years old. He thinks this is ridiculous. He believes that she is already a professional and argues that, to have finished university, she must have been at least 22 years old, so he does not understand how she can be that age. That is when Hae-in reveals that she never went to university, that she simply got a job as soon as she came of age. She adds that if he does not believe her, she can show him her ID. This leaves him puzzled, remembering that in a previous conversation, she mentioned something about him still being in university. Hae-in explains that she said that because she started working first while he was still studying, so technically, she was not lying. Yo-yoon also comments on how strange he finds it that she is so young and yet has such skill in preparing whiskey bombs. To which she responds that she learned it from her uncle. Just at that moment, the train begins to arrive. Hae-in, leaning on Yo-yoon's shoulder, tells him that, anyway, he just made a promise and that it will not change the way he must call her from now on. Then she asks if he agrees, calling him Uncle Yo-yoon. This makes him laugh nervously, but he thinks that she speaks like an adult with many years of experience. He thought she would be older than him, or that maybe they would be the same age, but it turns out that she is a fox, meaning a sly, cunning, and sneaky person. One day at the cafe, the boss mentions that she is already tired after a day off at work, and that maybe tomorrow she will need a massage before going to work. Yo-woon asks if she shouldn't take more days off, but his boss replies that if she did, she would surely lose money. The boy, upon hearing that, comments that she will surely die thinking about money. However, his boss doesn't care and responds that running out of money scares her more than death. Immediately, she asks what he thinks about Shin Young and adds that, although she has only been working there for 2 months, she considers her efficient. She also highlights that she has a cheerful personality, is good at serving customers, and is also very friendly. Yo-woon responds that she still hasn't memorized all the recipes, to which his boss replies that it's understandable since she hired her in a rush. Even so, she is glad that he is there with her. She adds that without him, she wouldn't be at ease and that he is the only part-time employee she can trust to manage the cafe. The young man blushes and asks why she says that so suddenly. But Yojo looks at him with admiration and immediately changes the subject to ask if he will be busy on his next day off. Yewon thinks for a moment and replies that he doesn't have much to do. That's when his boss suggests they should go eat some meat. Immediately, she clarifies that it's her way of thanking him since she knows he suffered a lot yesterday. Upon hearing that, Yewon responds that if that's the case, she could thank him in cash, which annoys his boss since she has already paid him his entire salary. However, suddenly she changes her attitude and asks him to accompany her for a drink because besides that, she also wants to eat some meat. He, with few options, accepts with resignation and tells her that if that's what she wants, they can grill meat at his house. But she insists on going to a restaurant, arguing that it would be pathetic to eat alone and that it is very depressing to be at home, eating meat and washing dishes without company. Remembering how she used to complain when she did that at home, lamenting not having a wealthy life, she insists again that they should go eat together. The young man reflects for a moment and realizing that he is not busy, decides to accept. Then he asks where they are going, but just at that moment his boss notices something strange. That catches the boy's attention and he watches her curiously. However, the woman asks him to watch the counter for a second before leaving the place. On the other hand, in the cafe, there was someone familiar, Hyun-jae, who was listening to music on his phone. He reflected that the version mixed by his studio engineer of the collaborative song was more complete overall. However, he considered that the version mixed by Hain wasn't bad. He thought it had a slightly rough sound, but each instrument contributed its own unique touch, creating the retro feel of Long Afternoon and a distinctive sense of space. After analyzing it, he wondered what he should do. He confessed that he loved both versions, making it difficult to decide. Finally, he concluded that he would have to go back to his studio and listen to them again on his monitors. However, when he took off his headphones, he heard something. Looking back, he saw that someone was taking pictures of him. That made him wonder if someone had just taken a picture of him in secret. Although it wasn't the first time it had happened, he still felt embarrassed when it did. He reflected that he would prefer if they approached him and took a photo with him. Or perhaps he thought they didn't want a photo with him but were simply interested in other people's private lives. Then, he stood up and said he didn't mind, but he didn't want to cause trouble in the cafe. So he decided to leave for the moment. Just at that moment, Yojo stepped in front of the girl and asked her to wait a moment. He informed her that the rules stated that filming other customers was not allowed, but the person taking photos or recording replied that they weren't filming another customer but rather a TV celebrity. But the owner responded that famous or not, anyone who enters her cafe is a customer, and she asked if they could stop doing that. Then, the girl stood up and replied that she also had the right to express her opinion since she was also a customer. She then asked if it was okay for a cafe worker to act that way toward a customer. Unfazed, the owner coldly responded and asked if she had ordered anything. She added that, in general, she didn't say anything to those who sat without ordering, but she admitted that she couldn't stand seeing someone bothering other customers. She demanded that the girl at least order a drink or leave. That made the woman a bit nervous. Without another word, she left the place and threatened to destroy the business online. She claimed she would spread everything on social media and drive them out of the market. Before leaving, she cursed. Without getting upset, he simply replied that it was fine, thanked her, and said goodbye. Hyun-jae thanked the cafe owner and apologized for causing so much trouble. However, the woman replied that there was always noise in a cafe and that it was part of the business. She told him not to worry and to come back whenever he wanted, as she didn't care whether he was famous or not. Immediately, she asked if he liked cappuccinos with a friendly tone. After being speechless for a moment, he replied that he did, so she offered him one. After tasting it, Hyun-jae said it was the best cappuccino he had ever had, and shortly after, he left the establishment. As he walked, he commented that the whole thing had been annoying and that being famous must be exhausting since he always ended up getting into trouble. For her part, Yeowoon told her boss that she had done a good job since she managed to retain their regular customer and get rid of the troublesome person. Then she confessed that she was a genius. But the owner replied that she wasn't a genius and that she simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. She explained that ignoring those situations would only make her life miserable. Changing the subject, she brought up the invitation to eat meat again and admitted that she was craving beef. Yeowoon, sighing, replied that they would go and that surely her boss couldn't wait to eat. Her boss confirmed her words and informed her that they would meet at 7. Then, that day arrived, and Yeowoon was waiting for her boss. While looking at her phone, she reflected that it was almost time for summer internships and that she still hadn't visited any companies. She supposed she would have to wait a little longer for that. However, after thinking about it a bit more, she wondered why she was overthinking it and considered that it wasn't urgent. She thought that there was no need to put too much pressure on herself and that the job search was still going according to plan. That is, of course, unless she got sidetracked while checking job listings on her phone. To distract herself, she decided to listen to Long Afternoon, a new song she loved and that also relaxed her. But just before doing so, something caught her attention. She wondered what it was, and upon noticing the indie music recommendation list in the app, she realized that the album cover was different. At that moment, her boss arrived and commented that she had arrived early. Turning around, Yeowoon noticed that she was accompanied by Shin Young. Surprised, she confessed that she didn't know Shin Young was coming with them. Her boss replied that Shin Young had also worked hard that day and that they should give her some meat to eat. That made the girl even happier. "Shin Young, by the way," greeted Yeowoon, and she greeted her back. Thus, her boss started a barbecue, cheering everyone on as she added that today's goal was to eat an entire beef. She also commented that it had been a long time since they had eaten something like that, so they wouldn't go home until they were completely full. Yeowoon was surprised by that side of her boss, and even more so when Shin Young took her by the arm and insisted that they eat right. She mentioned that she hadn't eaten beef in a long time either. Yeowoon nodded and said they were going, although in her mind she couldn't help but wonder why Shin Young had suddenly grabbed her arm. It felt strange. However, she decided that the only thing she would think about today was enjoying the beef. Meanwhile, in a music store, Hain was writing something. As he did, he thought that it didn't sound good at all and wondered if it was the rhythm or perhaps simply because he was hungry. Already at the restaurant, the group is grilling the meat when Yeojo exclaims that it is delicious. She considers that when she is tired, there is nothing better than a juicy beefsteak. She asks them to eat quickly, but before she finishes speaking, her workers are already devouring everything. Excited, Yeojo asks the waiter for a bottle of soju, but Yeowoon looks at her with concern and asks if she is not overdoing it, reminding her that she recently had a hangover. Her boss confidently responds that she is fine. Poison is fought with poison and alcohol with more alcohol. However, the young man replies that such a saying does not exist. Moreover, he suggests that she eat in moderation since she has no one to take care of her. To which Yeojo replies that he is there. Unmoved, Yeowoon firmly replies that he has no intention of taking care of her. That small argument seems to catch Shin Young's attention, who watches them with a certain admiration. Immediately, she comments that the two get along very well and asks if they knew each other before. Yeojo shakes her head and explains that they have simply worked together for a long time. Additionally, she mentions that they occasionally had meals together since both live alone. That is why, on their days off, she would call him to go out and hang out. Shin Young seems surprised and, after a brief pause, asks if they are dating or something similar. Upon hearing that, Yeowoon spits out his drink and with evident nervousness, asks what she is talking about. Quickly, he hurries to clarify that they only eat together. Nothing more. Shin Young responds that it is just a man and a woman eating alone, to which the boy states that this does not mean it is something romantic. However, Yeojo mentions that it was, and that she was the one who flirted with Yoon. She adds that he played hard to get and that it was annoying. The boy asks her not to make up things that never happened. The woman apologizes but continues laughing. Then Shin-young looks at him and asks if he lives alone, moving a little closer as she inquires if he has a partner. Yeon replies that yes, he lives alone and does not have a partner. However, his boss highlights that he has someone he likes. Shin-young becomes excited with this information and asks if it is true, who it is, and whether it is someone she knows. Curious, she questions whether it is Ju-yeon from the morning shift. But Yeon, confused, asks who that is since he does not even know the morning shift staff. It is then that he mentions that it is just someone he frequently crosses paths with and that he does not even have her number, so he would not say it is something romantic. However, he lowers his gaze and reflects. If asked what kind of relationship they have, he would say she is someone he wants to keep talking to. Shin-young observes him more closely, and noticing that his glass is empty, asks if he wants another round. Yeon nods and thanks her. But suddenly, his boss startles them by questioning whether they do not see that her glass is also empty. He demands to be served quickly and declares that today they will drink until they die. Shin-young likes the idea, but Yeon comments that this won't happen since he doesn't want to die. Meanwhile, in the music studio, Hae-in is playing the guitar a little. She feels that something is off and that the song's progression is too predictable. She wonders if she should change the structure of the pre-chorus. Just at that moment, her uncle enters the room, calling her and asking if she wants to go out for dinner tonight. Seeing her, he stops and asks what she is doing on the floor of the practice room, wondering if she is rehearsing a performance. The girl replies that they are planning to do a live performance and questions what kind of performance she could be rehearsing. She then clarifies that she was simply lying on the floor because she couldn't get the compositions to come out. Her uncle comments that it's strange since she hasn't had a creative block in a long time, as she usually writes lyrics effortlessly. Hae-in admits that sometimes this happens and that she can't always do everything with the same ease. Moreover, this time, she confesses that she doesn't know why, but she wants to write the song with more seriousness. And it's taking her uncle, with a sympathetic look, stands up and asks if she would like to go out for a meal to clear her mind a little. Hae-in hesitates for a moment and asks what will happen with this. The man responds that the guys practicing are his friends, so he'll tell them he's going out to eat, and they will surely take care of everything. He insists that she should go out and clear her mind a bit, as well as see some people, since he believes that this might help her come up with new ideas for the song. She thinks about it for a moment before accepting, and her uncle mentions that they will decide on the menu along the way. Later at night, Yeojo is somewhat drunk and with a bottle of alcohol in hand, mentions that she feels lonely. Yeon, somewhat confused, asks her what's wrong, as she was just saying she wanted to eat beef and now she's complaining. Her boss responds that she complains because she is alone and that when she returns home, she will be alone again. She confesses that sometimes she thinks maybe she shouldn't have gotten divorced. To this, Yeon replies that she is bringing this up again and that they had already promised not to have those regrets. The boss apologizes and has an idea. She asks why they don't go to a whiskey bar for a second round, assuring them that she will pay. Yeon, always responsible, states that he has class early the next day and that this is as far as he goes. Shin-young also decides to stop, commenting that he has eaten too much. Yeojo, upon hearing them, calls them boring and mentions that she was going to treat them to expensive liquor. Nonetheless, she doesn't want to cancel her plan, so she decides to go alone. This worries Yeon, who asks if she is sure about drinking alone. Yeojo responds that she will be fine since she is friends with the bar owner. Then she bids them farewell, wishing them a safe return home. Yeon comments that he is worried she might pass out again, but that doesn't seem to matter to Shin-young, who looks at him with a certain hidden intention. Then he takes her by the arm and asks where they are going now, leaving Yeon confused. Shin-young mentions that there is a draft beer bar nearby and asks if they can go there for just one drink. Yeon reminds her that she said she was full, but the girl replies that she only said that because if he wasn't going, she wouldn't go either. Additionally, she adds that she wanted to talk a little more with him and asks if he would accept having just one drink before returning to their respective. Yeon hesitates and says that he is actually a bit tired. Shin Young observes him for a moment and then asks if he is thinking about that person he says he has something with. In the end, she states that it's just a something, not even a confession or an official relationship. She adds that if he takes it too seriously, he'll only end up hurting himself, and that the person he says he has something with might just be playing with him. Then she questions if that isn't the case. Yeon looks at her in silence for a moment and responds that even if it is as she says, and if that person is only playing with him, he wants to show that he is serious, pulling away from the arms she had around him. He states that when he likes someone, he prefers to be direct, even if in the end, his heart gets broken. Even if he ends up devastated. He asks that they only drink at work gatherings and apologizes. That leaves Shin Young speechless, but then a proud smile forms on her face as she states that he is a good guy before taking his arm again. She asks him not to feel so bad and assures him that she just wanted to be a true friend, adding that they will drink together when they are with the boss. Yoon understands but asks why she is still holding on to his arm. She responds that it's just a habit of hers. She even does it with the boss. However, Yoon states that it makes him feel a little uncomfortable, but Shin Young asks him to let her stay like that until the corner. The young man thinks that she is completely drunk, and for that reason, he concludes that taking care of drunk people is the most complicated thing. However, on the other side of the street, he sees something. It's Haein, who is accompanied by her uncle, although he doesn't know that. For her part, she looks at him, noticing that he is accompanied by a girl she doesn't know. That makes her somewhat nervous, and just before they continue looking at each other, the traffic light changes and several cars start passing by, blocking. Yeon wonders if it was really Haein he just saw and questions who the person with their hand on her shoulder is, believing it might be her boyfriend. On the other hand, Haein wonders if the person Yoon is linking arms with could be his girlfriend. But before her thoughts go further, it is explained that Haein informed her uncle that she saw a good restaurant nearby on the map. The man, somewhat annoyed, warns her not to look at her phone while walking, as it can be dangerous. She asks him to take her arm while she guides him with the map. In a place where the waves rise imposingly, a small version of Yeon desperately struggles to stay afloat. His arms flail clumsily as the water engulfs him, his voice breaking into a cry for help, pleading for someone to rescue him. He begs to be saved, as he does not know how to swim. The current mercilessly drags him, pushing him in different directions as his desperation increases. Each passing second feels eternal, and his pleas are lost in the sound of the raging sea. But suddenly, the scene dissolves. It was not real. Yeon was not in the water but submerged in his thoughts while preparing a drink. With a vacant stare, he stirs the liquid in the glass without even realizing it. It is then that his boss bursts into his reverie, calling his attention with an impatient tone. She asks if he has already prepared the 2 glasses of Blue Moon for customer 13. The young man blinks, abruptly returning to reality, and responds that he has not yet done so. His answer provokes a sigh of frustration from Yojo, who furrows her brow and questions him severely. She wants to know exactly what he is doing and why he is taking so long if he is supposed to be a beverage artisan. Yeon hurriedly apologizes and assures that he will prepare it immediately, but his boss snorts and orders him to leave it. She will handle it herself. Moreover, she tells him to take out the trash to clear his head a little. Before he can say anything else, she warns him that if he comes back and zones out again, she will punch him. Then, with a sharp look, she asks if he has understood. The young man quickly nods, apologizes once more, and leaves without daring to add anything else. Outside, after disposing of the trash in its proper place, he wonders why he has been so distracted all day. He also has to write his autobiography, but he has made no progress. He always ends up lost in his thoughts, unable to concentrate. It is then that he remembers that day, the day he saw Haein with someone else, sharing physical contact that was too affectionate. He believes they must be dating. He remains silent for a few seconds, and gradually, his anger begins to grow. He cannot help but remember that she had told him she was not seeing anyone. Now he feels that once again, he was the only one being sincere. He relives every moment shared with Hain, and his rage intensifies to the point that without thinking, he kicks the trash. Instantly, he realizes what he has done. He sighs, looks at the mess he made, and without saying anything, crouches down to pick up what he knocked. As he does, he reflects. He wonders if his anger truly comes from what others do, or if, deep down, it is his own heart that betrays him. After all, he had said that just seeing her and talking to her would make him happy. However, now he faces a desire he cannot ignore. He wants to have her only for himself. It was still nighttime, but somewhere else. More precisely, in the recording studio. Haein was listening to a song when Sung Hyun-jae asked her what she thought of the new mix, mentioning that his engineer had worked on it all night based on the version she had made. The girl responded dismissively, saying it was fine and that it sounded good. Hyun-jae, noticing her attitude, mentioned that he had something he had made as a test and asked if she would like to listen to it. He explained that he had tried to highlight the long afternoon part more to give it a different nuance. She, without much interest, replied that he could do whatever he wanted since she trusted his work. Even if she didn't say anything, she was sure he would do it well. He looked at her again and noticed something in her expression. After a few seconds of silence, he asked her to wait a moment. Then, in a more serious tone, he asked her not to act that way. He reminded her that no matter how she felt, the work had to be taken seriously. If music were just a hobby for her, he would understand. But this song carried the effort of many people. He mentioned the musicians from the Long Afternoon Band, the engineers, and the staff coordinating the project. Additionally, he warned her that if they did things halfway, all the effort of those who had helped them would be in vain. He asked her to stay focused until the end, as if they failed. The weight of that failure would fall on him. Haein looked at him for a moment before lowering her gaze. Then, in a softer tone, she apologized, admitting that she was a little distracted. Hyun-jae observed her with a bit more confidence. With a firm voice, he stated that she was right, because those harsh words were what he would say as a producer in such a situation. However, this time he would ask a different question. He leaned in a little closer, and with a more personal tone, asked if something was wrong. He had noticed that throughout the day, her expression reflected concern. Haein remained silent for a moment, reflecting before responding that it was nothing. However, as soon as she uttered those words, her mind betrayed her, and the memory of Yowoon suddenly overwhelmed her. That image filled her with frustration and sadness, making her expression reflect those emotions. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she suddenly stood up and raised her voice with force, vehemently declaring that she was very angry. Hyun-jae observed her in surprise, not fully understanding her reaction. His confusion grew when she, with a furrowed brow and an intense gaze, bitterly stated that she didn't understand people. Still confused, he asked what exactly she was trying to say. Haein pressed her lips together before replying coldly. She explained that people were unreliable, that in front of her they insisted enthusiastically, like an eager puppy ready to go for a walk. But behind her back, they acted completely differently, revealing their true nature. Deep down, she wanted to believe that there was someone incapable of betraying her. But even as she expressed her thoughts, she realized she had no right to make that claim. She was aware of it. She understood. But even so, she couldn't help feeling that way. Hyun-jae observed her carefully, and after thinking for a moment, advised her that when meeting someone, she shouldn't dive too deeply into that relationship, no matter who it was. Then, in a calm voice, he told her that other people's hearts were like the bottom of a river. Sometimes we think we know its depth, but in reality, we have no certainty. And if we jump into the water convinced that it's deep, but it turns out to be shallower than we imagined, the only one who will get hurt is ourselves. Hain remained silent, absorbing his words. He continued speaking with the same calmness as before and explained that, for this reason, it was best to approach others with moderate trust and low expectations. When we expect too much, we end up creating a mistaken image of the other person, and that only leads to disappointment. Hyunjae's words resonated within her. She knew he was right. No matter how much she tried to cling to her expectations, reality would always prove that others would never act as she wanted. That uncertainty was what scared her. That's why she hid behind Yukon as a way to protect herself, to avoid getting hurt. But then her mind returned to Yewoon. She wondered if, after all, what she really wanted was a superficial relationship without complications or risks. She clenched her fists, feeling frustration consume her. She was upset, angry at herself, at others, at everything. There were so many things she wanted to say, so many emotions boiling inside her, but in the end, the only thing she allowed herself to admit was an absurd thought. Because despite everything, she still wanted to see that stupid face. And so, at the subway, Yewoon arrived and in front of him, he saw Han. He noticed that she was standing on the platform instead of sitting on the bench as usual. He thought that meant it was okay not to talk to her anymore, that he didn't have to approach or speak to her. He also thought it was because she had a boyfriend. With that idea in mind, he made a decision, and walking past her thought it was fine, that there was no point in clinging pathetically to her. They wouldn't see each other anymore, so there was no reason to insist. However, just as he was about to walk away, he found himself face to face with her. With an expressionless face but a mask of indifference, she asked him to talk for a bit. Hain looked at him with curiosity, and, in a serious tone, he didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked if she had a boyfriend. Hain was surprised by the question and, somewhat confused, responded that she had already told him she didn't have a boyfriend. Still, Yewoon insisted, he stated that he had seen her walking with a man, his arm over her shoulders. He looked at her intently and asked if that man wasn't her boyfriend. Hain recalled that day and without hesitation responded that it was probably her uncle. Yewoon looked at her with a mix of mockery and disbelief. He questioned whether she really thought he would buy that excuse, doubting she had such a young uncle. Ask again if he is telling the truth and if he thinks he is a fool. That angers Hain, who without thinking throws the question back at him. She wants to know if he has a girlfriend since last time she saw a woman walking arm in arm with him. Yewoon also remembers that day. He explains that it was probably a coworker. But Hain is not convinced. With an accusatory tone, she comments that it seems like he walks arm in arm with any woman he knows. Then, with a hint of irony, she asks if he thinks he is the lead singer of the Rolling Stones. He sighs and shakes his head. He tells her that she was the one who took his arm on her own. Hain crosses her arms and challenges him with her gaze. She asks if going out alone on a date was also something she did on her own. Yewoon denies it again. He responds that it was not a date, but a company dinner. But Hain does not give up. She tells him that no one calls a solo outing a company dinner. Yewoon insists that it was not like that. He explains that originally the boss was there. As the discussion progresses, they both start arguing. In the end, Hain sighs and decides to put an end to the conversation. She says it's fine, that they should stop talking about it. After all, he does not believe her, so there is no point in continuing the argument. Looking at him wearily, she asks why they should keep talking about it if it is just a waste of time. Upon hearing those words, Yewoon feels his chest tighten. He remains silent for a moment until he finally murmurs that she is right. Then, in a lower voice, he asks if that is what she really thinks. He wants to know if she truly believes that all of this is a waste of time. Just at that moment, the train is arriving. Hain looks at him seriously and responds that she did not mean it that way. Yewoon watches her for a few seconds and in a firm tone asks her to spend the night with him. Before she can react, he suddenly grabs her by the shoulders. He adds that he will prove to her that he is a sincere person. His words leave her confused, but what unsettles her the most is what he just said, because he said he is going to prove something. At another moment, Yojo is deep in thought about a big decision while looking at the fridge. She wonders if she should get 2 cans of beer or a 4-pack. Then she questions if it might be better to get bottled beer, leaving her in doubt about what to do. She thinks that bottled beer is the best choice to watch the new romantic drama by Kim Yoon, and admits to herself that her mind goes blank just thinking about the lead actor. In the end, she decides to take just 1 can. But before going to pay, she looks at it and reflects that she drank yesterday, so she should skip it today. She reveals that for her, hangovers seem to last longer these days, and she feels her stomach turn. On her way home, she thinks it's sad to keep getting older, since, even though she has money, she can't spend it as she likes. It's then that she hears someone calling her. Turning around, she sees that it's Yo-woon, who is accompanied by Hyein. Upon seeing him, Yojo asks what he's doing there and if he missed the last train, so he had to come back. However, he responds that it's not that, he just needs to check something. He then introduces Hyein, his boss and the owner of the cafe where he works part-time. The girl, a bit embarrassed, greets her, and the boss responds with a greeting as well. Meanwhile, Yojo wonders what's going on and why this girl is here, assuming she might be the one Yo-woon likes, or, more precisely, the one he mentioned meeting on the last train. Yojo thinks she's not the type she expected, but acknowledges that she's pretty and is sure Yo-woon is attracted to her. It's then that Yo-woon asks his boss if they didn't have dinner the other night. She responds that they did, and that she took him and Shin-young to eat meat. The young man mentions that Shin-young was with them, and knowing that, he wants to ask something about her, questioning if she is just a co-worker who ate with him. His boss, upon hearing this, wonders what kind of question that is. She considers that he wanted to know what she was doing there, but now she has a pretty good idea. So, she answers that yes, she is just a co-worker, and it's the only time they've spoken. She explains that they see each other almost every day, but only talk for about 10 minutes when they leave. Hye-in becomes thoughtful, as if the answer makes her feel bad about the accusations she had been making about Yo-woon. It's then that Yolo, with an unforgettable expression, informs them that they don't have a relationship. However, Hyein reveals that when she saw them, they were arm in arm. Yolo, hearing this, explains that the girl has a very kind personality, so she's very clingy. Even when she's alone with her, she always tries to wrap her arms around her. Ye-woon mentions that even when they were heading home together, she wouldn't stop crossing her arms and had told her not to do that. Yolo admits it's true and thinks it's a habit of hers. It's then that the young man looks at Hyein, making their gazes meet. She finally says that, if that's the case, she will believe it. Something he appreciates, letting out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Yolo watches them for a moment and then asks if they want him to take them. He explains that the bus and subway are closed at this time of night, so there's no way to get to their homes. Therefore, he can drive them. Yo-woon replies that that would be great and thanks him, but Hyein declines, saying they're going somewhere else now. This leaves the young man confused, but the girl says that he and she will go together, as it's her turn to prove it this time. This takes him by surprise. But Hyein apologizes to Yolo for wasting his time, something that the boss responds to by saying it's fine. Immediately, the girl asks Yo-woon to accompany her, and they both start walking away from Yolo, who silently bids them farewell before watching them with the same stillness. She reflects that, on second thought, she'll only drink one today since she doesn't want to lose that comforting feeling. Still nighttime, somewhere else, someone is playing something, or more precisely, losing at the game. It was Hyein's uncle who wondered why this game was so hard, when theoretically it shouldn't be. He had a character as a companion, supposedly the strongest class, but he couldn't even use his powers, leading him to conclude that he couldn't do anything. Then, the doorbell rings, and the man wonders who could be ringing at this hour. He opens the door, and seeing Hyein, asks who the guy accompanying her is and what she's doing there. The girl informs him that she wants to ask her uncle something and questions if she's not his niece. The man, upon hearing this, replies that yes, unless she fell and hit her head, but still wants to know why she's asking him that. She explains that the guy keeps asking if he's her boyfriend. Her uncle, surprised, wonders what he might have done to cause such a misunderstanding and admits that he feels embarrassed about it. However, he jokes that maybe it's because he's been with her for so long. Hyein laughs and responds that it's funny and that if that's the case, he should look like an older boyfriend. They both start arguing in a friendly manner, while Yeowon watches them in silence, remembering the day he saw them for the first time. He notices the family relationship they share, and after that, he smiles slightly, feeling the urge to laugh a little and the relief of understanding the misunderstanding. Then, the uncle turns to the young man and asks who he is and why he made such a mistake. Finally, he directly asks him if he could be Haein's boyfriend. Yeowon feels a bit nervous and replies that it's not like that. He was just wondering why. Haein starts hitting her uncle, telling him not to say nonsense. She asks him to go back inside and get some sleep since they're done here. Her uncle responds that it's fine, but then asks how they're going to get home, as the roads are all cut off. Haein replies that they'll figure something out, that they'll take a taxi or walk. Her uncle questions the idea of taking a taxi at this hour, pointing out that they'll charge extra. But his niece mentions that they can also walk. Her uncle thinks for a moment and asks why they don't just wait there for a while, informing them that he'll drive them. Haein, hearing this, asks how he could do that if he doesn't have a car. However, her uncle replies that he can borrow one, which his niece questions, asking where he would get one at this hour. The man answers that he knows some people in the neighborhood. He then leaves and says he'll go borrow a car, telling them to come down when he calls them. Haein tries to ask him to wait, but the man has already left, leaving them alone. The girl apologizes for him, saying he's very stubborn. The young man replies that it's fine and that he's really grateful for her help. They leave the conversation at that and stay silent. Then, Yeowon admits that he doesn't know what to say and that, upon thinking about it, it was all his fault. He shouldn't have brought his doubts this far, as he's been running around causing problems. He admits that he's not even Haein's boyfriend and that he's pathetic. It's then that the girl calls him and says that the night air is still cold. He replies that yes, it's still spring. She suggests making peace and then talking about something interesting again, extending her hand to him. Haein admits that she wants to be in a warm room with him again, so they can talk about fun things. Yeowon watches her closely. Harin asks what he is doing, why he is not holding her hand, and if they are not going to reconcile. He quickly responds yes and takes her hand, assuring her that he wants to make peace. Immediately, he apologizes for the misunderstanding, though he actually thinks he should have taken the initiative. He feels he should have cleared up the confusion and repaired the relationship. For her part, the girl apologizes for having doubted him. However, the young man keeps reflecting. He regrets having doubted himself about doing things right again. Then she calls him and comments that his hands are bigger than they seem. He looks at her and questions whether that is really the case, wondering if they are not just a normal size. She replies that she does not think so, as she considers them much larger than hers and asks him to compare them. He looks at them and confirms that her hands are smaller. She clarifies that it is not that she has small hands, but that his are very large. Yeowon, somewhat surprised, asks how she can play the guitar with such small hands and adds that they are very soft. Haein, amused, questions whether that is a compliment and then explains that the guitar has a different structure, which allows her to play an octave without hurting herself. She also mentions that on the piano, she can play an octave without straining her hand too much. This seems to impress Yeowon. While she watches him, he mentions that he also played the piano when he was a child. Then Haein asks if he does not want to come in and wait. She adds that he can sit and chat as usual, at least until her uncle arrives. He responds that it's fine, and before entering, Yeowon asks what her uncle does. She tells him that he is the boss at the studio where she works. Curious, the young man asks if it is a family business, but Haein replies that it is just a bit dependent. Once inside the apartment, she asks him to sit on the couch while she goes to find something to drink. However, she starts searching for something to drink, as she does not know where the beverages are. Yeowon, upon taking a better look at the apartment, comments that there are many band posters and several instruments. Then he remembers that Haein's uncle used to be in a band. After that, he drops onto a beanbag. Noticing a video game console, he confesses that he has always wanted one of those. Then he reflects that Haein used to talk a lot about her uncle and wonders if she visited him often. This sparks his curiosity about what she was like as a child. Meanwhile, Haein continues searching for something to drink and wonders why there are so many food leftovers in the fridge. Back with Yeowoon, he starts imagining young Haein and thinks that she must have been very beautiful. He believes she must have been quite popular, and at that moment, he wishes to see pictures of her as a student. At that instant, the girl returns and offers him something to drink. She comments that she searched around and only found warm apple juice. He thanks her as she sits beside him. Suddenly, Yeowoon notices something and asks why they are sitting so close. Haein responds that it is not a big deal since there is only one couch. So, he moves slightly away and says that if that is the case, he will sit farther so she is more comfortable. She then asks him not to move, adding that it is more comfortable to lean on each other's shoulders. She also mentions that the couch is old and not very cushioned. With no other options, he decides to return to his previous position, ending up very close to her. Haein, curious, asks if he does not find it more comfortable this way. Yeowoon replies that he does, so the girl mentions that the couch is so old that she cannot sit on it alone, as it is not balanced. That is why, when she visits her uncle, she always sits like that. Yeowoon feels that once again he is being guided. He knows it's his own fault for being there in the middle of the night and that he should be doing something more responsible. He is not only trying to break the ice but also to get closer to her. She, noticing that he keeps looking at her intently, asks what's wrong and if she has something on her face. He replies that it's not that, but rather that he was thinking about how close she seems to be with her uncle, since they looked like good friends before. She nods and says yes, they are very close because her uncle took care of her when she was younger. She remembers that her only brother was studying, and due to their age difference, he didn't have time to be with her. Moreover, her parents worked a lot, so she was often left alone. Her uncle would always visit and play the guitar to keep her company. She adds that back then he was handsome, but now he is a full-grown adult, or almost one. Yeowoon replies that he is still handsome, but she denies it, commenting that he always stayed up late playing games, so he has more dark circles than eyes. In a moment of reflection, Yeowoon simply calls her Haein. He adds that he would like to address her that way since it feels more natural than calling her Miss Haein. She, intrigued, asks if that isn't normal. He replies that, as he mentioned before, it's better this way since they are closer, so they can do it. Then, he asks if she doesn't agree. Haein responds that she doesn't know, but she liked it better before. However, the young man replies that he doesn't like it, and questions why they always have to do what she prefers. He expresses that he also wants to do what he likes. Haein watches him for a moment and asks what's wrong with him, why such a sudden change. She accuses him of acting like a puppy and behaving unnecessarily cute. Finally, she gives in and accepts his request but warns him that he can only call her that 10 times. Then she asks if he agrees. He nods, satisfied. Immediately, he starts calling her Haein repeatedly. She, bewildered, asks what he's doing and why he's saying all 10 times at once. He replies that she only mentioned he could say it 10 times and asks if she didn't want to hear it. She admits that she didn't, but that she simply feels a little embarrassed. She lowers her gaze, then looks at him and tells him that now it's his turn. Then she begins to say Yeowoon's name several times, until he, surprised, asks what she's doing and why she's imitating him. She responds with a smile that she's just singing, nothing more. Leaning on his shoulder, she asks if he didn't want to hear her. He, noticing how close she is, responds that not in that way, and almost instinctively, hides. She looks at him curiously and asks if he is now the one hiding out of embarrassment. With a mischievous smile, she comments that now she knows how she felt. Yeowoon, for his part, internally questions what's happening to him. He wonders if he is having inappropriate thoughts, but quickly tells himself no, that she just said his name. So he doesn't understand why he feels so excited. He repeats the same question to himself over and over again. Haein watches him in silence, intrigued. Suddenly, she remembers the words of her music companion. When you meet someone, no matter how well you think you know them, don't get too involved. Other people's minds are like the bottom of a river. Even if you think you know its depth, you can never truly be sure. If you jump in thinking it's deep, and it turns out not to be, The only one who will get hurt is you. That's why it's better to have a little faith and fewer expectations, rather than expecting too much, as expectations only distort the image of the other person. Hain thinks that she has been hurt before and doesn't want to go through it again, but somehow, tonight, just for tonight, she feels the desire to move forward. So for the first time, she calls him by his full name, Lee Yo-woon. She tells him that there is something she wants to share with him. She confesses, with a calm yet emotion-filled tone, that she was once betrayed. Yo-woon, upon hearing those words, is left speechless. His eyes watch her in surprise, and he repeats in a low voice, as if needing to confirm what he just heard. Did someone really betray you? In a memory, someone starts recording Hain, calls out to her while she's playing, and asks her to play something since they're filming her now. Surprised, the girl asks what they're doing and comments that she hasn't even done her makeup. The person recording says it doesn't matter, that she's really cute. Then they insist she should play something, because they need to upload another video online. Hain says it's fine, as she knows they haven't updated their videos in a while. Another person, a bit more demanding, asks her to sing a song that people like, not some weird foreign song only she knows. The artist reminds them that they told her to sing whatever she wanted, so that's what she'll do. With no other choice, the person recording agrees, but still insists she sings something people will recognize, once again pointing out how cute she is. Hain wonders what song people might recognize, and after thinking for a bit, she believes one might work, so she decides to sing. It is then revealed that the people recording her were some of her classmates. Back in the present, Yo-woon asks about the betrayal, and Hain replies that it happened when she was in high school, that back then she had friends who had been close to her since she started school. But, after thinking for a bit, she says she doesn't know how to explain it, and goes silent for a few seconds. The boy, watching her for a moment, tells her she doesn't need to go into detail and asks her to just say what she can, that she can tell him the rest later. The girl looks at him and starts remembering. She says that back then, her classmates were kind at first, as they were the first people she met when she joined that school. She remembers playing the guitar and studying music, and how all of them encouraged her. So even if others didn't understand her, she believed those girls supported her dream, because they were always by her side, watching her play and listening to her songs. But it turned out that everything wasn't like that. She confesses that she doesn't know why, but in front of her they acted close and kind, while behind her back they used to insult her online. They criticized and mocked the way she played. They belittled her. They wrote that she had no talent and just liked showing off by making music. The impact was so strong that she started to believe her life was ruined. Hain explains that this is why she sometimes falls into negative thoughts. She wonders what someone who calls themselves her friend is really thinking, how they might be judging her, or if that person who's close to her is actually laughing behind her back. She reveals that those are the anxious thoughts she usually has. And it's then that she reflects on why she's scared to talk about long afternoon. Yo-woon, after hearing all that, looks at her and thanks her, holding her hand in the process. He tells her that despite everything she's been through, she was the one who approached him first, and that she has shared very personal things with him. He confesses that lately he enjoys spending time with her, because he can talk about long afternoon and also listen to her stories about music. He thanks her again for having the courage to do all that, saying those are his most sincere thoughts about her. Hain looks at him, and after a few seconds, she remembers all the moments she watched him. She thinks that Yo-woon, who has truly seen her, is someone who doesn't need words, because he already knows. Then she smiles and tells him everything shows on his face. He, confused, asks what she means. She replies that his facial expressions are easy to read, that his emotions clearly show on his face, and that's why she thought if he ever lied, she'd notice instantly. Yo-woon asks if she's serious and confesses that he always thought he had a good poker face. Hain asks if that's a joke, but he replies no, that even his boss has said he treats customers too coldly. The girl laughs and asks if maybe he just doesn't want to work. Then she suggests doing a test, which leaves the boy confused. But before he could say anything, she grabs his arm and says she'll guess how he's feeling just by looking at his face. Yo-woon looks at her, and she does the same, focused on analyzing his expressions. Then he thinks for a moment that this situation might be dangerous, as the two of them are very close. Also, his arm is touching Hane's opai. Realizing this, he quickly turns around, hiding his face in embarrassment. The girl, confused, asks why he's turning away, since if he does that, she can't do the test. She asks why he won't look her in the eyes, but then she notices something. She stares silently, wondering in her mind what she's seeing, and ends up completely blushing. Then she suddenly stands up and says that now that she thinks about it, her uncle probably came back and she'll go check. That leaves the boy puzzled, but Haen says that, at least based on what just happened, one thing is clear. Yo-woon is truly a sincere person. Then she quickly leaves to see if her uncle has arrived. Yo-woon, meanwhile, wonders what she meant by that, not quite understanding Haen's last words. But then he realizes what happened. He looks down and notices that his friend woke up. Seeing the situation, he can only say that he's ruined. He shrinks in embarrassment and thinks that since he was wearing loose pants, it probably showed that he was excited. Outside, Heen reflects on what just happened. They were just holding arms. How did it escalate to that? She admits to herself that it was amazing, in many ways. Now, in the borrowed car, the two teens are silent and a bit embarrassed. Hyen's uncle asks why they're so quiet and if they argued again. The girl says it's not that they're just tired. Then she asks who he borrowed the car from. The man replies that he borrowed it from Dong Chul, a guy who works at a bar and stays up late. He adds that he's the older brother of the one who used to play bass. He explains that the car is ideal for carrying stuff, so he's thinking of borrowing it in the summer. Haen asks if it's for the rock festival and comments that maybe it would be better to rent a car. But her uncle says they can just pay Dong Chul's brother and use that car since renting one is a hassle because of the insurance. Then the uncle turns his attention to Yo-woon, wanting to know his name properly. The boy replies that it's Yo-woon, and the man asks if he has any plans to travel in the summer. He says he hasn't decided anything yet. Hearing that, the uncle suggests they go together to a rock festival, since he has invitation passes for 3 people. Yo-woon, confused, asks what that is, and Hyen explains it's a festival where musicians from various countries gather and perform for 2 nights and 3 days. There you can camp nearby, drink alcohol, and do a lot of things while having fun. She adds that her uncle will be working as part of the staff, so she'll be going too to have a good time. She concludes by saying that if he wants to go, he just needs to let her know. Excited, the uncle says that to prepare for the festival, they're going to listen to Kasabi's song, but Haen asks to listen to Shimri Kagul, the Korean band, first. The two begin arguing over which band to play first. Ye-woon thinks for a few seconds. He knows that summer probably won't offer much free time because of job hunting preparation. But when he looks at Hyen, he confesses that he wants to go to the rock festival with her so they can spend more time together. The next day at the cafe, Yo-woon arrives, greets his boss, and informs her that he's already there. She, in turn, welcomes him and asks how things went the day before, smiling teasingly. Shin-young also smiles, which makes the young man nervous, as he immediately thinks she'll probably tease him all day. Ready to work, his boss offers him something to drink. He asks what's going on since it's not even break time. But she reveals it's a new recipe and she wants him to try it. She also asks him to tell her what happened after she found him yesterday. She adds that she helped him, so she feels entitled to know the rest of the story. He chuckles a little and confesses that, in the end, they made up normally and that was the end of it. Shin-young, upon hearing that, questions him. What does he mean by a normal reconciliation? She knows there was a fight and some flirting. Yo-woon asks if her shift was already over and she confirms that it is, but that she wants to hear the story. Annoyed, the young man tells her to hurry up and go home, that she shouldn't be listening in on conversations between superiors. However, Shin-young laughs and replies that she already heard everything. Before leaving, Yo-woon asks her not to hug everyone, since it'll just make people think she's silly. That comment leaves the girl in silence. The young man asks if she heard him, to which she replies, yes, she heard everything, calling him sir. But just before heading out, she remembers something. She has a pending order from before her shift and hasn't finished it yet. She apologizes and asks if he can do it for her. Yo-woon scolds her for not asking before clocking out, but she apologizes again and says goodbye. With no other choice, Yo-woon starts preparing the drink. Once ready, he calls out to customer 21 and informs them that the 4 drinks are ready. The customer thanks him upon receiving them, and the young man apologizes for the delay. As a courtesy, he adds a cookie. He then reflects that it was a good idea, since he almost got a complaint. Then he hears the customer asking someone named Arn to hold the drinks. Yo-woon quickly looks over. He sees a woman who looks familiar. He wonders if she might be Han Arn. His boss, noticing his expression, asks what's wrong, if someone insulted him behind his back. He replies no, that he just heard the name of someone he knows, which is why he looked. She lets it slide and says she's going to the restroom, but when she returns, she wants him to tell her everything that happened last night. He nods. But once she leaves, Yo-woon gets lost in thought. He tells himself it doesn't matter if Arn was his superior or not, because there's no longer any connection or regret. Even so, hearing a familiar name feels comforting, and nothing more than that. Memories flood him, but even as he turns his head, he knows she means nothing to him now. Just then, a few customers arrive, pulling him out of his thoughts. Days later, at the subway station, Yo-woon arrives and sits down. Tired, he exclaims that the day is finally over. He considers stopping by the night market on his way home to buy some food. He has nothing for breakfast the next day. Plus, he thinks he ran out of tissues, so he'll have to stock up. He starts thinking about what he needs to buy. But sleep overtakes him, and he decides to think about it later, at the supermarket. For now, he just wants to rest. He thinks he's like this because he's been working hard, or maybe because he's nervous about the upcoming internship. He feels more and more tired and closes his eyes. He quickly starts dreaming of the past. He's sitting next to a woman who's smoking. At that moment, he asks her why she ran away from the welcome party, that she disappeared halfway through and everyone was looking for her. She replies that she doesn't like noisy places or small talk. It bothers her when people talk just for the sake of it. Yo-woon explains that she has to make friends and get their numbers. She asks why, and he replies that otherwise, she'll always be alone. She looks at him and says that if that's the case, then he'll have to stay with her. Upon hearing that, they both stare at each other. She offers him the cigarette she was smoking and asks if he wants to try. He seems to accept. But then Hain wakes him from the memory. He jolts and asks if he heard that wrong. Hain asks if he was asleep. He replies yes, that he had just closed his eyes for a moment. Then he reflects on the dream, wondering why he suddenly remembered the past. He confesses that it makes him feel bad to be next to Hain, but comforts himself by saying he didn't do anything wrong. He then asks Miss Hain if she wants to see something interesting. He shows her his phone and tells her about a foreign music app he uses. On another day, he saw a recommendation for Long Afternoon on the main screen. Hain, upon seeing that, asks if it's real. He replies that yes, it's a playlist filled with lots of indie music from abroad, and Long Afternoon was featured there. He admits that he thinks people are finally recognizing Long Afternoon's potential, and he hopes it stays that way. Haein watches him closely, and Yo-woon asks if something's wrong, if he drooled or something. She replies no, that she was simply admiring his expression. He looks happier when talking about Long Afternoon. He admits that yes, he really loves that artist's music. Suddenly, Haein asks if he always carries his phone with him. Yo-woon finds the question odd, but replies that people who live alone should even bring it to the bathroom in case they get locked in. Haein asks if that's true and says it sounds a little scary. Still, she asks him not to forget his phone, to which he replies, okay. But then he wonders what that was all about and why she said it so suddenly. Looking at her, he questions if she heard about some kind of accident on the news. Right at that moment, the train is about to arrive. Back at home, Yo-woon comes out of the bathroom. He opens the fridge and thinks it's time to put away what he bought earlier, though he'll soon have to restock everything. As he stores the beer, he wonders if Hen will visit again, and if they'll have a few drinks together. But as he looks at the can, he remembers something. He wonders if when she asked if he carried his phone, she was actually hinting that she wanted his number. He exclaims that he's an idiot, that he just realized it now. He grabs his phone and promises that next time, he'll definitely ask for her number. But then he sees something on the screen. He wonders what it is. Long Afternoon is live on Instagram. He wonders why so suddenly, and thinks he's never seen that before. There wasn't even a notice or a story. They simply started live streaming to sing. In a music studio, Hain sings and plays with her band. When they finish, she announces the end of the rehearsal. One of the members replies with a gentle reminder, everyone should feel comfortable with the song. The drummer asks when they'll be playing with Sung Hyun-jae. The bassist says it will be in the studio, the day before the official recording. The drummer nods excitedly. While everyone is still standing, one of the members calls out to Han, who is sitting and looks surprised. As she buttons her jacket, the guy asks why she decided to perform live, reminding her that she had said the opposite when creating Long Afternoon. Although he doesn't mind if the band plays live, as long as it doesn't clash with his schedule, he'd like to understand the reason for the change. A bit nervous, Hain begins to explain while remembering when she listened to the final version of the song in the studio. She loved it. It was different from anything she had heard before. Sung Hyun-jae laughs, saying he knew it. He explains that he mixed and remastered it in a different studio, one suited for his genre, since the previous one was somewhat limited. That's why he sent the material to a studio specialized in rock music, using Long Afternoon as a reference, and they managed everything in just one day. Hain is surprised to learn they used her style as a reference. She quickly asks when the song will be released. He replies, between late June and early July, more precisely when they have the cover art ready. Curious, she asks who will make it. He answers that it'll be a digital artist from his label and that they will draw it beautifully. Then, he looks at her for a few seconds, stands up, and with determination, asks why they don't perform live. Hearing this, she asks if he means the live clips they talked about before. He says yes, that he was referring to the live clips, and adds that he's been playing around with some cinematic concepts. He takes out some photos and asks Hain to take a look at them. He explains that there's an Icelandic band called Victory Rose that opens their concerts with a curtain in front of the stage and a projector casting images onto it. Hain confesses she knows the band and loves them. He knows them too, and already assumes she would, since they're a post-rock group. He says he had been thinking about doing something similar, playing behind a curtain so that only the musicians' silhouettes are visible. He explains that the lighting would come from behind, projecting only their shadows onto the curtain. She looks at the papers for a few seconds, then asks if that wouldn't cost more than filming a live clip. Curious, she questions why he's doing all of this if it's not even his official album. Sung Hyun-jae says it's fine and admits that the song is good and he wants to invest more in it. Most of all, he believes the fans will like it. He says that when he performs, he feels the fans, their expressions, their screams, the raw emotions of those who love his music, of those who love Sung Hyun-jae. He says that when he's on stage and appears, the fans' excitement rises, and he doesn't want to disappoint them. That's why he puts in so much effort, because music doesn't exist until someone listens to it. And partly also because he wants this song to generate income. Hain, upon hearing that last part, replies that money is important. Hyun-jae nods and tells her that if she's going to do it, he hopes she decides within this week. She agrees. However, she then reflects that he's surprisingly focused on his fans. She thought he just worked hard on his music and didn't communicate much on social media. That makes her think about what fans like and what that might mean. She's never performed live, but she feels like she's starting to understand that feeling a little. Then, after remembering her guy, she says she'll do it. She confirms that she'll do a live video as he suggested, but adds that she wants to include her own concept too. She asks if he's okay with that. Hyun-jae says yes and that he'll send her the schedule. Back in the present, Hain explains everything to her bandmate. He asks if that's how he managed to convince her. Hain replies yes, and that after seeing how hard he worked on the concept, she decided to join in too. Lim Ju-won says he understands now, but since she didn't hear him, she asks what he said. He replies it was nothing, that he was just talking to himself. Then, he asks if she'll be okay, knowing it'll be her first live performance. Even without an audience, she'll likely be nervous with the filming crew watching. He warns her it'll be embarrassing if she messes up, so he recommends she practices her stage presence a lot. After that, Hain heads to the subway. On the way, she reflects that she can't believe this will be her first live performance. She remembers that she did perform back in high school, but it was for a talent show. She wonders what to do and considers asking her uncle to sit in front of her the next time she practices. Then she sees Yeowoon asleep and wonders if she should let him rest until the train arrives. But she changes her mind, fearing he might catch a cold, so she decides to wake him up. She touches him and calls his name, startling him. He jumps and asks if he heard her wrong. She tells him he fell asleep, and he admits it, saying he just closed his eyes to rest a bit, smiling as he looks at her. She thinks job hunting must be really hard. She's never been through that, so she doesn't know what it's like. But looking at him, she hopes Long Afternoon can help someone who cares about him. Then she gets an idea and asks Yeowoon if he always carries his phone with him. He confirms, asking if she means his cell phone. She says yes, and tells him that some people live alone and even take it to the bathroom, just in case they get stuck. He says he didn't know that and that it's a bit scary to hear. She asks him not to forget to always carry his phone. At home, Yeowoon watches the live stream of Long Afternoon. He notices there aren't many people connected and that most of them seem to be foreigners. Even so, he thinks it's the band's first live show, and it's amazing to be able to see it. But all that appears on screen is the outside. Meanwhile, in Haeun's apartment, she reflects that the place is soundproof, and since it's nighttime, she'll sing quietly. Also, the ukulele is there just to support her with the notes. She thinks Yeowoon must be watching the stream by now, although she doesn't have his contact, so she can't be sure. Even so, she's certain he's watching her and listening. It's Long Afternoon's first live stream, and she starts playing and singing. Yeowoon listens to her, strengthening a deeper connection between a fan and his singer. On a quiet night, Haeun began to play and sing. The lyrics of her song spoke about the sky on a sad day and a black star standing out as a lonely breath among other stars. Its trajectory lacked inspiration, but precisely because of that, it flowed naturally with the rhythm of the seasons, driven only by inertia. However, the dark memories she encountered remained there, observing her as they aligned in mutual attraction. Beyond the speed of a flash, they shared a thrilling resonance. Because everything repeats itself, they remain there, precisely because everything will repeat again. Yeowoon was left speechless upon hearing the song. Meanwhile, Haeun ended the live stream, thanking everyone for joining her. The young man wondered if that was all, if in the end it was just a song. He realized it had been too short and wished to hear more music. Shortly afterward, he noticed the live replay was no longer available and regretted not recording it. Still, he wonders why she decided to do a live stream so suddenly at that hour, if perhaps she had a problem or was simply bored. Ultimately, he admits he doesn't know for sure but recognizes he loved it. He begins jumping joyfully, telling himself that was the best. After all, Long Afternoon went live. Plus, it was just her with a ukulele, no band, which he found awesome. Even more special because she didn't use autotune. He then lies down in bed, wondering if Miss Haeun also watched that live stream. He hopes she didn't miss it, because then they'd have something to talk about. Besides, he doesn't want to keep this joy to himself. Meanwhile, Haeun, blushing and very embarrassed, reflects that maybe she went too far and thinks the tone and rhythm were off. Convinced it was all a disaster, she feels singing in front of strangers is too much, and now believes she's acting crazy. Nevertheless, she wonders if all other musicians have gone through this experience since she'd never felt so nervous before. She recalls again that her voice didn't come out as expected, nor could she sing as she truly wished. She deeply wishes it was a lovely memory for everyone who watched her live. Above all, she hopes it was a pleasant first experience for him. The next evening, Yeowoon returns happily after a day's work. He wonders if he'll see Haeun again, thinking that if so, they'll have a long chat about nerdy stuff. But moreover, if they meet today, he must get her contact number. He immediately begins imagining they could continue talking about Long Afternoon and other songs from their homes. However, these thoughts vanish when Haeun suddenly surprises him. The startled young man asks how long she's been behind him, to which the girl, laughing harder than ever, replies that she's been following him since the station entrance. She then asks if he slept well, mentioning he looks a bit tired. Hearing this, he asks her if she didn't see Long Afternoon's live stream. Pretending ignorance, Haeun asks if there was a live stream. Yeowoon confirms yes and explains she sang Dark Planet at 2 a.m. on Instagram. The girl is surprised, replying she went to bed early and thus missed it. She then asks how the stream was and if it was good. Yeowoon thinks briefly before replying it was a bit strange. He adds the phone mic quality wasn't good, making the song sound too muffled. This slightly surprises Miss Haein, leaving her a bit disappointed, merely saying she understands why it felt odd. However, Yeowoon continues by saying that despite this, it was very special. He explains it felt like a friend suddenly called at dawn just to sing for him. It was intimate and warm because given the nighttime, the singer was careful not to perform too technically. He preferred it this way, feeling she sang from the heart. Thus, he thinks people crave live performances beyond recorded music. Finally, he adds he hopes she'll do more live streams because it made him truly happy. Miss Haein looks at him closely and then lowers her gaze, softly stating she hopes to do it again too. That's when Yeowoon changes the subject and suggests exchanging contacts. That way, he could notify her when Long Afternoon does another live stream on Instagram. Besides, they could talk about music in general. However, the girl seems somewhat nervous and replies that she can give him her number, but first, sincerely warns him. She admits she's a little scared. This sparks Yeowoon's curiosity and he asks her why. She explains that she feels anxiety when she can't see the person she's talking to, so she only uses her phone for work matters or to communicate with her parents. While speaking, she quietly recalls her past experiences and the cyberbullying she suffered. She falls silent, reflecting on how uncomfortable texting makes her feel. Yeowoon senses her discomfort and suggests they only use the phone to say goodnight. This catches Haein's attention, and she asks why. He explains he's always worried about her getting home safely, especially since they usually meet at night. Haein accepts and adds she sometimes worries about him too, and they proceed to exchange contacts. Later that night, already at home, Haein reflects that next week they'll finish the live recording of the collaborative song, and she'll need to refocus on Long Afternoon. She also thinks about all the new demos she has pending. She checks her phone, wondering if Yeowoon sent a message, certain that he must have gotten home before her. Turning on her phone, she sees a message from him asking if she got home safely, along with a photo of himself. Surprised, Haein asks what's this about and why he sent a photo. He replies that he did it because she mentioned feeling nervous when she can't see the face of the person she's talking to. This leaves Haein completely astonished, simultaneously whispering that she can't believe he sent a photo just because of that, finding it amusing. However, she smiles while looking more closely at the image. Meanwhile, Yeowoon receives a reply from Haein, nothing less than a photograph of her with a message wishing him good night. He becomes captivated, commenting to himself about how cute she is, feeling a bit flushed while carefully saving the photo. One day, Haein looks at a photo of Yeowoon. She examines every detail and reflects that he's terrible at taking pictures. No matter what angle she looks at him from, with those camera skills, she's sure he'll only take bad photos no matter what. She thinks that next time they meet, she should teach him how to take a good photo. Once he learns, he'll be able to send her much better pictures. At that moment, someone calls her. It's Ki-hoo, her bandmate. The call startles her, and she quickly hides her phone. Ki-hoo, intrigued, asks why she always gets scared when she sees him. She replies that it's because he always tries to scare her, but he defends himself, saying he's never done that on purpose. Right after, he asks her to come in, as his brother is about to finish setting up the equipment. She nods and assures him she will. However, Ki-hoo notices she's carrying a lot and asks if she brought clothes like she's filming a movie. Haein replies yes, that she brought something, which makes the band members quite curious. Once in the recording studio, Haein meets Hyunjae. She greets him, and he kindly returns the greeting. He also informs her that he's setting up the instruments and waiting for them, as they'll soon do a sound check. He also introduces the stage preparation director, Yoon Inna. Haein greets her politely, and the woman responds with the same kindness. Hyunjae comments that Inna is a genius in media arts. However, upon hearing that, Inna asks if he's joking and suspects he's just saying that to get a discount on the shoot. Before continuing, Inna wants to confirm one last thing with Long Afternoon before starting. She asks Haein if she had mentioned not wanting to show her face in the video. Haein confirms that she did and asks them specifically to avoid showing her face. The director assures her that she understands and will definitely add it to her checklist. However, she then glances sideways at Hain and comments that it's a pity. She says artists shouldn't be judged by their looks, but admits Hain looks like a model. That's why she thinks it would be great to capture her beauty on video. Although the silhouette concept also seems fantastic to her, especially since they'll use the projector video she created, Inna believes that showing Hain's face live would be even more impactful, and regrets they can't do it. Hain then calls her, saying she wants to ask a question. Inna, a bit curious, replies by asking if something's wrong. That's when Hain tells her she has something for her and asks if it could be used in the video. The director asks to see it and says it should be fine as long as it's not too reflective. Upon seeing it, Inna asks if that's what it is, to which Hain responds affirmatively, revealing it's a decorated cap. Her bandmate asks what it is and if she made it. Hain says yes, she made it while working. She explains that since the song is titled Ecosystem, she wanted to convey the feeling of nature singing its own melody. Her bandmate says he likes the idea, but comments the cap's quality is a bit poor. Hain asks if he thinks it's kind of tacky. He replies she has talent for drawing, but making accessories like that is a job for professionals. Hain agrees and thinks maybe they shouldn't use it. However, Inna steps in and says they'll give it a try. She comments that it'll require some work during the process, but maybe that doesn't matter. Besides, only the silhouette will be visible. Then she mentions she'll turn on the lights and asks Hain to stand behind the curtains. Just then, Hyunjae arrives and asks what she thinks. He says he believes the accessory is fine. Inna disagrees, commenting that it looks like a children's party hat, but since she got permission to use it, they'll keep a close eye on it. However, the truth is, Inna thinks it's not just that. She states it'll be adorable because it represents an artist's fluttering attempt to create something new. Of course, even now, it's just the flutter of a butterfly in the middle of a storm, and if it doesn't work, there's no problem. Finally, Inna suggests that maybe he should watch too, and Hyunjae replies that he will and will share his opinion right away. Then, Hain begins the test with the cap. The scene leaves everyone speechless. Even more so when Hain starts singing. The song lyrics said, "They breathe constantly, extend their roots through the cracks of the sun. 100 winters and 1,000 summers, the story of eternity that they wrote. They shine with the raging waves. Both you and I will create another world." At the end of the performance, Inna's expression is unique, as if she were witnessing an original work by a great artist. Hyunjae notices and smiles. Then he says it turned out great and asks the director what she thinks. She replies that it's not bad, considering it's just a silhouette. Right after, she says she's going out for a cigarette while they do the sound check. Outside the studio, Inna sits in silence and lights a cigarette. Moments later, she bursts with excitement like a true fan. She wonders if they're really called Long Afternoon and says they're definitely very good. She opens their Instagram and sees they only have photos. Immediately, she thinks they have to release an album now. But then she corrects herself. Releasing an album would be an insult to the listener, a curse for the fans. What they really deserve is a concert just for them. She admits it's been a long time since she felt this way. That sensation of being absorbed by someone's art, like going back to her teenage years watching Nouvelle Vague for the first time. The French films that inspired her and led her to choose her career. She says that even if there's no money and everything is hard, art is about the pleasure of creating something new and the thrill of discovering talented artists. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Yewon was taking a short break, looking at his phone, or rather, a photo of his crush. He murmurs that she's really cute. He thinks Miss Hayen seems to know very well how to take pictures, but then wonders if it's because she has a small face. He reflects that he always knew she was charming, but seeing her in photos confirms it even more. He says he could look at her for hours. He wishes he had more pictures like that, or better, 1,000,000 of them. Just then, his manager arrives and tells him his break is over. Yewon gets up and she says she'll organize some inventory, so she asks him to watch the counter. He nods and tells her not to worry, that she can take her time. As he returns to the counter, he thinks he wants to see Hain again, to get another photo. At that moment, a customer arrives wanting to order. They ask for an Earl Grey and a chocolate cake. Yewon replies that he'll let them know when it's ready. Then, another voice interrupts, saying they want the same. The young man replies he'll take care of it. But when he looks at who it is, he's left speechless. A blonde girl looks at him and greets him, reminding him how nervous she was last time she was there. The boy, surprised, asks why she's there, but he can't stop the memories from flooding in. As he looks at her, his expression changes, watching his supervisor. They exchange silent glances until Yo-woon asks what's going on, why she is there, and if she no longer works at the company across from P Station. She replies that she recently changed companies and now works at the company across from the cafe, in the building next to a store. Curious, she then asks how long he has been working there, and if he is in his 3rd or 4th year of university. He looks at her for a few seconds and asks her to place her order, as he cannot chat while working. His Nuna comments that he's being very cold and that it's been a long time since they last met. She says she only came to see him and asks which is the best drink there, requesting a recommendation. Yo-woon, with a serious expression, replies that their star drink is the yogurt blend with blueberry delights. The blonde laughs, noticing that it's the most expensive drink, and jokes that he's now a true businessman. However, Yo-woon insists that she hurry and order something, as he needs to prepare another customer's drink. She watches him for a moment, chooses a hot chocolate, and asks if he still remembers. She adds that she's still like a little girl and loves it when it's super sweet. While charging for the drink, he claims he doesn't remember, but she asks him not to play dumb, assuring him she knows he remembers everything. Yo-woon denies it again, saying he no longer remembers, that years have passed since they attended university together, and all that is now forgotten. However, she argues that he does remember since he knew which company she worked for and where it was located. Yo-woon, caught in his lie, thinks he made a mistake. The woman, with a soft expression, comments that she knows she hurt his feelings, but thinks it's a bit unfair for him to be so hard on her. She says he was younger back then, and so was she, and a lot of time has passed. So she asks him, please, to greet her once like he used to. She adds that if he doesn't, she'll cry. Yo-woon hesitates, and after preparing the drink, he hands the hot chocolate to customer 24, faking anger and a forced smile as he asks her to enjoy her drink. Looking at him, she asks why he's making that face and if he's angry with her. Without hesitation, he says yes and reminds her that, as he said before, he can't chat while working. Thus, he asks her to leave, mentioning that other customers are watching and his boss is rushing him. Also, he wants her to stop bothering him. Upon hearing that, she murmurs softly that it's a weak excuse. He asks what she said, but she replies it was nothing and comments that the hot chocolate is delicious. She says she'll come back again and wants more hot chocolate like the one he made. Yo-woon looks at her and asks her not to return, ending the conversation with both of them saying goodbye. After she leaves, Yo-woon remains upset, thinking that he's truly surprised and wonders why she is there. He thought he would never see her again, yet she came back as if nothing had happened, remembering everything. In the present, he sighs slightly and reflects that he can't stop thinking about it, hoping to soon get 200 orders to stay busy and avoid remembering her. Later, after work at the train station, Yo-woon feels exhausted and reflects that he had heard about company parties but didn't expect the orders to flood in like crazy. He says he almost died. In the end, he didn't have time to think about anything, as the orders came in groups. He promises himself that as soon as he gets home, he'll shower and sleep and wake up early tomorrow to do his chores. Just then, he hears the sound of a camera, as if someone is taking photos of him. And indeed, Hain was taking some pictures. He greets her and asks what she's doing and why she's taking pictures of him all of a sudden. She replies that it's just for fun, that she saw him in a good pose and decided to take a picture. She shows it to him, and he's surprised at how good she is at photography. Hain confirms it and asks to borrow his phone. Confused, he asks why, and she says it'll only take a second, that she wants to show him something. She also tells him not to worry, that she won't check out the cute girls in his photo album. He says he doesn't keep that kind of stuff in his album and lets her check it. She explains she's going to change the camera settings to set it up properly. Once done, she asks him to look toward the camera and says she activated the gesture shot with the rear camera. They take a selfie together. Seeing the photo, Hain says it turned out great, and Yo-woon agrees. She then asks him to take photos like this from now on when sending pictures at night, saying that way they'll look better. She clarifies that the last photo he sent was weird. Curious, he asks how weird. Hain explains that his face ended up at the edge of the screen. The lens warped and distorted his face like a steamed bun. He realizes his mistake and understands better how to take a good selfie. Blushing a little, he asks if she'll save the photos he sends like this. She replies yes, that after all, it's a good memory, but then asks if he saved the photo she sent him. He blushes even more, and although he initially denies it, he later confesses he did save it. Hyein watches him with a slight smile and comments that, after all, he does have a sexy girl's photo on his phone. Back at their respective apartments, Yo-woon sends her a photo and asks how it turned out. She replies by sending another photo, saying it's a good shot. He looks at her in the photo and thinks she's cute, and that he should save that photo too. At first, he just wanted to cheer up Miss Hain, and the whole situation seems funny to him. He reflects that if they ever look at these photos together, they'll be a nice memory. However, while saving the new photo, he comes across another one, an old one, where he appears with his former superior from long ago. He thinks he had deleted all those photos back then, but some survived in another folder. He stays silent for a few seconds as memories of someone who once completely held his heart resurface. He reflects that, in truth, when he saw Han Arn today, he was surprised but felt nothing more than that. He admits he hates her, and that seeing her face reminded him of all the fun times they had together. He wishes he could forget that past now invading his present. He doesn't want to remember the acrid smell of cigarette smoke or the sweet scent of hot chocolate. Those sensations disguised as beautiful memories. He murmurs to himself that he needs a drink before deciding to delete that photograph. In a memory, a little boy greets the camera and says he's 8 years old. He reveals that his dream is to become an astronaut or an architect like his dad. He also mentions that what he likes the most are the sweets his mom makes. As time goes by, the same boy appears again greeting the camera. He's now 13 years old, introduces himself as Lee Yo-woon, and says that he currently lives with his father. His new dream is to become a basketball player since he believes his height gives him an advantage. Time passes again. Yo-woon is now 15 years old and in his second year of high school, but in that recording, he doesn't say anything. Finally, 18-year-old Yo-woon appears. He says that his current goal is to get into a university in the metropolitan area and that he's preparing to achieve it. When asked about his dream, he says he wants to get into a good company and earn a lot of money. He explains that his father had a hard time raising him alone and he wants to become independent to give him a break. However, he immediately asks to edit what he just said, since his father worries about every detail of his words. He thinks he might scold him again for questioning what kind of independence he really wants. Then it's revealed that Yo-woon was watching recordings of himself while changing dreams at each moment of his life. Or rather, he was asleep. At that moment, Han Arni wakes him up and tells him the movie has already ended, startling the young man. He apologizes, explaining that he stayed up all night doing homework, which is why he fell asleep. Still, he asks her if she enjoyed the movie. She replies that yes, it was very fun. Then she tells him it's time for class. The young man looks a bit surprised and doesn't know what to do. Then the blonde girl reaches out her hand and asks, "So what?" She tells him they have to run. A light shines on them, as if it were a movie scene. At that moment, the girl comments that there was a movie where they filmed the actor from childhood to adulthood, revealing it took 12 years to complete. Yo-woon, surprised, asks if that's real, and she confirms, adding that the movie was about a boy's life. Drawing that parallel, she reflects that her life is not to be wasted, and she would like it to become a movie for others someday. Yo-woon looks at her, smiling as he listens. Then she points toward someone and asks him to look. She says the bald assistant is walking and picking his nose again. Yo-woon laughs and says he always does that. Then she points to the main teacher's car, which is covered in bird droppings. Both of them have fun with that and, holding hands, laugh together. Shortly after, they arrive at a table, and Yo-woon asks why there's a cafeteria table in a place like that. The girl says it's great and asks if they can eat something. The boy replies that the place looks expensive and asks if it's okay. She tells him not to worry, that she'll take care of it. So their first dish is a don't know what it tastes like, but it's expensive. The boy admits he's never eaten anything like it. Then, for the second course, she presents her collection of favorite movies. Upon seeing them, Ye-woon comments that the dinosaur movie is a bit unexpected. However, Han Arni says she picked it because she likes the scene where people lose their lives. Lastly, she offers her cigarettes and cold medicine, to which Ye-woon replies that it tastes a bit bitter. Then it's revealed that she is the chef and asks if he liked the food. He says yes, that he doesn't exactly know what it tastes like, but it's delicious. He also confesses that when he was a child, his father was always busy, so he only studied. Thanks to her, he can now see a whole new world. She, removing a fake mustache, says she's glad about that. Then she tells him it's time to pay the bill. He, a bit confused, asks if she already did the math. But when he sees what is supposed to be the bill, he's astonished. Because on the ticket there's a message that says, if you forget all this and act like it never happened, it's free. At that moment, the lights go out. Noticing it, he asks why they suddenly went off and calls for Han Arnie, asking where she is. He yells, asking her to answer him, but he gets no response and wonders why she left him alone. He looks a bit disappointed until a light appears behind him. When he turns around, he sees Haein descending in a strangely shaped balloon. A bit scared, he asks what that is and if it's an alien, but then denies it, recognizing it's Haein. Still, he asks what's up with those snail antennas. She, upon seeing him, asks if he plans to just stand there. She quickly asks him to take her hand because that world is about to disappear just as everything starts to explode. Then Yowoon wakes up. He wonders what just happened and when he fell asleep. He sits up and wonders what that strange dream was all about. He confesses to himself that if he's going to dream, he'd rather dream about the lottery. At least then he'd know what numbers to play. At that moment, it's revealed that he was studying in a library. Later at work, Yowoon says he's heading out first and bids farewell to his boss. But before he leaves, she asks him to take something and throws him a small bag. When he sees it, he asks what it is. His boss replies that the owner of the whiskey bar gave her those liquor chocolates and suggests he share them with Haein when he sees her. She adds, laughing, that maybe if they both eat those chocolates, they'll be in the mood to do something naughty that night. Yowoon yells that that's ridiculous, clearly embarrassed. Later, at the train station, the young man reflects that it's been a long time since he last had liquor chocolates. He thinks the last time was when he was a child, in his father's room. Then he sees Haein. He walks up to her and calls her name. He sits next to her and asks what she's listening to. She replies it's just a playlist she made, and that she sometimes does things like that when she's bored. He asks if it's like being a DJ, and she says something like that. At that moment, he pulls out the chocolate and asks if she wants to try it, revealing they're sake chocolates. Surprised, she asks if liquor chocolates really exist and if they taste like alcohol. He asks if she's never tried one before, and she confesses that she's not into chocolate. That reminds him that she once said she didn't like sweets. He looks at the chocolate and thinks she probably won't like it since it's quite sweet. But she takes the chocolate from his hand and says she'll try it. Upon tasting it, she says the flavor is strange and that she can almost smell the alcohol. He clarifies that it does have real alcohol and estimates it's about 1%. Curious, she asks if she could get drunk by eating more, but he says no, it's just a snack to go with drinks. She understands. Then, with a mischievous look, she asks if that candy is perfect to give someone you want to drink with, and if that's the case, he is left speechless and slightly blushing. But he asks if she wants another chocolate, which makes her laugh. She says he's being very bold now. Either way, she thanks him. She confesses she doesn't like sweets, so she didn't know something like that existed. She thanks him again, even more for being so bold. Yowoon laughs and is happy that she liked it. Then Haein asks if what he's drinking is coffee, and if it's okay to drink that at night, saying she thinks he won't be able to sleep afterward. He says he has an assignment due the day after tomorrow and plans to finish it that night without sleeping, since he has no classes the next day. The girl thinks for a moment just as the next train arrives. Before saying goodbye, she tells him not to overwork himself. He replies that happens to him all the time. That same night, in his apartment, Yowoon is focused in front of the computer. He writes his assignment with determination, but sleep begins to take over. He checks the time and realizes it's almost 5 in the morning. For some reason, his eyes close by themselves. He thinks he can't go on like that, and that he needs to take a short break to regain energy since he's almost done. Then he sees a notification on his phone. It's a post from Long Afternoon announcing that the playlist of the day is now available. Yowoon is happy to see that. He thought they had stopped making them a while ago and adds that those playlists always had hidden gems. He selects the playlist, thinking he'll listen while finishing his assignment. When he hits play, he is transported once again to the place where he left off in his dream. Yowoon wonders if that world is coming to an end and where they will go now. Haein thinks for a moment. She replies they could go to Liverpool, home of the Beatles, or Manchester, birthplace of Ashes. The young man says both places are in the UK, and in the end, she turns out to be a true British music fan. But she says it doesn't matter where they go, as long as they're together. Because wherever they are, it will be a completely new world, and she reveals that at that moment, they are next to each other, but in a more intimate way. Yewoon wakes up suddenly, blushing and breathless. He sits up and says between sighs that he had that strange dream again. He stays silent for a moment and blames the sake chocolates. Another day at the cafe, Han Arn appears once more and greets upon entering. The manager welcomes her kindly, while Yewoon thinks with slight annoyance that he had already said he didn't want her to come. However, it's clear the woman didn't listen, and she requests a cup of hot chocolate with a lava cake. The manager confirms the order and asks if she would like anything else. She replies no, adding that she'll leave after having her drink. Oh Yoo-ju says that's fine and that she'll let her know when the order is ready. Then she asks Yewoon to prepare the hot beverage in a mug. The young man nods and assures it will be ready soon. While preparing it, he wonders what's going on with her and why she came back again, admitting her presence makes him uncomfortable. He watches her closely, wondering if she came back because of him. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, convincing himself he shouldn't worry about it. After all, if he thinks about it, there could be countless reasons. Soon after, he announces that the lava cake and hot chocolate for customer number 11 are ready. He also wishes her to enjoy it. Han Arn receives the order silently until she calls out to the young man. Then she asks how late the place stays open. He replies that they close at 11:30 p.m. and that the last drink order is accepted until 11 o'clock. Han Arn thanks him for the information and starts to leave. But Yewoon keeps thinking about what just happened. He thought she was pretending not to know him, but in the end, she didn't say anything else. He wonders if she really came just for the hot chocolate. The next day, Han Arn shows up again, greeting as she walks in. Upon seeing her, Oh Yoo-ju welcomes her cheerfully and is glad she returned. Yewoon, for his part, once again feels irritated seeing her there. The blonde girl orders another hot chocolate and an egg tart. The manager confirms the order and asks if she'd like anything else this time. The customer confirms with a nod. Yewoon can't help but wonder why she keeps coming back. But that wasn't the only day, because the following day, she returns. Seeing her again, Oh Yoo-ju becomes even more enthusiastic, thinking she has become a regular. This time, Han Arn orders a hot chocolate and a cheesecake. The manager confirms the order. The blonde asks if they have any kind of loyalty card. Oh Yoo-ju replies yes, explaining that after collecting 10 stamps, she can redeem a free Americano. The customer asks if only an Americano can be redeemed. The owner clarifies that no, it can be exchanged for another drink by paying the price difference. With that information, the girl requests a stamp card, and the manager assures her it'll be given to her shortly. As she leaves, Oh Yoo-ju watches her and comments that it's curious how some people still ask for stamp cards, when nowadays no one cares about miles or app functions. She considers such cards quite outdated. Then Yewoon replies that it's just a matter of taste, and that she loves collecting physical memories from every place. She prefers tangible keepsakes over digital ones. Just like with movies, she'd rather buy them on Blu-ray or other physical formats. Intrigued, Oh Yoo-ju asks if he knows her. He explains that she was his superior at university, who graduated before he returned after taking a leave of absence. The manager asks what that means, hinting whether he's pretending not to know her just to keep his part-time job. Yewoon replies that's not the case, that it's nothing really, and they weren't that close anyway, so they don't have much to talk about. After saying that, he hands the order to the customer and wishes her to enjoy it. Looking at him, Oh Yoo-ju thinks that the lingering taste isn't just from the coffee. She knows he's a terrible liar. She reflects that he said they weren't close, but he remembers everything she likes in detail. She knows she shouldn't meddle too much in other people's lives, because everyone has a past they'd rather keep private. Even so, she finds it more entertaining to watch a story unfold than to just hear about it. She smiles to herself, imagining she's watching another youth drama from afar. After finishing his shift and closing the cafe, Yewoon says goodbye cordially, wishing his manager good night. She returns the gesture, thanking him for his effort. As he walks toward the station, he reflects on the fact that he's already sent his summer internship applications. He wonders if now all that's left is to wait for the final exams while preparing for a potential full-time job. He thinks he has many responsibilities, and although he's taking few classes, the assignments are numerous. Still, his mind returns to Han Arn, wondering why she keeps showing up in his life. He admits he's going crazy trying to understand why, and her presence unsettles him more each time. However, he can't ask her to leave since he's just a part-time worker. Upon reaching the station, he sees Hain, who seems to be resting. Or rather, she's asleep. The young man sits beside her, noticing he's never seen her this sleepy. He wonders if she's exhausted from the day. At that moment, the girl wakes up and greets Yeowoon, asking if he's been there long. He returns the greeting and says he just arrived, then asks if she's very tired today. The girl explains she forgot she had a recording that morning and worked all night. She also has a part-time job writing songs and doing other work, so she's really drowsy. Hearing this, Yeowoon suggests she lie down and sleep a bit until the train arrives. He promises to wake her when it's time. She asks if he'd really do that. But before getting a reply, she leans on him, asking him to hold her shoulder so she doesn't sway. He agrees, though he thinks to himself that he meant leaning on the wall. Even so, he holds her carefully, leaving them very close to each other. Once again, Yeowoon thinks that Miss Hain's hands are soft and delicate. He also notices her hair smells nice and finds the closeness comforting. Amid the daily rush, he deeply values those brief moments with her. He strongly wishes he could escape everything, forget about work, studies, and responsibilities. He just wants to spend the day with Han without worrying about anything else. At that moment, the girl wakes up, catching him off guard. She looks at him, and he asks if she's okay. She smiles, saying that his nose was touching the back of her head and it tickled. The young man apologizes, but Hain asks if he wants to know what kind of shampoo she uses. He replies that it's not necessary. As he gets off at his station, he receives a call from an unknown number and wonders if his father changed his number. He answers, waiting for a response. Then, on the other end, a surprised voice says he still hasn't changed his number. The young man immediately recognizes that voice. It's Han Arn, his former superior. So he asks if it's her, to confirm. The woman laughs and says she only spoke a few words, and yet he recognized her just by her voice. Then she asks if he's finally stopped pretending. Yeowoon was left speechless by the person talking to him, but then he asked when she had changed her number. Arian replied that it had been a while and asked if he was surprised. She knew he truly was. She also added that it had been a long time since they last talked. The young man, without much delay, asked why she had called him. The blonde replied that she was about to go to sleep, but suddenly remembered him, so she called. With a hint of mischief, she asked if he hadn't thought about her lately. Annoyed by what he heard, Yeowoon simply said goodbye to end the game quickly. However, Arian asked him not to hang up and questioned why he was being so cold with her. She began recalling how he used to work at the cafe, and how he didn't want to talk to her back then either. She asked if he wasn't going too far. Irritated, Yeowoon said he just wanted to ask one question because this happened every day. He wanted to know why she kept going to the cafe and what she needed from him. As if it were all a game, Arian said she didn't need anything from him, that she just often went there because it was near her workplace. She added she could even do the rest of her work there. But then it was her turn to ask, and curiously, she wanted to know if, besides all that, there was a special reason why she always went to the cafe where he worked. Yeowoon moved the phone slightly away, thinking she was dragging him into her conversation again. But this time it was different, and he wouldn't let himself get caught in her words. So he told her he felt a bit uncomfortable, that it bothered him when he knew a customer at work, as it felt like they were watching him. Arian remained silent for a few seconds, as if that wasn't the answer she expected. Then, no longer avoiding her curiosity, she asked if by any chance he was in love with someone. Once again, Yeowoon moved the phone away as if trying to see who was talking to him. She, in turn, laughed and assumed his silence meant yes. She added his reactions were always so honest and amusing. Even so, she told him not to worry, as she confessed she didn't expect anything from him. She started saying that whenever she saw him, but she didn't finish her sentence, drifting into another memory between the two, one in which they used to go to a 24-hour cafe quite often. Yeowoon asked if that was true, and Arian replied that yes, they used to stay up all night there, doing homework and drinking together, then waited for the first bus. She added that he stayed with her when she didn't want to go home. The young man remained silent for a few seconds, then said he wasn't sure and questioned if they really did that. Arian assured him they had, and she remembered everything. from the jazz music playing in the cafe to the dirty bathrooms. She confessed she remembered it so well because that place was the most fun she had ever had. That's why she asked if he really didn't remember anything. She recalled how after a conference they went to see Bong Chan-soo's new movie, which was a bit naughty. Then Ye-woon answered honestly. Yes, he remembered everything she had said, but he didn't feel anything special about it. To him, they were just everyday stories. So he didn't mind if she remembered those days. Nothing would change between them. With no other options, Aryan said she understood, that she was done reminiscing, and wouldn't call him late at night again. But still, she asked if he minded her continuing to go to the cafe where he worked, as she simply liked the coffee there a lot. Ye-woon replied she could do as she pleased, that he wasn't the owner of the place, so he couldn't kick her out. Although he thought that if he got a full-time job, he would be the first to leave. Finally, he said a dry goodbye, but she shouted for him to wait. Annoyed and tired, Ye-woon asked what was it now. Then his ex said she just wanted to tell him that she had moved out and no longer lived with her parents. She also revealed that her new home was only 2 subway stops from her workplace, and that if he ever got bored, he could visit her. She asked if he agreed, unaware that it actually irritated him. That's why he asked why he should go and immediately hung up. Afterward, he wondered what she wanted, calling him so late and talking about the past. He questioned if she thought he was still the same as before. He thought about blocking her number, but took a moment to reflect. He believed that if he blocked her and no longer heard from her, she might do something at his workplace, since it was nearby. Therefore, the best option was to keep his distance and push her out of his life. If he ignored her, she'd eventually get tired. That's when he received a new message. Upon seeing who it was, his expression changed and a smile formed on his face. It was Hein, asking if he had already gotten home, and she sent a picture of herself wearing a face mask. Looking at it, he jokingly asked what kind of mask it was, if it was a bear or a raccoon. He admitted to himself that she was truly perfect. On the outside, she looked so grown up, but inside, she was still childlike. And he thought that trait was the cutest thing about her. He reflected that he had to take a picture and send it soon. But for now, he simply took one and sent it to her. He thought that memories kept piling up and special moments grew day by day, until the time came. He was sure that day would come. Then he laughed because right after she complained, Hein scolded him for taking the photo against the light and asked him to take another one soon, which he agreed to do. And the next day at the subway station, Hein was calmly reading, until Ye-woon arrived, greeting her politely. She greeted him back and commented that he seemed to be in a good mood after work. He confirmed it and said she looked good too. He then asked what she was reading. Hein replied it was a poetry book, from which she was trying to draw inspiration for her compositions. Ye-woon was impressed by her dedication and curiously asked if she read a lot. The girl replied not too often, but when she had time, she read slowly. Also, she liked poems because she tried to adapt them into her songs. Ye-woon asked if he could take a look at the book, and Hein handed it to him without hesitation. He began flipping through it and noticed she had marked all her favorite verses, confirming how much she liked poetry. Then he asked if she usually bought many books like that. Hein replied no, that she preferred reading them digitally or borrowing them from the library. But if she really liked something, she made the effort to buy it physically. She confessed there was something comforting about holding them in her hands. Cheered by the conversation, Ye-woon guessed she must have over 100 poetry books at home. That made Hein laugh, and she said no, she only had 4 or 5. She didn't have enough time to collect more. But she added that if she had the time and money, she would gather all her favorite records, instruments, and books, and pile them up, imagining herself as a child in a place full of her favorite things, saying that would make her very happy. Ye-woon laughed and couldn't believe it. He asked what would happen if she died buried under all that. But Hein stared at him and said she wouldn't mind because that would be better than losing something she loved. That left Ye-woon speechless. He looked away, thoughtful, while still flipping through the book. Then he called her and asked if she wanted to have dinner with him. He suggested going out on her day off and asked what she thought. She, initially showing no expression, soon smiled at him. She said that was fine and that the menu would be what Ye-woon usually liked. She asked what he thought about that. He nodded just as the next train was arriving. On another day, Ye-woon happily works at the cafe. His boss, noticing his good mood, asks why he's so cheerful and if his favorite musician has posted something on social media. He replies not yet, but says he'll soon have a day off, and that makes him feel good. The boss confirms it's true, and mentions that she's been so busy promoting new products that she forgot about her own day off. She asks if he already has plans and if he'd like to go out for a drink with her. However, Yo-woon replies that he already has a date for that day. She questions him, asking if he's avoiding her because of what happened last time. But Yo-woon clarifies that he's not, that he really does have a date, and that he has no reason to avoid her since everything was cleared up between them. Oh Yoo-ju reflects for a moment and confesses that she's been sober for a while, but lately has felt like having a drink. The young man then suggests she invite Shin-young, since she'll also be free that day. His boss says she'll think about it, though she mentions that Shin-young has been quite busy lately, probably studying in the afternoons. She then wonders if she should go to the whiskey bar alone and chat with Mr. Dong-chul, since she doesn't really have anyone to talk to these days. She reveals that all her friends are married and she feels she can't keep them up that late. Hearing that, Yo-woon feels a bit bad. So he decides to take a break and take out the trash, to which the woman agrees without hesitation. Once outside, he reflects that his boss seems unusually lonely lately and wonders if it's because spring is coming. At that moment, he sees someone. It's his ex standing there smoking. When she sees him, she greets him. Yo-woon quickly adopts a serious demeanor, and as he passes by her, tells her not to smoke there because she might set the trash on fire. She apologizes, puts out the cigarette, and places it in a bag to throw away later, all while watching him. Just as he was about to go back to work, Aren steps in his way. The young man asks what she's doing and tells her not to block the path since he's working. She replies that he should just go around her if he doesn't like it. He asks what she's talking about, and as he passes by her, tells her not to joke around without reason. However, she grabs him by the hair, trying to get his attention. Yo-woon turns around annoyed and asks what she's doing and if she's lost her mind. Bluntly, Arun asks if he hates her that much. This leaves the boy a bit intrigued. The blonde continues and confesses that she knows what she did was wrong and that it hurt him a lot. But still, she can't help but wonder if he really hates her so much that he can't even greet her normally. She asks what she can do to be forgiven and be friends again. She confesses she'd do whatever he asks, even if he wants to slap her. She steps closer, waiting for his response. Yo-woon questions why she's acting like this all of a sudden after so long without speaking to each other. She looks at him and replies with a smile that she doesn't know either and wonders why she's doing it too. Yo-woon thinks to himself that he's in trouble again. He decides to walk away from the situation and tells her to stop playing around because he doesn't have time for it. She apologizes but complains that he's being disrespectful to her and that she wouldn't be doing any of this if he just greeted her like before. Yo-woon, somewhat irritated, replies that he already told her he's working. Arun gets it, but asks him to greet her properly next time. The young man yells that he's busy and walks away. As he walks off, he wonders what's wrong with her and if she's acting like a stalker now. Even so, he acknowledges that it's not easy to distance yourself from someone who was always close. He remembers the real reason she bothers him. He thinks deeply about it all until he concludes that this all sucks. Then he reflects that he can't wait to see Miss Han. He just wants to talk about music, joke around with her, and think about nothing else but being by her side. At that moment, his boss calls him, and startled, he replies that he's on his way. Meanwhile, the director in charge of the music video shows the final result to her clients. She asks what Haein thinks, mentioning that only the credits are left to be added. So if she wants to make any changes, now's the time. Sung Hyun-jae says he's satisfied and that the video is complete as is. The director nods and says she'll finish it that way and deliver it. She then asks Haein directly what she thinks and mentions she specifically edited the long afternoon scene so her face wouldn't appear. The singer, impressed, responds that it's fine, that the video turned out great. Yoon-ina seems pleased with the comment and says she'll finish it with the credits. Internally, she feels like she's received a compliment. Then, Sung Hyun-jae reminds her that she had something to tell Haein. Ina remembers and hands her a brochure. She asks if she'd like to take a look at it. She explains that she leads a team of independent artists called Oozing. She clarifies that they're not a big team, but they have a variety of artists collaborating: filmmakers, animators, 3D artists, and more. She mentions that recently someone suggested listening to Long Afternoon, and everyone did. As a result, an idea emerged. They proposed making a music video for one of her songs. Hain asks if that wouldn't be too expensive. Ina replies not necessarily. The project would be experimental and kind of avant-garde. She explains that they're creating a video inspired by her music as an artistic collaboration among independents. When it comes out, it would promote both Oozing and Long Afternoon. Sincerely, Ina expresses that Hyun's music is amazing. She strikes a dramatic pose, like someone dedicating their heart and battling titans, but then composes herself and asks her to review the brochure and get in touch if she's interested. She also asks her not to mention it to anyone, as it's a free project and they don't want other singers to start asking for collaborations without any financial return. Hyun says she'll think about it. Then she asks if that's all for the meeting. Sung Hyunjae confirms and asks if she's heading to work now, which she affirms. Before she leaves, he asks if she'll be busy tonight, and if not, invites her to dinner to talk about a few things. But Hyun responds with a firm no, explaining that she already has a commitment and doesn't plan on canceling it. She says goodbye and walks off. Sung Hyunji thinks it won't be easy, as he was hoping to flirt with her. Ina hits him and tells him not to do that with her favorite artist, saying he has a very impure mind. He replies there's nothing wrong with a man flirting with a woman, and that it's not what she thinks. In fact, his intention was to attract Long Afternoon to his label. He thought she'd be interested in his skills as a producer, but in the end, it didn't go as he hoped. He asks Ina if she wants to grab a drink. The next day, Yewoon waits while thinking it's 6:10 and that there's still some time left. This is because he left earlier than necessary. Since he's going to a familiar place, he could have taken a bit longer. He wonders if she's okay or if she has a headache. He starts fixing his hair, but then realizes that, for some reason, he's nervous. Even though he's seen Haein many times, and they've even gone out drinking together, he thought this time wouldn't be any different. However, now that it's an actual date, it feels completely different. He wonders if his hair looks all right, if there's anything out of place. At that moment, his date arrives and asks what he's doing. The question catches him off guard, and he responds by asking if she also left early. The girl explains that her uncle told her he'd take care of the studio until 9, so she had free time, and that's why she left earlier than planned. Then she steps a bit closer, looks at him carefully, and tells him not to worry. His hair looks fine. Yewoon laughs, a little nervous, and asks if she's serious. Then he suggests they go right away because he's hungry. Curious, Haein asks where they're going today, whether it's a restaurant only he knows or a more casual dinner. The young man smiles confidently and asks if she likes spicy food. So, they head to a restaurant that specializes in spicy food. Yewoon mentions that the place is famous for its delicious jambong. He adds that it's not only tasty but also fun because you can try different levels of spiciness. That catches Haein's attention and she asks if he likes spicy food. He replies only a little and suggests that if she doesn't like it, she can order the basic level while he's going to order level 3 or 4. That surprises Hain, who comments that he really does like spicy food. Then she calls the waiter and asks if the restaurant offers a level 6 spiciness. The waiter says yes, which surprises Yewoon. When he checks the menu again, he realizes it only goes up to level 4. Haein explains that there are secret levels, going up to level 8, intended for true spice lovers. She also tells him that the last time she was at a place like this, she tried level 7 and thought she was going to die from the heat. She adds that because it's so intense, it wouldn't be good for him to eat something that spicy, so she'll join him by ordering level 6. Yewoon, visibly embarrassed, replies that if that's the case, he'll also order level 6. Haein asks if he's serious and tells him he doesn't have to try so hard. But he insists that since they came together, he prefers to eat the same thing as her. It makes him feel like they're really sharing the meal. Upon hearing that, she looks at him with admiration, and a cute but small smile appears on her lips. Then she declares they'll order 2 bowls of level 6 jambong with a bit of spicy honey. When the dishes arrive, the waiter wishes them enjoyment, revealing that both bowls have an intense crimson color. Seeing them, Yewoon wonders if he'll really be able to enjoy it, since it looks extremely spicy. Hain asks if he'll be okay, and he says yes. Then he questions how spicy it can really be. He believes that once you reach a certain level, all spiciness should feel the same as before. But upon tasting it, he experiences true terror. He starts coughing and his face turns red. Hae-in can't help but worry and asks if he's okay. She explains that you have to start by drinking the broth to get used to it. She asks if he wants her to order him a less spicy broth since she doesn't think he can handle this level. But Yewoon refuses and says he can keep eating. They both enjoy this super spicy meal. After eating, Yewoon looks visibly exhausted. Hae-in asks if he's okay. He replies yes, that he just has a split lip, a cramp in his spine, and his hands and feet are numb from the acidity. That makes the girl say that clearly, in the end, he's not okay. She reminds him that's why she told him not to try so hard. He didn't even finish the dish. Yewoon, looking at her, asks if she's okay. Hae-in replies yes and reveals that she's a fan of spicy food. Yewoon admits he lost, and Hae-in tells him not to compete over that. He reflects that he chose that restaurant to have a fun and relaxed conversation, but they couldn't talk about anything. He just kept repeating that the food was spicy. He confesses to himself that it's been a total disaster. Hae-in, after looking at him for a few seconds, asks if he has to go home now. He replies that he doesn't have anything to do today. Then the girl asks if he wants to go somewhere to rest or do something else. Curious, he asks where they'll go to relax, and Hae-in says she knows a good place where they can relax comfortably. She gets up and asks him to follow her. She's going to show him. He nods, but while following her, he wonders what place she's referring to and where exactly they'll comfortably relax. They pass by some places that could be good for resting, but none of them catch his attention because all he can do is look at Hae-in, blushing a little. They finally arrive, just as someone is singing while playing the guitar. When they finish, the person thanks the audience and announces that their group is called The Beggars and the Fishermen. Yewoon is surprised, but quickly asks if when she said rest a little, she meant going to a live music bar. Hae-in confirms it and tells him that on weekdays there's open mic, so you only have to pay for drinks and can enjoy the show for free. The young man looks puzzled, and Hae-in tells him to sit down, that she'll bring him a beer. Already seated, he reflects that he was foolish to imagine silly things. He felt a bit disappointed, but thinking it over, it makes no sense to have had unfounded expectations. Then, he reconsiders and admits to himself that he didn't know a place like that existed near the university. He's passed by that spot almost every day and never noticed it. Hae-in returns with the beers and Yewoon thanks her. She asks if he's okay. He says yes, though he's worried about how he'll feel in the morning. To that, she replies not to die. Then, another person goes on stage and introduces themselves as Bittersweet Butterfly. They announce that this is their second ever performance, so they might forget the lyrics or have a slightly off rhythm. Even so, they ask the audience to enjoy their music. The first song is called Like Before. The couple starts watching the show attentively, and Yewoon thinks about the place. The cheap orange lights, the sticky tables, the rough sound of the speakers, and the audience listening in silence. It's an indie concert, and everything feels new and unfamiliar to him. He knows that Hae-in has lived in a world he doesn't know. Then he looks at her, gets closer, and tells her that he thinks the place is very beautiful. Then he takes a sip of his beer. Hae-in watches him, does the same, and calls out to him. Then she tells him that she also likes it a lot. They look at each other, and then simply keep drinking their beers while watching the show. The singer thanks the audience and announces that they'll now perform the next song. The next piece is called It Doesn't Freeze. For some reason, we're taken into one of Yewoon's memories. At that moment, he asks if she only played with him. Ah-ryun replies that he only loved her on his own terms, that they spent a lot of time together, that they have the same tastes, but that doesn't mean she has to love him back. She states that love is not the same as empathy, and that just because he's passionate doesn't mean she is too. We return to the present. Yewoon reflects that even if they share interests and have spent many moments together, that doesn't mean the other person has to feel the same. That empathy and love are different things, but just for today, he thought he'd like that kind of love to exist.
After the performance, the girl thanks the audience and hopes they had a bittersweet experience. She also asks them to follow her on Instagram and expresses her wish to see them again at her next show. The couple watching her applauds. Hae-in asks if they can leave now, but Yewoon, curious, reminds her there's still one group left to perform. However, Hae-in explains that it's almost 9 o'clock and she has to return to the studio. though she asks if he wants to stay a bit longer. The boy shakes his head and says he will leave as well. As they leave the place, the young man comments that the site she showed him is great, and he didn't know a place like that existed near his university. Hain tells him that on weekends, sometimes famous bands perform, and there are also rock DJ parties until dawn, although other genres are mixed in too. She suggests that next time they go out, they return there and stay late. Yoon agrees and thinks it's an excellent idea. Then, Hain sees a convenience store and asks if he wants an ice cream before leaving. The boy replies he wouldn't mind, but asks if she still has time. She answers yes, if they eat quickly. So, Yoon offers to buy them and asks what flavor she wants. She replies that he can choose the flavor for her. Finally, he gives her a lemon ice cream, and Hain thanks him. They both sit in silence, enjoying their ice creams. Then, Yoon asks if there are many clients who booked the studio today. His companion replies yes, that it's full until the last hour. She explains that it's currently university festival season and many bands go to practice, so they're very busy. Yewoon becomes interested in the university festivals and remembers they will have one soon as well. He mentions it was originally scheduled for early May, but it was postponed for some reason. Hain, upon hearing that, asks if he goes to University X, since a group from that university came that very day. The young man, curious, asks how they play, but she clarifies that she doesn't strictly evaluate club bands and that music is just to enjoy. After that brief explanation, they fall silent again, until Yoon thinks of something and asks Hain why she decided to go out to eat with him today. The girl, curious, asks why he's asking and says the answer is obvious. It was he who invited her to eat. Yoon explains that it felt strange, since they'd never done anything like that before, and suddenly he invited her to eat and then go for a walk. Hain looks at him curiously and reminds him they've already drunk together and had a music tasting, among other things. Yoon confirms, recalling when they did that in his apartment, and then admits he said something silly. But he reflects that, although he knows it, there's nothing more to confirm. Only that he can't believe there's someone so cheerful who wouldn't mind dying crushed by the things she loves, a wonderful person who hasn't lost her dreams or goals. The fact that there's someone like that by his side who likes the same things as he does seems incredible to him. That's why he keeps asking questions, because the only thing he needs is her consent. After finishing the ice cream, Hain says it was delicious and that it's her first time trying it. Then she asks Yoon if they have similar culinary tastes, stating that they both like spicy food. The young man replies that they do, then he leans toward her, and in the next moment, he kisses her. After the kiss, they remain silent for a few seconds. Yoon reflects that it was cold, soft, and the best part, it tasted like lemon. Then Hain gets up and asks if they can leave now. She explains that the people who reserved the studio will arrive soon, and she has to get it ready. Yoon replies yes, that they're leaving now. They start walking toward the studio. The young man watches her from behind and notices she's walking faster than before. That's why he can't see her expression. But then he thinks he's crazy, and that in the end, he just did what he wanted. He believes he made the same mistake again, something for which she'll hate him. Hain looks at him and asks if he's going to the station now. He confirms. Then she says she's going in a different direction and says goodbye. Yoon does the same, but first tells her he had a really good day. However, his face shows some disappointment. Then Hain brings up the earlier thing and walks toward him with firm steps. She gives him a light punch in the stomach and declares that they'll talk about that properly another day, as she has no time now. The young man nods and says goodbye again. It is revealed that she is slightly blushing and somewhat serious. She turns around and says goodbye again. Yoon watches her one last time before lowering his gaze. But after that, he looks happy. He tells himself that it's okay, that it was something incredible. Meanwhile, at the music store, Hain arrives, slowly runs her hand over the accessories, and sits on a chair. She crosses her legs and sits there, thoughtful, serious, and slightly blushing. She starts spinning the chair and thinks that he seemed like he wanted to tell her something, so she gave him some time. But suddenly, he kissed her. She wonders if he had planned to do it from the beginning, although she also thinks she let her guard down without realizing it. Then she says she doesn't know, that she can't think, and it's all that idiot's fault. She confesses to herself that she's going crazy, and that it feels like something is boiling inside her. At that moment, the group that reserved the studio arrives. A boy speaks to the band from University X and asks if they can use Room C. Hain confirms and informs them that if they need more microphones or cables, they just need to tell her. They leave, and Hyeon watches them. Then she tells herself she needs to calm down and put on her mask, because if someone saw her current expression, they'd think she was mocking them. Then she starts to draw something, or at least tries, because what she really wants is to go home, take a shower, and change clothes. Because in that state, she can't do anything. She feels uncomfortable. She wonders what's going on and curses Yeowoon, stating that he can't just kiss her out of nowhere. Back at Yeowoon's apartment, he's lying on the bed, reflecting on what happened. He thinks it was fresh and soft with a lemon flavor. He confesses he will probably never forget it. While staring at the full moon and its glow, he reflects that it was the first time he felt that texture of consent. But it's not the only important moment, because at the same time, in a whiskey bar, two people who know each other meet by chance, but pretend they don't. The bar owner believes he's a regular customer and that they met by chance. The young man, for his part, thinks maybe it's her day off and wonders if she'd be upset if he talked to her.
Yeowoon is calmly washing the dishes with a slight smile on his face until Shin-young shows up and asks if something good happened to him, since he seems so happy he's almost singing the moment he arrives at work. He replies that he's simply in a good mood because the weather is nice. Even so, his coworker suspects there's something more behind his happiness. Then, Yeowoon asks why she hasn't gone home, and Shin-young says the boss asked her to keep an eye on him for 5 minutes because she went out to buy more milk. But then she looks at him closely and asks how things are going with the girl he mentioned before. The young man smiles and replies that it's going so-so. Without missing a beat, his coworker tells him that if, by chance, things don't work out, he should let her know, because she'll take him out for drinks. Yeowoon asks why she would do that, and she responds by questioning him back. Why does he ask so much? She says it's obvious she's interested. That leads Yeowoon to ask her if it's true. Shin-young loses patience and replies that of course she's interested, but that doesn't mean she likes him. For now, she just wants to talk to him and asks him not to feel uncomfortable. In the end, Yeowoon replies that it doesn't matter to him, but asks why she's interested in him if they've barely talked. Shin-young says that even if he's not interested in her, it still stings a little to hear him say it so bluntly. The guy replies that he was just curious. She answers that it's nothing out of the ordinary, so there's no reason to hide it. She explains that, first of all, he caught her attention because he's tall. She also remembers that when they were studying, she saw him quietly picking up some tissues that had fallen on the floor, and that made her think he was a responsible person, which motivated her to want to talk to him. Yeowoon watches her in silence for a few seconds and asks if that's all. Shin-young nods, but then throws him a question, wondering if he thinks that kind of interest is weird. Before Yeowoon can answer, a customer arrives wanting to place an order. Shin-young immediately switches to her customer service role and greets the new customer. Yeowoon is left thinking he doesn't find it weird, just a bit surprising, since his reasons weren't so different. He remembers that his interest in Hain simply started because they often took the last train together. He looks at his coworker and reflects that because of what happened last time, he thought she took feelings lightly, but maybe she was just very honest when expressing them. Just then, she catches him staring. She asks what he's looking at, and Yeowoon replies, nothing, but then adds that she'll surely find someone good, and that, in his opinion, she's a good person too. Shin-young says that sounds way too definitive, and that she hasn't even invited him for a drink yet, so she asks him not to put up so many walls. She also warns him not to let his guard down. Even if things seem to be going well with the girl he likes, who knows if they'll end up dating or not? She poses the hypothetical, what if she rejects him terribly? The young man asks if that's something one says to a coworker. Just then, the boss arrives and tells Shin Young that she can go home now. She's happy to hear it. But as she leaves, she sticks her tongue out at Yo-woon and jokingly says she hopes he gets rejected, which annoys him. However, he thinks he still hasn't received an answer from Haein and believes she doesn't like to talk by text or phone. And if he can't meet her tonight either, he'll have to settle for sending her a little goodnight message. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the music group is celebrating a new collaboration. Hyunjae says everyone worked very hard and today is a party day, so he invites everyone to enjoy and drink a lot, cheering them up with the food and drinks offered. Haein asks if they've already set the release date for the collaboration, and Hyunjae replies yes, it will be June 27th, and on the 20th, they'll release a teaser video. He tells her she can share the news on Instagram. The girl reflects that it's still quite far off and thinks it might be a weak excuse to invite him. Then Hyunjae asks if she wants to see the album cover. He shows them how amazing the cover turned out with the color combination. One of the band members comments that it looks great and closely resembles the design Han made, something she gladly acknowledges. She also says they captured Yukin's features very well and that it was interesting to see him illustrated by someone else. Hyunjae watches her smiling and asks what she's working on lately, if she's making any songs. She replies yes, that she has many demos piled up and will choose one to finish. She'll probably record it next week. Hyunjae comments that she's very hardworking, but she just finished a collaboration, so he thought she'd take a break. Then Ki-hoon, the guitarist, contradicts him, saying he knows he's been very busy with events lately. Hyunjae laughs, confessing that he wanted to pretend he was a lazy musician. He adds that he's actually very busy, with lots of small concerts, managing the company, and producing the soundtrack for a series. Then he glances sideways at Haein and says he's going to launch his own record label. The girl smiles and asks if it's finally happening, the thing he told her about a while ago. He replies that, for now, it'll be a personal label, and he's still thinking about which artist to sign. Excited, Ki-hoon asks how about signing their band, Idiot Dot, to which Hyunjae replies that they already have their own label, Watermelon Sounds. The guitarist says he didn't know that, and Hyunjae says it was obvious they'd be discovered soon, since they're a good band. He takes the opportunity to mention that he'd like to sign artists who are looking for new and interesting things, because that way it'll feel worthwhile to have started the company. Just then, Lim Ji-won, the bassist, calls him and asks if he wants to go out for a smoke. Hyunjae agrees and gets up to go with him. The guitarist wants to go too, but Ji-won says no, he should stay. Ki-hoon asks why he can't come, and the bassist replies that if he comes, it ruins the party vibe. That makes Ki-hoon puff up with pride and decide to stay. Outside, Hyunjae doesn't waste time and asks Ji-won if he's against his new label and doesn't like the idea. The blonde says he's not opposing. He hasn't even said anything yet. But Hyunjae says he knows Ji-won doesn't smoke and still brought him out on purpose. He asks if he interrupted the conversation to prevent him from signing Long Afternoon. Ji-won clarifies that he's not opposed, but he has a request. He wants Hyunjae to give Haein a big opportunity on an important stage. Hyunjae asks what he means. Ji-won says it could be a festival or a solo concert. He wants him to give Haein a chance, whether as part of the team or as an artist. He says she needs a goal. Right now, she underestimates herself and settles for being an unknown musician. But if she steps onto a big stage a few times, she'll start dreaming bigger. So much that she'll want to become an artist loved by many people. Hyunjae laughs and says that from what Ji-won says, it's clear he also thinks highly of Haein. Ji-won confirms it, saying that if he didn't, he wouldn't have joined that project. He's satisfied being part of the band and has already listened to the demos Haein wants to record. He assures Hyunjae that when he hears them, he'll understand the great rhythm that group has. That's why he asks him to open the final door so Haein can start having ambition. Hyunjae smiles and says he'll try, but in the end, it all depends on her. Because the only person who can open that door and walk out is the one who locked it in the first place. After leaving the celebration, Haein checks her phone and, seeing the time, comments that there's still a while before the last train. She sits on the ground and wonders what she should do. She says this is all nice, remembering the kiss with Yo-woon, but she also admits to herself that she doesn't know what to say about Long Afternoon. After many bottles of alcohol, Ki-hoon raises his voice, asking if Haein is really saying that Stevie Ray Vaughan's technique is better. He adds that his style is very diverse and still evolving. Haein firmly responds that Jimi Hendrix was the one who influenced Stevie Ray Vaughan, therefore she considers Hendrix the best guitarist. The discussion continues between them, while the bassist and drummer watch them in silence. The latter, by the way, comments that they seem to be arguing seriously, asking if they should intervene. Lim Ji-won tells him not to get involved, explaining that every time they drink, they end up debating about music. More precisely, about who is the best musician or which band is superior. Then, he looks at Jo-young and asks if she's not drinking, noticing that she's only eating the appetizers. Jo-young replies that she actually can't tolerate alcohol. This surprises Lim Ji-won, who asks why she didn't say so earlier, and adds that they'll have to have dinner together more often. At that moment, Haein asks them to wait a bit. She wonders what time it is and seems to realize it's already late. Sung Hyun-jae checks his phone and says it's 11:30 at night. Upon hearing the time, Haein says the right thing would be to leave now to catch the subway in time. Hyun-jae asks if she'll make the last train and assures her not to worry, since they can call her a taxi. Then he laughs and suggests she stay and drink with them all night, revealing his cheerful drunk personality. Haein clarifies that she's not actually leaving because of the train. She tells them she has a date. Ham Ki-hoon is startled and asks if she has a boyfriend. He remembers that last time she said she wasn't looking for anyone and calls her a liar. She looks at him somewhat serious and asks when she said that. She clarifies that she only mentioned she didn't want to be set up with anyone. The guitarist insists, asking why she always rejects the dates he arranges for her then. She replies that he only introduces her to weird people. Visibly hurt, he asks why she says that. He assures her he only introduced people he thought she might like. But Haein asks what she has to do with someone who dresses up as Sid Vicious, recalling the guy he once introduced her to. She then adds that they're not dating yet and that she's still thinking about it. Sung Hyun-jae asks what she's thinking. He asks if that guy is problematic or if he's a bad boy. She replies no, that he's a good person. She adds that he's kind and knows how to express himself well. But then she lowers her gaze and confesses that, if there's a problem, that problem is her. Ham Ki-hoon jumps in saying the real problem is the violence she hides. She looks at him confused and asks what violence. But then she returns to the subject. She says she never imagined being in this situation. Finally, she reveals that the problem is that she is long afternoon. Her friend, curious and drunk, asks what's so bad about that. After all, many musicians end up dating their fans. Haein lowers her voice and confesses that he doesn't know she is long afternoon, and she's purposely hiding it. The guitarist doesn't understand. He asks how it's possible he hasn't noticed, that just by hearing her voice, he should have realized. Lim Ji-won chimes in. He explains that although it sounds similar, there's no way to prove it if she insists she's not long afternoon, and from the future boyfriend's point of view, he probably just thinks her voice is a bit similar. Hyun-jae asks why she doesn't just tell him. She hesitates, then says she doesn't want to. He asks why. She answers, lowering her gaze, that it's for a selfish reason. She loves his honest reaction when he listens to Long Afternoon. She remembers he said that good is good and weird is weird, that he's the first person she's met who speaks so passionately about her band. Seeing him focused listening to her music gives her the strength to keep composing. But if he knew she was Long Afternoon, he couldn't speak with the same honesty. Her mere existence would force him to fake it. And if one day he stopped liking the band, she'd have to smile in silence without saying a word. She's afraid that moment will come. That's why she doesn't want to tell him the truth. She confesses she doesn't know how to date him without revealing it, although she knows she'll have to eventually. Sung Hyun-jae tells her it's not necessary, that she simply doesn't have to tell him. She looks at him confused. He laughs and asks if he was too blunt. Then he speaks again, more calmly. He tells her that in love, what matters is what one feels. That if she feels insecure, she doesn't have to tell everything. There's no need to reveal everything when you're just getting to know someone. He confesses that he also met someone when he arrived in Korea. And in the end, he didn't tell them anything. He remembers he didn't talk about what his life was like as an immigrant, or about his family, or why he returned to Korea. He liked that person, but he also had weak points he didn't want to show. And he doesn't think that's selfish. On the contrary, keeping those flaws secret means he valued that relationship. Hain watches him in silence, thoughtful. But then he jokes, saying that doesn't mean she should hide her romantic affairs, which causes Ki-hoon to laugh and say that would be trashy. Finally, Hyunjae advises her to do what she wants. Love can't be generalized. Hain lowers her gaze, swirling her empty glass, starting to delve into her thoughts. However, a bottle appears in front of her. It's Hyunjae, offering to refill her glass. He tells her to think about it calmly. He reminds her she doesn't have to decide anything tonight. She doesn't need to meet that person tonight. She thinks about it, extends her glass, and replies that she'll think about it calmly. Meanwhile, Yo-woon walks down the street looking at his phone. He just received an email informing him he passed the document screening at all the companies where he applied for internships. He says to himself that of course he had to pass, but reminds himself not to get too happy since this is only the beginning. He wonders what he should wear for the interview. He says buying something is expensive, so maybe he should rent it. Then he considers that the best thing would be to buy a cheap suit and use it for all interviews. He looks at his phone and upon seeing a photo with Haein, wonders if they'll be able to meet today. He remembers her for a few seconds. Then he says that if they can't meet today either, it would be better to call her. It's not responsible to keep waiting without doing anything, since he was the one who took the initiative. He walks down the stairs with some hope, looking to see if she's at the bench where they usually meet. But the bench is empty. He is left alone, without a clear answer about their relationship. He thinks maybe this is a sign, maybe a rejection. But he immediately denies the idea. No need to rush. If they can't meet today, he'll call her. He believes it's not too late to regret, as long as there's a clear answer. He knows Haein isn't someone who holds back, so he doesn't think she would reject him passively. However, he wonders if this is the end. He questions what to do now. Then he hears a voice calling him. Yo-woon turns and sees Haein. She smiles at him with a slight sparkle in her eyes, saying, "It's Yo-woon," revealing she's a bit drunk. He asks her if she just got off work. But before she can say anything, Ham Ki-hoon steps between them with a serious and defiant expression. Silence envelops everything. Finally, Ki-hoon looks at him intently and asks if he is Yo-woon, the guy Haein likes. He demands to know if he's the guy who dares to hurt his dear Haein. The question puts him on the spot, asking himself if he's really hurting her. Ki-hoon gets closer and closer. Yo-woon, worried, asks again how he's bothering Haein. The man, with a serious tone, replies that since they're talking about her, he reveals he's known her since she was a student. He gave her guitar lessons and has always cared for her like a younger sister. That's why he warns Yo-woon that he doesn't care who he is. If he ever hurts Haein or breaks her heart, he won't sit idly by. He asks if he understood. The young man nods, trying to calm him down, although he also notices a strong smell of alcohol coming from him. Then Ki-hoon gets worked up and says that was a very vague answer, demanding a clear response. He confronts him, asking what he's doing, if he's not going to say anything. At that moment, the drummer grabs him from behind. That makes him even angrier, and annoyed, he yells at him, asking what he's doing, telling him to let go and calling him drum idiot. The drummer, laughing nervously, says that Ki-hoon is completely drunk. Yo-woon, still confused, wonders who these people are. At that moment, Ji-won comes over and asks if he got scared. She explains that Ki-hoon is usually a good guy, very funny, but when he drinks too much, he tends to play rough. Also, she clarifies that he's so weak he can't even hit the punching machines properly, so there's nothing to worry about. Then she turns to Haein and asks if that guy is the one she talked about. The girl, with a sweet smile, replies that yes, it's him. The young man, hearing this, is left wondering what she means by that. Ji-won asks Haein if they can leave now. She says yes and thanks them, promising to send them the taxi money later. Before leaving, the blonde turns to Yo-woon and asks if he could take Haein home, since she drank a lot today. Yo-woon, surprised, asks if he means Haein's house. Ji-won nods, explaining that they were planning to go with her, but they live too far from where she lives. That's why he asks this favor, also saying that Haein trusts him. They begin to leave, telling their friend to take care. She replies that she will and that they'll see each other later. As they walk away, the blonde suggests going for pork soup before heading home, saying he knows a 24-hour place, which cheers up his two friends. Haein says goodbye to them, and Yo-woon asks if they are close friends. She replies yes, and that she met all of them thanks to music. She tells him that the guy with curly hair is named Ham Ki-hoon, and he was her guitar teacher. He also has a dance punk band called Idiot Dot and is super cool. He knows a lot about software too, so he always gives her good advice. Then Yewoon asks about the blonde guy, and she says his name is Lim Ji-won, that he's a bassist, and she met him because he was friends with Ki-hoon. Then he asks if she knows the band of Sunwoo Manga, and she confirms that Ji-won plays there. Yewoon reacts immediately upon hearing that name, saying that Sunwoo Manga is quite famous. Hain confirms and adds that he's impressive. She also says that sometimes Ji-won works as a DJ in clubs, which makes Yewoon comment that he's very versatile. Finally, Hain talks about the drummer, whose name is Yoon Ju-young. She says that since high school he used to practice in his uncle's studio, although they only started talking recently, so they're not exactly close friends. Yewoon reflects on the friends of his possible future girlfriend and says that together they could form a band. The girl laughs and agrees, saying they could start a punk band. However, in a clumsy move, Haein loses her balance and falls right onto Yewoon, who catches her. She looks at him, embarrassed, and apologizes. The young man says it's okay and asks if she drank too much. She pulls away a bit and confirms that yes, explaining they had an after-party today. At that moment, Yewoon takes her hand, a gesture that surprises the girl. But then he explains that he's holding her hand so she doesn't fall. She looks at that simple gesture, smiles, gets closer to him and says it's okay, asking him to hold her tightly until they get home. Yewoon nods, assuring her that he doesn't want her to trip or fall anywhere. Just then, the train is about to arrive. On their way home, they walk hand in hand, side by side, in a peaceful and comforting silence. Hain yawns slightly, and Yewoon asks if she's sleepy. She replies no, that she just yawned because of lack of air. Then she gets closer to him and says she can still keep having fun, asking if he got that. The young man, a bit surprised, asks what she wants to do. She answers with another question, wanting to know what he can come up with. Then she looks at him with a mix of mischief and admiration and asks why he's so cute. He, a little embarrassed, replies that he was just about to say the same to her. That little exchange makes them change the way they're holding hands, interlocking their fingers as they look at each other with serenity and warmth full of meaning. Then Yewoon wonders if all this is just his imagination, but concludes that it doesn't matter. Today, more than ever, the subway feels too quiet to him. When they arrive at the neighborhood and get off the train, Haein cheerfully yells that they've arrived, and Yewoon confirms with a smile, repeating what she said, making her laugh a bit. He asks which way they should go from there and if it's far. She points out that by crossing those buildings, they'll arrive directly at her residence. Yewoon comments that it's really close. Haein explains that since she often goes out at night, she purposely chose a place near the station. She asks if he thinks it's cool. She guides him to her apartment, and Yewoon says it's time to say goodbye, that she can go in because he'll take a taxi. Haein asks if he's going straight home. He replies yes, that he has class early tomorrow and needs to get going to rest. But then he remembers that last time he acted without thinking, and that this time he wants to behave properly. However, Haein calls out to him and confesses that she took 3 shots of tequila today just so she could see him. Then she asks if he's really going to leave her like that, taking his hand and asking him to stay a little longer so they can talk. Yewoon is speechless for a few seconds, then asks if he can stay at her place. She looks at him mischievously and asks if he always asks for permission for this kind of thing, telling him to come in with his own style, just like he did last time. In a dark room, a ray of light slips in as the door opens. It's Haein, who enters alone and silently. She lets her bag fall to the floor and sits on the bed. She runs a hand through her hair before lying down slowly. She seems lost in thought, until something snaps her out of it. She asks what he's doing there and tells him to sit down, since Yeonwon was also there. He replies that he was just taking a look at the house and asks if she minds him looking around a bit more. She sits up curiously and asks what he means, but then smiles and says she doesn't mind, though she adds there isn't much to see. She quickly gets up and asks if he wants something to drink, mentioning she probably has some beer in the fridge. She walks over to check, but is disappointed when she opens it, commenting that there's nothing inside. Meanwhile, Yeonwon watches her intently, almost with fascination. But then, she asks what he's looking at, playfully accusing him of being a pervert. She shakes her head as if trying to shake off those thoughts. He looks away toward another corner and comments that the room reflects her personality well. It's full of instruments and musical equipment. He admits it feels like a musician's room. Then he wonders if there's a sweet smell in the air, guessing it might be coming from a diffuser. At that moment, Hyein offers him the only can of beer she found and asks if he wants her to pour it into a glass. He replies that it's not necessary, he'll drink it as is, and asks if she wants some. She shakes her head, admitting she's had enough for today, as she moves to close the window. Then she asks if the room feels a bit small and explains that having 2 floors can make things a bit tricky. But Yeonwon says the place feels nice and cozy and there's also plenty of storage space. However, he brings up a concern, if she can play instruments without bothering the neighbors. Hyein assures him it's fine because the apartment is soundproof. She explains the previous owner set it up that way and told her to use it freely. With a smile, she adds that they could do whatever they want there and asks if that doesn't sound great to him. Yeonwon watches her for a few seconds, takes a sip of beer and says yes, it sounds great. Then he sits down and asks if her parents aren't worried about her living alone. Hyein says no, her family is pretty lenient. Besides, since she works at her uncle's studio, everyone thinks he's taking care of her. Yeonwon nods in understanding but reflects aloud that the uncle also lives alone. He wonders if he doesn't feel lonely. Then Hyein calls him and says she feels a bit sleepy. She asks if they can continue talking while lying down. He replies that if she wants to lie down, she should make herself comfortable since it's her house. But she replies that it's not about that. She lies down and gently pats the bed, inviting him to lie next to her after he finishes his drink. The young man sees there's still quite a bit left in the can, but decides to chug it all and then walks over to her. He lies down next to her, staring at her intently. He comments that the bed is really big and asks if she has any bad sleeping habits. Hyein explains that the bed was left by the previous owner, and she found it comfy, so she only changed the mattress. Curious, Yeonwon asks if she bought the blanket herself while moving his hand closer to hers. She smiles and asks how he guessed. He says the blanket has the UK flag on it, and it fits perfectly with her style. She laughs, then clarifies that it was actually made in Korea. Then she asks if she smells too much like alcohol. He says just a little. That makes her blush. She admits she feels embarrassed and exclaims she wishes he were drunk. Yeonwon reassures her and says not to worry, that he doesn't mind. She looks at him in silence, then calls him again. She asks why he kissed her. He says it wasn't a real kiss, just a quick peck. But Hyein insists it's the same thing and asks again why he did it, this time frowning. Yeonwon looks at her carefully, then averts his gaze while thinking of what to say. He finally says he did it because he wanted to torment her, to see if she would stop him. He just wanted to know. He looks into her eyes and asks if she's going to run away. Hyein smiles and asks if that's really the reason. She leans in a little and says that now that she's looking more closely, she thinks he's a very bad person. She places her hand on him and asks if she should jump on him. She starts touching him playfully and says she's going to see if he'll run away too. She moves her hand to his chest. Yeonwon, visibly blushing, says he's not going to run away. But Hyein warns him not to say that so confidently, since nothing has started yet. And in the next moment, she makes him tremble with her touches. He also wants to do the same, but before he can go any further, Hyein tells him not to. She says it's her turn now and that she's going to tease him for a while. She tells him to stay still and let her do whatever she wants. She clarifies that she hasn't done anything yet. Yeonwon says he thought she was a calm person, but now he sees she's quite vengeful. She asks if he didn't know that, and adds that she's also a nasty person. She confesses that she has many things to hide, many fears, that she doesn't like losing, and that she's very, very greedy. She finishes by saying she's a miserable woman, and as she says it, she makes Yeonwon blush even more with her teasing. Hyein kept playing with Yeonwon, watching him closely. Then she asked if he had a soft belly and if he had been very busy lately. He replied it was because of drinking beer, but the rest of his body was still firm. Hearing that, Hyein teasingly asked if they could check, while slowly lowering her hand, putting Yeonwon in an awkward situation. Noticing his reaction, she asked what was wrong and if he was shy. The young man replied no, it just tickled, but it felt nice. Hyein, upon hearing that, said it was very cute, leaving him speechless. However, her expression changed. She reflected in silence. She couldn't take it anymore. She wouldn't last much longer. With a quick move, he got on top of Hyein as he said her name. Looking at her intently, he asked her to stop joking and if they could get serious. She, a bit confused, asked if he was being serious. Then she grabbed him by the shirt and with a swift move, reversed the situation, getting on top of him. He blushed, and she confidently said she was now being serious. She called him by his name and asked how long he could last. Yeowoon, surprised by the question, thought for a few seconds before replying with some embarrassment that maybe 15 or 20 minutes. Hain, hearing that, got annoyed, lightly hit him, and asked what he was saying if that was all he thought about. Then she clarified that what she really wanted to know was if, even if she tormented him, he would run away or not. They looked at each other in silence, searching for answers in one another's faces. Then Hain confessed that she had a terrible temper, that when she wanted something, she'd get it no matter what. But if she didn't want to give something, she wouldn't let go even if it killed her. She revealed she was very selfish and asked if he was sure he wouldn't run away from her. Yeowoon, confused, asked why she thought he would escape. She replied that people are like that. They expect something, get disappointed, and then betray. Those who stay, suffer. The young man, upon hearing that, asked if she thought he was like those people. Then he posed another question. If she really thought that of him, why had she brought him to her room? Hain admitted it was a petty question, and taking his face in her hands, said his face really annoyed her, that she wanted to crush it. Then she began taking off his shirt. After tossing it aside, she said that was enough. She had said everything she needed to say. She asked him to get ready, while slowly approaching him. She began kissing his ear gently. But when Yeowoon grabbed her arm, Hain immediately flinched and stood up. The young man, slightly aroused by the mood, asked what had happened. She said it was nothing, but admitted she was feeling a bit sick. She made a sound like she was going to vomit. She thought she couldn't go on, that she felt like she was going to throw up everything. She admitted to herself she couldn't take it anymore. She ran quickly to the bathroom and threw up everything she had in her stomach, something Yeowoon could hear from the room. Worried, he went to her and found her sitting down. She let out an embarrassed sound, apologized, and said she had ruined the whole mood. She revealed she had mixed too many drinks and felt nauseous. Yeowoon, seeing her, sat beside her and told her it was okay, that he just wanted to walk her home that night. Then he asked why she had drunk so much and if something bad had happened. She said it wasn't that she just drank because she felt good because it was fun. But then she reflected in silence and thought she was now very happy, because Yeowoon liked long afternoon, and thanks to that, they had created many memories together. That's why she was so happy and excited, like when she bought her first guitar. Even so, she wondered why she felt that uneasiness and fear deep in her heart. She wondered if maybe she feared that the affection and care he showed her might someday vanish by chance. She also wondered why she couldn't just fully enjoy this happiness she had long desired. After that embarrassing moment, they both lay on the bed. They looked at each other, until Hain broke the silence, apologizing, since she felt like she had only brought him home to do chores. Yeowoon, jokingly, replied that it was fine and asked her not to worry and to get some sleep since she was still dizzy. She agreed, saying she would sleep and wished him good night. Yeowoon looked at her for a few seconds and reflected silently. He didn't want to lose that person he liked. That's why he had been honest. That's why he had come close. Even though he thought it might have just been a way to avoid complicating things and quickly reach a conclusion, leaving the decision in Hain's hands. He acknowledged it had been a very irresponsible confession, made only from his own comfort. He knew he needed to make a better confession, one that wouldn't make her feel insecure. During the night, while they both slept, Hain started to feel uncomfortable. She woke up, murmuring that it was stifling, turned to the side, and took off the leggings she was wearing. She thought it was a relief, that as expected, it wasn't comfortable to sleep in leggings. Then she looked to her side and saw Yeowoon. She almost screamed from the shock, since she had completely forgotten he was sleeping next to her. Gently running her hand through his hair, she watched him sleeping deeply, and looking at him more closely, she reflected that she wouldn't reveal yet that she was long afternoon. At least not for now. She hugged him and thought that even if one day he came to hate her, or she him, only then could Yukin and Long Afternoon continue being Yeowoon's favorites. The next day, Yukin is riding a whale flying over the skies of Seoul. He starts approaching a building, getting close enough to look through the window. He sees Yo-woon, who is sleeping peacefully and appears to be alone, as there's no one next to him. At that moment, what seems to be Hye-in approaches and asks him to get up, causing the boy to sit up suddenly. A bit shaken, he hears his phone alarm. Before fully reacting, he wonders where he is, then remembers he stayed over at Hane's house. He admits that caught him by surprise. He reflects that luckily he didn't fall completely asleep, since if he leaves now, he can still make it to his morning class. Then he hears a sound. It's Hen, coming out of the bathroom. Seeing him, she asks if he's fully awake. He, in turn, asks if she's feeling better from the hangover. She replies more or less, and offers him some water. Yeowoon says 1 glass is fine. Then she stares at him for a few seconds and asks why he took off his pants. She sits next to him and says she saw his pants hanging in the bathroom, asking if the room was too hot last night. The young man looks at her, confused, and asks if she doesn't remember what happened yesterday. That leaves her puzzled, and she asks what happened. We return to the past when Yeowoon was with Hye-in. The boy comes closer and suggests she lie down on the bed. He tells her that when someone has a stomachache, it's best to lie down and rest. She agrees and begins to get up slowly, until she suddenly feels sick again and vomits all the contents of her stomach on Yeowoon. Back in the present, the girl hides in shame. The boy explains that's why he put her to bed, cleaned the bathroom, and washed the pants to let them dry. He clarifies he's not bragging, but it's better to be honest to avoid misunderstandings. Hein immediately stands and bows to apologize, saying she feels like she's going to die of embarrassment. She promises to pay for the laundry, or even better, buy him new pants. Yeowoon says it doesn't matter, that he already said he wouldn't say anything. Besides, he says the pants were old and he was planning to throw them away, so she shouldn't worry. Then he asks if she can bring him the pants since he needs to leave soon, something Hae-in does without issue. Right after, she says she'll stay facing away so he can get dressed in peace. The boy laughs and asks if they're playing some game, but she tells him to hurry up before she turns around. While putting on his pants, Yeowoon watches her closely. He remembers that he must make a proper confession. Then he calls her and asks if they can eat together on their next day off. He suggests cooking pasta at his place, and in the process, continuing the conversation they had last night. Hye-in looks at him for a few seconds and then asks if he knows how to cook. He replies that yes, he's cooked occasionally since he was little. She asks if he cooks well, and Yeowoon admits he's not a professional chef, but if it turns out bad, they can always eat out. Hye-in thinks for a moment but rejects that idea, saying eating out is too expensive, and she's curious to know how he cooks. Yeowoon then suggests they coordinate their days off and asks if they have a deal, to which Hae-in agrees. At the door, the boy says goodbye, telling her they'll see each other next time and wishing her good rest. Hye-in thanks him for staying with her the day before and also says goodbye. While walking down the street, Yeowoon moves calmly until he internally screams if he's crazy. He remembers what he did yesterday and wonders what was that about acting serious. He thinks it was madness not to confess properly. He says he promised to control himself but ended up making a fool of himself. He regrets not behaving like a gentleman and just walking her home. Embarrassed, he prays that Hye-in doesn't remember anything from that night. Meanwhile, she is playing the guitar and repeating to herself that she should drink in moderation. Unfortunately, her memory starts coming back little by little. Later in the afternoon at the cafe, Yeowoon is getting ready for his shift. He looks in the mirror and thinks his hair is in terrible shape. He blames it on drying it too quickly after showering at home, says it looks like dog hair. He confesses it's annoying having to fix it every day and wonders if he should just cut it. But then he notices something. He sees a mark on his neck and wonders what it is. He thinks it might be a bruise or a bug bite. He doesn't remember if it was already there. He confirms it doesn't hurt but decides to put on some ointment later. Upon arriving at work, he greets his coworker who greets him back. But then she looks at him more closely, slowly approaches, which makes Yeowoon ask if something's wrong. Then Shin-young changes her expression and looking at her superior, asks if he's been like that all day. Yeowoon thinks she's referring to his hair and replies that he left in a hurry and didn't fix it properly. He asks if it really looks like dog hair, but the girl says that's not it and starts getting annoyed. Then she walks past him and comments that he doesn't understand anything, and she's leaving. Yeowoon, seeing her like that, wonders what's wrong with her. That's when his boss looks at him, Smiling, she asks if by any chance he spent the night with Hain. The boy, confused, asks how she knew, and his boss responds with another question, wondering how she wouldn't know. After all, his face is screaming it. She pulls out a Band-Aid and tells him to put it on his neck quickly. She explains he has a kiss mark, in other words, a hickey. Hearing that, Yeowon's expression changes completely. He asks if he really has that on his neck. Then it's revealed that, during the previous night, Hain kissed him on the neck, marking her territory. Still, Yeowon seems to have enjoyed the moment. She comments that her darling's neck smells really good. Back in the present, Yeowon is completely blushing and embarrassed. Oh Yoo-ju asks if he really didn't know what it was, stating he turned out to be more innocent than he looks. And immediately, Yeowon shouts in embarrassment, asking what the hell she did. Already at the subway station, Yeowon appears somewhat upset. When he meets Hain, she asks what's wrong. He replies by pointing at his neck. Confused, the girl asks why he's wearing that bandage and if he got hurt. Yeowon asks if she really doesn't know what it is. Hain hides behind her book, returns the question, and says she has no idea what he's talking about. Then the young man says it's a hickey and asks when she gave it to him. He complains that even with ointment, it'll take 3 days to disappear, and he wants to know why she did it. Hain, somewhat surprised, comments that 3 days is a lot, and guesses that he must have very sensitive skin. Yeowon looks annoyed, but still asks her to be honest and scolds her for not telling him he had that mark when she saw him in the morning. He says he didn't know it was a hickey and spent the whole day without covering it. That makes Hain laugh, and she asks if he really didn't know, thinking he must have seen it in the mirror at some point. He says he did look in the mirror but thought it was just a small wound. Then the girl, curious, asks if he's really never seen a hickey in his life. He says something like that and asks what's so weird about it. Hain admits it's possible he didn't know, since it does look like a small bruise. Yeowon stares at her for a few seconds, then asks if she's seen a lot of hickeys. To his surprise, she replies yes, she saw a lot in high school. She explains that she was bored and decided to try it with a friend. Since it was fun, she did it with a couple more people. Yeowon is left speechless after hearing that, but Hain continues saying she had a lot of fun, though all those friends moved away, and that made her feel a bit sad about continuing. The young man says he understands now, that he gets what happened back in high school. He reflects that everyone has a past and is a bit surprised, thinking she dated 3 people back then. He clarifies he's not judging, just finds it curious, since he only played soccer during that time. Hain looks at him for a few seconds and then bursts into laughter. She explains that every time she sees Yeowon, she thinks the same thing. His reactions are really funny. He, confused, asks what she means by that, and argues that she was the one who said something strange, mentioning she made hickeys with 2 or 3 people in high school. Hain clarifies that it was just for fun, on the forearm, and only among girls. That surprises Yeowon, as he had understood something completely different. Then she tells him that one of them had seen online how to make a hickey, so they tried it during lunch break. Yeowon, feeling more relieved, understands that it was just between friends. Hain asks if he thought she dated 2 or 3 guys at the same time. The young man gets a bit serious, but then admits that, since she talked about hickeys, it's inevitable to misinterpret, so he can't be blamed. The girl replies that she didn't say anything, just mentioned that his reactions were funny. Now that they brought it up, she asks if he wants to try too, if he wants to make a hickey. Yeowon is left confused, so Hain explains that he can do it on her forearm. He just has to press his lips and suck a bit. She adds that it shows better in the armpit, but she's embarrassed, so suggests trying on the forearm. She extends her arm, and Yeowon watches it for a few seconds before gently taking it and leaning closer. Then he says he'll do it. But suddenly Hain pulls her arm back in surprise and asks what he's doing and why he bit her. He replies that he thought that's how you make a hickey. The girl clarifies that he only had to suck, and he says he forgot, though she doesn't believe him and says he did it on purpose. Yeowon plays dumb and says he doesn't know. Anyway, he warns her not to let her guard down, because he might give her a hickey at any moment. Hain looks at him with a smile and asks if he's serious. Yeowon, realizing what he just said, blushes and clarifies that there's nothing weird about it. He just didn't want her to see him as someone naive. He adds that, even if it doesn't seem like it, he's older than her. Hae-in watches him for a moment and, hiding behind her book, replies that if he says so, she understands. Then she asks if he'll give her a hickey after all. He says yes, which she finds amusing. After that, Yo-woon was drying himself and, upon leaving the bathroom, says he can now shower with cold water to save on heating. He drinks some water and then notices something, moves swiftly, throws the towel, and grabs his phone before diving into bed. From there, he wonders if Hae-in has already gotten home, and he's curious about what photo she sent him today. He looks at the new image and wonders if that's a hickey. He chuckles a little, saying it's great, and that she ended up sending him a picture with a hickey sticker. He thinks he should save that photo too and add a caption. At that moment, he receives a notification. Long Afternoon has posted something new. That lifts his spirits a lot. He gets up immediately, excited, happy that there's finally an update. He reflects that he was starting to worry, since it had been a while since they last posted a photo. Upon seeing the image, he says he'll analyze it later. First, he has to hit the like button. Meanwhile, in Hae-in's apartment, she was reading until she also got a notification on her phone. When she checks it, she notices someone liked her image and wonders who it was, especially at that hour. She wonders if it was Yo-woon. She lies down and thinks that her Instagram profile has no photos or name, so she can't know who it is. But then she remembers that Yo-woon always liked Long Afternoon and watched its live streams. She admits that she only just realized she always left a trace. She smiles and comments that there was no need to leave a hickey. Then she grabs her guitar, starts tuning it, and wonders if she should write a song. That scene is shown with Yukin playing until it starts to rain. That makes little Yukin raise his gaze to the sky, watching the falling rain. A couple dances energetically. They look at each other with joy until the movie ends, leaving them both staring at the horizon. Watching that scene from her seat is Erin. She immediately applauds, gets up, and leaves the theater. As she walks, she reflects that since the film was re-released, she watched it again without much thought. After all, to her, good movies remain good, even if you've already seen them. In front of the movie posters, she wonders what she'll watch next. She questions whether she should pick something lively and whether she'll need background knowledge to understand it. After a few seconds, she concludes she'll just watch it. That's why she likes hanging around the cinema. Her favorite pastime is spending the day there, watching movies at random depending on the schedule. Outside, the rain is pouring. Arin smokes a cigarette and watches the waterfall. She tells herself it's raining a lot, which reminds her of the film she just watched. She thinks the scene where the film shifts from silent to musical was truly fantastic. She concludes that the music and tap dancing were incredible, and ending with the actor's breathless expression was a brilliant touch. She remembers it was the second time she had seen that movie, but wonders why it felt so unfamiliar. Maybe she didn't pay close enough attention the first time? She also thinks that over time, she's forgotten the scenes she liked most. Just then, she sees a couple talking about the movie. It sparks a memory, a distant scene where someone once asked her what she thought about the film. It was Yo-woon, standing in front of her with an umbrella in hand. He said he found it fun. Erin replied that everything was fun to him. He denied it, saying it really was fun. Then, curious, she asked him what scene he liked best. He answered, the last one. The blonde, with a playful smile, accused him of having slept through the whole movie and only watching the end. Yo-woon laughed, denying the accusation. Arin admitted that she also liked the final scene, that it felt like a perfect ending to the film. But that memory is brief. Suddenly, she's back in the present and wonders why she's thinking about the past with that idiot. As she takes out another cigarette, she mutters to herself that he was right. There's no point in saying those things anymore. Because she didn't give her heart to Yo-woon, she rejected him, and it was all her fault. As she reflects, she realizes the rain won't stop. She checks her phone and wonders if it will rain all night, but looking at the screen, she concludes it's already late. She decides to watch the rain fall until it passes. Another day, at the Napgoldang, the place where ashes are stored after cremation, a woman calmly walks in. Upon arriving at her destination, she meets someone. The woman asks if she is Arun. The young woman turns around, looks at her, and greets her with a smile, recognizing her as Jisoo's mother. The lady is happy to see her. She says she looks more beautiful. Almost didn't recognize her. Arun apologizes for not calling her lately. The woman sweetly replies that she must be busy and adds that she really does look like someone famous. Arun smiles and thanks. The woman looks at the glass where there's a candy stuck and asks if she's the one who leaves those candies every year. Arun laughs and says yes, something like that. Jisoo's mother warns her that it's against cemetery rules and that she always struggles to remove them. Arun says that Jisoo loved them and used to eat them loudly in literature class. The lady, with a sad smile, replies that now there's no one left to eat them. They both stay silent for a few seconds. Then Arun asks if she wants to go out for a smoke. The woman agrees, and they leave the hall to sit under a tree. After a while in silence, the woman asks her not to come anymore after this year. Arun, surprised, asks why. The lady explains that only the two of them still visit Jisoo and that she'll soon move to another region. At her age, it's hard to come. Arun offers to visit her at her home, but the woman says it's not necessary, that she now lives with her new husband. Arun asks if she's serious. The woman laughs and says it was just a joke. Then she gets up and asks her not to come anymore, to think of Jisoo once a year during this time. She reminds her that candies are not meant to be stuck or tossed, but to be eaten, chewed, or swallowed. She tells her not to obsess over Jisoo's absence and to live with the happy memories she has of her. She confesses that she tries to do the same, but every year her heart aches because of the stuck candies she finds. Before leaving, she gives Arun a piece of advice: to stop smoking. She says that with such a pretty face, she should only smoke when she's older, like her. She says goodbye, thanking her for visiting Jisoo every year. Alone again, Arun reflects that she didn't know candies would remind her so much of her absence. She confesses that her way of acting always ends up hurting someone. Meanwhile, at the cafe where Yoon works, he hands a blue lemonade to a customer. Just as he's about to return to the counter, someone says they want to order something. He turns around with a friendly smile and asks what they'd like. He freezes when he sees it's Arun. She greets him with a smile. With a slightly annoyed tone, he asks if she wants hot chocolate. Arun nods and says this time it's to go. He confirms the order and says he'll let her know when it's ready. As he walks away, he wonders if something strange is going on today. Maybe she got fired from the company? Still, he doesn't think much of it and starts preparing the order. Then Arun tells him that she recently watched that black and white movie they had seen together. She says she'd seen it before, but this time she liked it even more. She noticed details she hadn't before, like the symbolism and staging. She reminds him how much she loved that film, and still does. Yoon, hesitant, asks which film she means. Then he responds excitedly, "It's the one that transitions from silent to sound cinema." Arun is surprised he remembers, and says it was re-released recently, and asks him to go see it when he has time. Watching it in the cinema is much better. He protests, saying he doesn't have time for movies, that he's too busy preparing to find a job and doing temp work. Arun smiles and says that at least today, he seems to have time to listen to her. He replies that if that's the case, he'll end up arguing with her again. She laughs and asks not to do that, saying goodbye and that she'll come back another day. Yoon, for his part, tells her not to come back. That night, Arun brushes her teeth, throws herself into bed, and gets ready to sleep. She remembers she should have had her last cigarette before brushing her teeth, but forgot. She knows she has to go down to the ground floor to smoke. Building rules. Plus, she rented a room on a high floor for the view, but the downside is all the stairs. Also, she'd have to brush her teeth again. She thinks if she doesn't smoke now, she'll surely wake up wanting one. She decides to have a quick smoke and then sleep like a log. While searching her bag, she finds a lollipop. It reminds her of her friend, and she wonders what's so special about that candy. She unwraps it and reflects on how a movie can be re-released and still be just as good. Great story, great acting, memorable music. Nothing has changed. She looks at the lollipop and thinks it's grape-flavored. In the end, she concludes that she simply realized the movie had many more good things than she remembered. and she asks herself one last question in a whisper as the lollipop's flavor fills her mouth. Should she stop smoking?
In the music studio, Haeun's uncle is cleaning the place. When he finishes, he tells his niece that he has completed the task and suggests going home. But the young woman is focused, listening to what she has been working on. Her uncle calls her again and asks if she doesn't plan to return. Realizing the question, she replies wanting to know if she can stay overnight at the studio, since she believes that if she advances a bit more with the mix, she will soon finish her song. Her uncle asks if she is working on something external with a deadline, but the girl denies it, explaining that it is her new composition, recorded a few days ago. She says that the bass is already ready, and she just wants to adjust the balance of the details. The music sounds calm, and after listening for a moment, her uncle questions if she plans to stay working all night. Haeun answers that no. She thinks 1 or 2 hours will be enough, and she wants to take advantage now that she feels inspired. Her uncle understands her intentions and tells her that he will set up a folding bed in room A. She thanks him. After doing so, he returns and asks if she is going to release another single. The young woman confirms. Then he suggests why not try an extended play. Something longer than a single but shorter than an album. She questions the idea, arguing that in a band like hers, without live performances, it is better to keep releasing singles. Moreover, if they recorded an extended play, the preparation time would be much longer, and the opportunities to go public would decrease. The uncle admits that it is not a bad strategy, but reminds her that next month her collaboration song will be released, so she will have a margin. Therefore, this time she could take her time and release an extended play that properly showcases her style, since releasing many singles in a row does not guarantee standing out more. The girl acknowledges that she has several demos accumulated, among them experimental songs she has always wanted to try. She admits that she will think about it, as she has not yet decided when to release something like that. Her uncle, upon hearing her, comments that since the response to Blue Kite was good, there is no need to rush. He watches her work in silence. Finally, he decides that he will also stay overnight there, as he does not want to leave her alone. He reflects that her ability to compose improves more and more. Before, he felt she was very closed in her own world, but now it is as if that world overflows and soaks whoever listens to her. He confesses to himself that he does not know if she will have commercial success, but if she keeps growing like this, she will undoubtedly be a great musician. While playing and losing a match, he gets upset, stating that the game is definitely the one at fault, wondering how he, being a musician, cannot pass a rhythm game. The next day, at Yeowon's university, he is focused on studying. He thinks that the preliminary questions for the interview are not difficult, but in cases like this, the choice of words can greatly change the impression, so he must prepare well and have his objectives clear. It is then that the bell rings. He remembers that today the festival was starting, and that is why there were not many people in the library. He looks at his cell phone and thinks that he still has time before work, so maybe he will take a walk to see how the event is going, since it will be his last festival. Outside, he sees many students. While looking at a flyer, he reflects that even if it is a festival, every year it is almost the same, so it does not excite him much. His faculty, for example, seems to repeat the same bar as always. Then he notices an announcement. The band Idiot Dot, formed by Haeun's friends, will be playing there. If it were not for his job, he would stay to see them. Suddenly, someone calls him. Turning around, he sees that it is the basketball club guys. He greets them and asks if the festival preparations are going well, but before getting an answer, the guys grab him and take him, making Yeowon ask what they are doing. Then, without knowing how, he is already with a ball in sports clothes. One of them asks him to help for just 10 minutes, explaining that the person in charge for the day got food poisoning and they are short-staffed, so much so that they have not even been able to eat. Yeowon asks what it is about, and they explain that it is a free throw contest against the visitors. You have to shoot 5 times, and whoever scores more wins. If the visitor wins, they receive a festival coupon. The guys walk away saying that they are counting on him and that they will bring him something to eat. Yeowoon, to himself, thinks that if they are hungry, they should close the booth for a moment and go eat. At that moment, some visitors approach to participate. Yeowoon explains that they just have to pay the registration fee. Observing them, he thinks that they are probably a first-year couple and that this is their first university festival. He decides to give them a good memory, becoming strangely enthusiastic. After winning, he celebrates like a complete villain and reflects that this is more fun than he thought. Encouraged, he asks who is next, assuring that he will crush them one by one. And he seems to fulfill it, as he gives no chance to anyone. After each victory, he thanks them for participating. He thinks that it has been a while since he played basketball, but that he has not lost his touch. The feeling of scoring is just too good. At that moment, someone asks if they can also try. He answers yes, that they just have to pay the registration, but upon looking, he realizes that it is Hyein. Surprised, he asks what she is doing there. She explains that Ki-hoon forgot to bring the equipment, and she decided to take it to him, since he is playing there today. She also took the opportunity to see the festival at his university. Yeowoon suggests walking around the campus together before his work, but she replies that she will not be able to stay long because she left the studio alone, and after delivering the equipment, she will leave. Then she suggests they compete in free throws, and whoever loses buys the other whatever snack they want. The young man accepts the bet and comments that he just happened to be a bit hungry. But before starting, Hain asks to throw from closer because she is a beginner. The young man agrees to give her that advantage. The girl smiles and asks him to throw first, saying that from there she will check if he steps on the line. Yeowoon asks if she really wants to stay there, warning that if the ball bounces, it could hurt her. She assures that if it goes into the basket, nothing will happen. Somewhat confused, he warns her that if she gets hurt, it will not be his fault, to which she nods. Yeowoon thinks she is probably doing it to annoy and distract him, but he decides not to hold back and starts playing. Meanwhile, a certain blonde enjoys something sweet and comments that it gives her energy. Then, she wonders if Yeowoon is still at the university. After Yeowoon, it was Hyein's turn. She prepared herself with determination, and after a brief moment of silence, threw the basketball. The ball traced a perfect arc in the air before falling into the hoop with total precision. She raised her arms in joy and celebrated out loud, proclaiming it had been a goal. The young man, surprised, couldn't help but admit that it caught him off guard. With a faint smile, he told her that, after all, she didn't seem to know much about sports. Then Hyein replied that she had done very well since she had scored cleanly. Yeowoon, amused, reminded her that she had only managed it once, while the other 3 attempts hadn't even brushed the rim. The 4th time, he recalled with laughter, the ball barely bounced, and she herself screamed, which made him burst into laughter. Offended by the teasing, Hyein threw the ball at him with slight annoyance and told him he must surely be very happy for winning. That only made Yeowoon's laughter intensify. Then, almost as a defense, she added that in school she used to get good grades in physical education, but that she was a bit rusty because it had been a long time since she last played. Her words, however, faded into the air as she averted her gaze. A shadow of melancholy appeared on her face. The young man, watching her, sensed the sadness hidden behind that expression. At that moment, a friend appeared and called him. He was carrying several bags of food. Curious, Yeowoon asked why he had bought so much. The friend replied that he had asked someone very busy for a favor and wanted at least to repay him in that way. The young man thanked him for the gesture, though he confessed it was too much. Then he looked at Hyein and, handing her one of the bags, gently asked if she wanted to eat with him. She accepted with a shy smile, and upon hearing the scene, the basketball friends began to tease them, which led Yeowoon to ask, laughing, what was wrong with them. Later, in a more secluded place, they shared the food together. Hyein looked at him with curiosity and asked if he had been a basketball player in college. He calmly shook his head. He hadn't been a player, but a member of the club, which he joined simply to pass the time in his free hours.
Hyein, with a hint of playfulness, commented that surely many girls must have been attracted to him, being a sports guy. But Yeowoon replied honestly that it wasn't like that. That in fact, there were only boys in the club, and besides, those groups weren't very popular, since they were considered useless when it came to finding a job. She nodded silently, understanding, before asking if he also helped prepare food at the festivals. He smiled and recounted how, in his first year, he had worked at the faculty bar. He remembered with laughter the time someone suggested selling barbecue. He had to spend 3 days and 2 nights in front of the fire, thinking he would end up reduced to ashes. Hyein laughed with him, though she still commented that it must have been exhausting. Yeowoon admitted it, but also recalled the pleasant moments, the midnight roasted potatoes, the cold that forced them to huddle for warmth, and those little joys that become etched in memory. She looked at him in silence until her lips spoke a question filled with tenderness, whether he would miss those moments when he graduated. Yeowoon lowered his gaze and, after a pause, admitted that he would. However, he added that it was inevitable, that everyone had to graduate at some point. He explained, almost with a hint of resignation, that he couldn't prolong his studies any further, since the tuition was too expensive. Hyein laughed softly and said that was quite a realistic reason. Suddenly, the sound of a cell phone broke the atmosphere. It was Hyein's alarm, reminding her that she had to leave for a sound check. She stood up, explained that she had to go, and asked if he would be working that day as well. The young man replied that he still had time, that he would just say goodbye to the club guys before leaving. She nodded with a faint smile and wished him to enjoy a little more before bidding him farewell. Once alone, Yeowoon let out a deep sigh. Looking at the horizon, he confessed that a knot formed in his stomach, as the thought that his university life was coming to an end pierced him with a bitter pang. He thought that, once graduated, there would be no excuses or escapes. Responsibilities would inevitably catch up to him. In a low voice, almost like a secret confessed to the wind, he murmured that he didn't want to graduate. Then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, saying that if that was the case, the best thing was not to do it. The young man was startled and turned abruptly, asking Aaron what she was doing there. The blonde girl smiled naturally. She explained that she had left work early, and passing by that place, memories had pushed her to come closer. Besides, there was a festival that day. Yeowoon looked at her with some disbelief and commented that, after all, those who worked could have fun whenever they wanted. Arun nodded, though she added that nothing was like student days, when there were vacations, outings, and parties. He looked at her ironically and reminded her that even then she hadn't taken part in festivals or trips. That made her laugh and admit it was true. She sat near him, and with a more serious tone, asked how he was progressing with his job preparation, aware of how difficult it was to find internships nowadays. Yeowoon replied that he was fine and asked her not to worry. Arun laughed softly and said she was glad, since she knew he was as capable as she was, and she was sure he would do well. Then, with her gaze lost on the horizon, she whispered that, since fate had made them meet, she wanted to tell him something serious. He, confused, frowned and asked what she meant. Arun looked him straight in the eyes and confessed that she wanted to apologize. Yeowoon sighed and reminded her that he had already told her before that everything was in the past, that he no longer felt anything, and that it wasn't necessary for her to apologize. But she insisted. She knew it was late. She knew those words would only serve to ease herself, but even so, she needed to clear her feelings. Yeowoon gazed at her for a few seconds. He reflected that all she wanted was to vent to feel better, and he thought it was cruel, since she had never really considered him. And yet, he also thought that he was a fool, because not even in that moment could he show himself cold or ruthless. He wondered if he should pretend to be busy and run away, but soon he answered himself that no, that he had to take the opportunity to face what was left pending and, as his superior used to say, clear things up. Perhaps that meant finally breaking that ambiguous relationship that kept them tied to the past. So he looked at her and with serenity asked her to speak, assuring her that he would listen. Arun lowered her gaze for a moment, took a breath, and finally confessed that she liked him. Silence fell like a veil between them. Their eyes met, and Yeowoon, incredulous, thought it was another one of her cruel jokes. But her eyes shone with an unfamiliar seriousness, a clarity he had never seen before. It was a sincere and determined confession, imbued both with the fear of losing him and the desire to finally obtain the answer she longed for.